Chapter 1696. An old man, a beautiful maid, and a young man with a sword on his back. This was a very strange combination. Many people had gathered outside the gates of the heaven-splitting sword sect. But, whether it was foreign cultivators or local sword cultivators, they all subconsciously kept their distance. Some people, even if they didn't do anything, just needed a single glance to know that they weren't to be trifled with. This was a temperament that couldn't be envied. The young man with the sword on his back subconsciously narrowed his eyes. His gaze surged and a sharp light shined out. He was one of the few people here who had clearly seen Qin Yu attack. Thus, compared to the shocked and speechless people around him, he could feel just how strong he was. Strong to the point that it made one's heart itch. Although the sword on his back was silent, it emitted a burning heat as it touched his skin. It also wanted to leave its sheath and fight. The disheveled old man said indifferently, "Young master, don't forget what you said earlier on." The young man licked his lips. "I just want to take a look." At this time, the old man suddenly frowned. He took a step forward and stared straight at the void in front of him. His eyes were incomparably bright, giving off a burning feeling that no one dared to meet his gaze. The young man's eyebrows rose up. He thought for a moment and said, "Old man Huang, step back first. I want to listen." "Young master," the young man lightly said, "do as I say." The old man took a deep breath. His eyes flashed a warning light as he stood up and moved to the side. An imperceptible distortion appeared in space, isolating everyone's line of sight and preventing them from sensing it. A phantom appeared. The young man cupped his hands together. "Jin Gang greets Sect Master Hu Fu." Hu Fu's phantom had a calm expression. "Sir Jin, the reason I came here today is to make a deal with you." Jin Gang smiled. "Our Jin family has always hated being used by others and being the sword in their hands. Sect Master Hu Fu clearly knows this, and yet he still came here. It seems you are confident in your own conditions." Hu Fu nodded. "Sir Jin, are you willing to listen?" Jin Gang reached out a hand. "Please speak." Hu Fu said, "The heaven-splitting sword sect has been destroyed for a long time, but there are still some important areas in the sect ruins that have never been opened. The reason is that there is a sword spirit in the heaven-splitting sword sect that has not dissipated and is protecting the last bit of luck. If young Master Jin is willing to help me stop the heaven-splitting sword sect from reopening, I promise to give you a complete sword sphere within a year. Of course, the premise is that young Master Jin achieves it successfully, otherwise, this agreement will automatically become invalid." Jin Gang's expression was calm. He knew that there was a sword spirit in the heaven-splitting sword sect ruins. This was precisely the reason why Jin Gang had appeared on Swallow Ran Mountain. He was just somewhat surprised that the heavenly cycle sword sect was willing and confident to pay such a price. No one dared to deceive the Jin family, not even Hu Fu. Jin Gang was certain of this. Since he had spoken, he was confident he could do it. It was difficult for him to refuse Hu Fu's conditions. The sword orb was an item nurtured by the sword spirit. It was formless and incorporeal, hovering between illusion and reality. It was a treasure that sword cultivators yearned for. If he could obtain the sword orb and fuse it with his lifebound sword, not only would it greatly increase the quality of his lifebound sword, but it would also allow him to fuse his lifebound sword into his body. After that, there were endless benefits. And this point was of utmost importance to the Jin family's sword cultivators. "Sect Master Hu Fu, I agree," Jin Gang slowly said. The old man's complexion darkened, but he didn't stop him. He said, "Young master, this old servant will do it." Jin Gang lifted a hand. "It's not that I don't want an old dog like you to risk your life, but if something happens, I will need you to save me." He looked up and smiled at Hu Fu's phantom. "Moreover, I believe that Sect Master Hu Fu won't watch on helplessly as this junior is killed. After all, my family's old ancestor is quite fond of a good-for-nothing junior like me." Hu Fu's phantom hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Sure, he turned and vanished. The spatial isolation faded with him. The old man said in a low voice, "Young master, your choice is a bit risky." Jin Gang lightly said, "I know what you mean, but nothing in this world will jump into a bowl of its own accord. I must obtain the sword orb." It was because of this that even though he knew that Hufu's projection would be dangerous, he still agreed without hesitation. He had great ambitions, and only by becoming the Jin family head would he have the qualifications to display them. Obtaining the sword orb was a crucial step in Jin Geng's journey to becoming the Jin family head. It could even be called the foundation of all of his ambitions. The old man was well aware of this, so when Hufu's phantom gave him his conditions, he didn't stop him. The maid lowered her head in silence. She was well aware of her own position. She was destined to accompany her young master for a period of time, a plaything. There were some words that she could say, but there were some things that she didn't have the qualifications to participate in. At this time, silence was the best choice. Jin Gang lifted a hand and touched the maid's face. "Come, let me say something nice. I am about to begin." The maid smiled. "Young master's swordsmanship is invincible. You will win in a single battle." Jin Gang nodded in satisfaction. "You really know how to speak. Once I return, I will reward you." The maid had a charming look in her eyes. The old man was expressionless, turning a blind eye to all of this. He was well aware of Jin Gang's character. Everything he revealed now was only an illusion. His passionate and lustful behavior was only to alleviate the hidden dangers of the boiling sword energy in his body. So, he was incomparably eager to obtain a sword orb. Jin Gang reluctantly touched her face one more time. Then, he pulled his hand back and walked towards the gates of the heaven-splitting sword sect. His pace wasn't too fast, but the lineup was too eye-catching. He soon attracted attention and everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. They had their reasons to be excited. The heaven-splitting sword sect had smoothly reopened. Besides watching the liveliness and having something to talk about in the future, there was nothing else. But what if they failed? The Tao protector of the heaven-splitting sword sect and the people of the inheritance sect would suffer. Then, there was a high chance that the places in the sect ruins that hadn't been broken through would open up. They didn't want to eat the meat. The sword sects of Swallow Ran Mountain would definitely swarm over, but there was still a chance that they could drink some soup. So, everyone watched the liveliness today. Although they were shocked and awed by the strength of the heaven-splitting sword sect, deep in their hearts, they hoped that they would be defeated. This was the dark side of human nature and it had nothing to do with right or wrong. And at this time, Zhong Xiaoshan had just been defeated and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. But, someone else immediately stood up. At this time, unless they were tired of living and wanted to die on their own initiative, those that dared to attack were definitely strong amongst strong people. And as a member of this strange group, Jin Gang was clearly the latter. The people outside the gates and the sword cultivators in front of the light projection subconsciously revealed dignified expressions. Qin Yu tossed Zhong Xiaoshan to the ground. This fellow had been knocked unconscious and wouldn't wake up for some time. Little Meaty frowned. "What? Young Master Qin, do you really plan on becoming the sect master of the heaven-splitting sword sect and reviving the prestige of the sect? Or are you addicted to taking in people?" Qin Yu said, "You said that if I borrowed someone else's status and name, I would have to do something. Just consider this repayment." Little Meaty coldly sneered. "Is that what I meant?" Qin Yu rubbed his nose. "That's how I understand it. And, you have to admit that this is much more believable." Little Meaty coldly snorted, likely tacitly agreeing. She looked away. "Think of a way to deal with the person you brought back." "I won't care." Qin Yu smiled and nodded. "No problem." Just as his voice fell, his eyebrows shot up, surprise on his face. He really didn't think that someone would dare to attack him right after he dealt with Zhong Xiaoshan. However, since this person dared to attack him, they definitely had some skill. He looked at Little Meaty. Sure enough, he could see a bit of seriousness on her face. This caused Qin Yu to be even more cautious. Little Meaty thought for a moment and said, "Qin Yu, your opponent this time is a bit skilled. If you make a mistake, you might be defeated. I can give you the sword, but right now, it really isn't the best time. So, you need to make a choice right now. Do you want to take a little risk, or do you want to take the sword now? Let me tell you, as long as you hold the sword in your hand, you will definitely win." Qin Yu didn't hurry to answer. He thought for a moment and said, if I don't hold the sword, what are my chances of winning? Little Meaty said without expression, 6 losses, 4 wins. Qin Yu rubbed his chin. 4 wins, that isn't too low. Little Meaty said, Qin Yu, you might not understand. When I said there was a bit of risk, I meant that you might die. Because if I were to interfere, I would definitely be stopped. In a battle between sword cultivators, life and death is often decided in an instant. Qin Yu frowned. Then let me think about it. He took 2 steps forward and looked up. If I take the sword now, will I lose much? The future is impossible to predict, but according to my best guess, there will be a lot. Qin Yu arched an eyebrow. Then I won't take it. Think carefully. Qin Yu smiled. Little Meaty, it might be because after you appeared by my side, there were some things I displayed that caused you to misunderstand. His expression was calm and his eyes were firm. Qin Yu, although I have many lucky chances that allowed me to reach where I am today, they were all obtained by myself. Believe me, although I don't do this much right now, I am really good at it. Little Meaty humphed. She looked up. If you aren't afraid of death, then do as you please. Qin Yu smiled. He turned and walked away. Can you reveal a question in advance? What aspect is this person stronger in? Cutting. Qin Yu didn't stop. He cupped his hands together and said, Thank you, Meaty. I will be back soon. He strode away. Little Meaty looked outside the mountain entrance, a thoughtful look on her face. After hesitating again and again, she turned her hand and took out a still beating heart. She gripped it tightly, a solemn expression on her face. As for future matters, they could talk about them later. Since Qin Yu had made his choice, she couldn't care too much about it. The world was fair. If one wanted to obtain something, they had to pay an equal price. If Qin Yu was willing to gamble, then she would gamble. Little Meaty looked up at the skies above the heaven-splitting sword sect and the sword phantom that shot into the heavens. Her eyes were ice-cold. Jin Gang stood still. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. The sword on his back flew towards him on its own. He clenched his fingers and smiled. Foreign sword cultivator Jin Gang. I take the liberty to ask for guidance from the heaven-splitting sword sect. His attitude was so good that it didn't seem like something a proper swordsmanship-seeking sword cultivator should have. But as the saying goes, those who smiled but had killing intent in their hearts couldn't help but feel their hairs stand on end as they looked at Jin Gang's back. Surnamed Jin? Some people couldn't help but widen their eyes, shock in their eyes. As mentioned before, Swallow Ran Mountain was a holy land of the sword. Half of the sword sects of the central desolate divine continent gathered here. But it didn't mean that besides Yang Ranshan, all the other sword cultivators scattered in the outside world were weaklings that weren't worth mentioning. On the contrary, for them to be able to settle down in one place and not be attracted by Swallow Ran Mountain's reputation as a holy land of the sword was in itself a symbol of their strength. As for the Jin family, they were a lineage of inheritance, a noble family of the sword that gathered together to cultivate the sword. It had to be known that the title of a noble family of the sword wasn't something that could be casually obtained. A long and continuous inheritance was one of the criteria, and having a sword cultivator powerhouse in the family was an indispensable standard. For instance, in the last 100 years, the most unreasonable sword immortal had used his own strength to forcefully seize the title of a noble family of the sword for his family. At the start, many people didn't accept this. But after they were beaten, some people were convinced. Those who still didn't accept were beaten a second time, and then a third time. Afterwards, no one dared to express their opinion on this matter. This was because the unreasonable sword immortal had spoken. As the saying goes, things don't happen more than 3 times. If he continued to jump around, someone would die. As for the Jin family, they were a true noble family of the sword. Their status was so high that it was comparable to Swallow Ran Mountain's 10 sword sects. But, guessing was meaningless. They had to see it with their own eyes. But if it was true, then the heaven-splitting sword sect would be in deep trouble today. The Jin family's sword wasn't easy to deal with. After a period of silence and waiting, Qin Yu's figure walked out from behind the mountain entrance, appearing in everyone's line of sight. His eyes were calm and earnest. As he looked at Jin Gang, goosebumps rose up all over his body. The person in front of him was like an unsheathed sword, incomparably sharp. As if it were approaching flesh and blood, ready to cut down at any moment, cutting apart and destroying everything. Cut apart. The description of my flesh was indeed apt and on point. And all of this occurred the moment Qin Yu walked out and his eyes fell on him. He didn't reveal any of his fluctuating emotions. He cupped his hands together and calmly said, "Heaven-splitting sword sect, Qin Yu." Jin Gang smiled. "Please." From the looks of it, he had no intention of making the first move. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. Then, he took a step forwards. His thoughts stirred, the rules of the world trembled and bowed. A small world appeared with him. He had already been reminded of how strong his opponent was and how dangerous this battle would be. He certainly wouldn't play games like holding back his cards. If he attacked, he would use his strongest move. Otherwise, it would be no different from seeking death. Jin Gang sensed for a moment. A look of surprise crossed his face. The heaven-splitting sword sect's methods are truly formidable. It is truly admirable. As he spoke, he lifted his hand without hesitation and slashed out with his sword. But the target of this sword strike wasn't Qin Yu. Instead, a dazzling golden sword light howled upwards. It was cruel and sharp, absolute and pure. It possessed a terrifying aura that could cut apart all and destroy all. At this moment, countless people's eyes brightened, a sharp light erupting from them. There was no need for more. This sword was enough to confirm that Jin Gang was indeed a descendant of the Jin family. No one could figure out why a descendant of the Jin family would interfere in today's matters. Could it be that a noble family of swordsmen also had thoughts of moving into Swallowran Mountain? If that was the case, then everything could be explained. However, this doubt only flashed in everyone's mind for a moment before disappearing. There was no point in thinking about this right now. They still had to see the result of this battle. Zhong Xiaoshan's flowing light sword, the moment he slashed out, it made people see an unparalleled unpolished jade of the sword Dao. Then Jin Gang's sword was a destructive slaughter that could split the heavens and the earth and send all living things to hell. From the level of sword intent, it was very difficult to judge the superiority of the two swords, but in terms of killing power, Jin Gang's sword was undoubtedly stronger. Much stronger. Bang! A low and dull sound, like thunder rolling in the sky, the golden sword aura struck the invisible barrier. Space shook and distorted. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a bit of fear and vigilance. He finally understood why Little Meaty had such a high evaluation of this person. Jin Gang was not only strong, but also very smart. He chose a fighting style that was most beneficial to him. With the descent of this small world, Qin Yu was like the heavens of this world, nearly invincible. What Jin Gang wanted to do was to cut open the small world. This move, others could not do it, such as Zhong Xiaoshan from before. But Jin Gang could. This was because their Jin family's aged metal sword art pursued a boundary where a single sword could cut apart the heavens and earth. Moreover, the position that Jin Gang chose was very good. Between the heavens and earth, there could be many small worlds. But there was only one true world. The all-seeing God might not be too accurate, but near the skies, the strength of the small world was indeed the weakest. It wasn't obvious, and there were even some masters of the small world that didn't carefully explore it. But this was indeed the case. It seemed that the Jin family had done a great deal of research into this. Chapter 1697. Jin Gang's swordsmanship hadn't reached a level where it could cut apart the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, Qin Yu's small world was also labeled as a fake. They were about the same. In truth, Jin Gang's sword was a bit stronger. Thus, after receiving the first sword strike, Qin Yu knew he had to do something. Before this, he had put on an act in front of Little Meaty, but as soon as he turned his head he was pressed to the ground and beaten. Not to mention face, cough cough, his plan had been wasted. He had ruined Little Meaty's plan, or to be more precise, the plan that Little Meaty and Niu Dingtian had drawn up together. Would there be any repercussions? Qin Yu felt that this was something he didn't need to consider. He had to treat it seriously, for face, no, for the plan. With a thought, a vast strength descended from within the small world from all directions. It was like invisible mountains that pressed down on Jin Geng's head. This was the privilege of the heavens of this small world. Even after this title, it still had to be filled in with the word fake. It was still extremely powerful and unreasonable. But unfortunately, this divine skill was ineffective against Jin Geng. This wasn't because this boy from the Jin family had some special immunity, but because he was fierce enough. His entire body was filled with an invisible sword aura, tyrannical and fierce like fire. If a mountain came crashing down, he would shatter it. He had forcefully forced Qin Yu's divine skill to the point where it couldn't approach him. Naturally, it couldn't affect him in any way. But at the same time, Jin Gang didn't stop his attacks. His goal was still above Qin Yu's head, the weak point of the small world. Another sword slashed out. The radiant golden sword light caused the twisting and shaking space to become even more intense. There were many people watching this battle with keen eyes. They could certainly read the information that was being transmitted from the battle. Zhong Xiaoshan had already experienced the might of the heaven-splitting sword sect's small world. Not only had Jin Geng withstood the first test, but he had also slashed out 2 more times. He could be considered to have gained the upper hand. After all, the small world couldn't do anything to him, but Jin Gang could constantly strike out with his sword. And, the might and efficiency of the Jin family's golden Geng sword art wasn't a secret at all. In this situation, unless Qin Yu was able to take out his hidden cards, his situation would gradually worsen and he would eventually suffer a miserable defeat. According to the rules of Swallow Mountain Sword Sect, if a successor of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect was defeated, that meant that they had failed to reopen the sect. As for the losers, not only were they not worthy of sympathy, but they would also be kicked when they were down. The world of cultivators had always been one of survival of the fittest and survival of the fittest. This had never changed. The anticipation in everyone's hearts was about to come true. Excitement appeared in the depths of everyone's eyes. Sympathy, there was none at all. Everyone had to be responsible for their own actions. Since they wanted to reopen the mountain gates, they had to be prepared to bear the consequences. After the second sword came the third sword, and after the third sword came the fourth sword. This was not nonsense, but a clear and straightforward demonstration of Jin Geng's strength. He didn't become exhausted after a single battle, and he grew more and more valiant as he fought instead. The aura of the sword around his body seethed, and he wasn't waiting for the mountain to press down before slashing it into pieces any longer. He'd taken the initiative to attack instead, and he'd minced the space around him to the point it became indistinct. He was truly pitilessly ferocious. Qin Yu hadn't been able to display his trump card to reverse the situation. Of course, it was possible that he was hiding his true strength, but the chances weren't high. In such a situation, what was there to hide? It was completely illogical. Everyone unanimously concluded that the successor of the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect was doomed this time. No matter how outstanding he was and how formidable he was, it was a pity that he had encountered Jin Geng, who was clearly stronger than him. As the saying went, no matter how strong you were, there would always be someone stronger than you. The reasoning was the same. How could there be someone invincible in the present world? Even if there were, they wouldn't appear here. Encountering someone stronger was inevitable. It was just that the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect's luck was a bit worse. This time, what they had lost wasn't just Q-sword, but also their own lives. The heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect had managed to survive to this day was destined to be destroyed. Compared to the various sword peaks outside the mountain gates that were watching the battle through light screens, the true sword path elders of Swallow Mountain revealed looks of disappointment. A powerful heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect might disrupt the current situation and affect their interests, but they still hoped to see a group of people who had once traveled together with them return. This was because many years from now, their juniors would also need to walk down this difficult road of return. Time was ruthless. Even though today was a prosperous day, no one knew what the future would be like. Whether it was the fox mourning for the rabbit's death or worrying about the future, it could all be interpreted. This was just the first trial, and they weren't even able to pass it, much less when the true Q-sword had yet to begin. The heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect was truly disappointing. This ancient sword sect would completely disappear from today onwards. The ruins of the sword sect would truly welcome a new master. Sword sect did not choose the location of their sect just because they liked it and just casually drew a circle around it. There were many things involved in this, and they were even more particular about it than normal sects. It was especially so for Swallow Mountain, which was of utmost importance. As one of the 10 sword sects in the past, the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect had even occupied the top position for a period of time. Naturally, their location was extraordinary. Over the years, it was unknown how many sword sects had drooled over it. However, the sword spirit was still around, and its luck did not fade. This place still had an owner. After today, they could think of a way to plan. The disappointment and sorrow in his heart quickly disappeared. What followed was the ability of a leader of Yangran Mountain to devise strategies and pursue benefits. With a large family and a large business, no one was alone. Naturally, they had to think of a way to find food for their juniors. A sect. This was not a problem. Supporting a subsidiary sword sect was a new development in Swallow Mountain as long as they controlled it well. At the very least, they could obtain it and sell it for a sky-high price. It had to be known that the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect's ruins had a sword spirit. Just this point alone could be called priceless. It was best if they could use it themselves. Otherwise, this Jin family junior would be a good trading partner. As for why Jin Gang did this and what role the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect played in this, they didn't know the details, but it wasn't difficult to guess. When Hu Fu's projection descended, he could fool the average person. But he couldn't hide from the elders' sharp eyes. As for how the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect would explain themselves after this and what sort of shock it would cause, that was their problem. Did they still dare to come to Swallow Mountain and cause trouble? If they had the guts to interfere, then they naturally had the confidence to not fear the Jin family. As for the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect, that was even less of a problem. Everyone's hearts wavered. They were already considering how to divide the benefits after the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect collapsed, and the elders were no exception. This was because the development of the situation was just as they imagined. Qin Yu's situation was becoming increasingly worse. The little world trembled. It was clearly reaching its limit. Once the little world was broken, the heavens would suffer a backlash and fall into the mud. The outcome of the current situation could be imagined. So, if he wasn't willing to wait for death and wanted to fight, this was Qin Yu's last chance. If he wanted to attack, he could only do it as soon as possible. Whether or not he really had no cards in his hand or his acting skills were superb, it all depended on what happened next. The 17th sword. In truth, the strength of Qin Yu's little world had already surpassed Jin Gang's expectations. But that was all. It was only a matter of time before it shattered. Deep in his eyes, there was a deep tranquility. He didn't feel the slightest bit of complacency even though he had the absolute upper hand. In this world, until the final moment, who could say for sure what would happen? There were many cases of people failing miserably and being killed in a desperate situation. Of course, when something like this happened, it was only if the person was stupid enough to give the other party a chance. Jin Gang wasn't a stupid person. He wouldn't give Qin Yu any chance. At this moment, a sharp light exploded in the depths of Jin Gang's eyes. He's here. Across from him, Qin Yu took a step forwards and his figure instantly vanished from sight. The shaking and chaotic little world suddenly erupted with an incomparably tyrannical impact force, tearing open a hole in the sword aura around Jin Gang. Qin Yu appeared within. He lifted a hand and pointed out. This sudden change caused everyone outside the mountain gate and in front of the light projection to gasp. Their eyes were filled with shock. They clearly didn't think that Qin Yu would still be hiding such a sharp move. To suddenly shift and brazenly break through the sword aura barrier, how could a seemingly ordinary finger be ordinary? Everything happened in an instant, so fast that no one could respond. Perhaps if this finger fell, the outcome of today's battle would be reversed. The heaven-splitting sword sect was truly fierce. Before everyone finished thinking, the situation changed once more. Jin Gang laughed heartily, extremely carefree. Although he didn't speak, his laughter already explained everything. He had been waiting for this for a long time. He also had a card in his hand. A thought flashed through everyone's minds. They only saw Jin Geng step forwards. Not only did he not dodge, but he took the initiative to meet Qin Yu's finger. The sword aura around him boiled. At this moment, it turned from a tyrannical fire to an icy cold ice, condensing into a single point where it turned into a golden sword shadow. It was blurry like water, but from this sword shadow, everyone could feel a terrifying aura that could annihilate all. The golden sword shadow thrust out. Everyone cried out inwardly, shocked at the two sides fighting. These two youths were sinister and cunning. They were really, very, very sinister. In the final moments of the battle, when they saw that the outcome was already decided, they both revealed their cards. If it were them, they feared they would have been beheaded without any preparation. But without a doubt, the heaven-splitting sword sect had lost this round. Even though the golden sword shadow wasn't pointed at them, they could still clearly feel it from a great distance away. This sword strike was something that even the big shots of Swallow Mountain found difficult to deal with. Caught off guard and at such a short distance, with the strength Qin Yu displayed, there was no way he could escape. Jin Geng's eyes were calm, containing a formidable will. He knew that he had made the right bet. If he killed Qin Yu and obtained the sword ball within a year, the position of patriarch would be his. Just how vast and magnificent was the future? Right now, he had only obtained a single chance to glimpse into it. And this chance was this proud son of heaven of his generation in front of him. He had used his life as the price to become the stepping stone for him to ascend to the heavens. At this time, Qin Yu pointed out a finger. He gently waved it, drawing out some seemingly messy lines. Then, an illusory character appeared at his fingertip. In the next moment, his fingertip met the golden sword shadow. With a light cracking sound, the illusory character shattered and dissipated. Chapter 1698. A layer of sluggish qi activity spread out. The sword aura was monstrous. The golden sword shadow, which seemed to be able to cut through mountains and rivers, instantly fell into silence. It was like a sword in a painting, but also like a shadow in the water. The big shots liked to watch from afar. It was not only to maintain their status, but also to maintain their distance. They could adjust their attitude at any time according to the changes in the situation. The true leaders of Yangran Mountain were observing the heaven-splitting sword sect through the projection screen. At this moment, their expressions changed slightly. Sword sealing talisman. At this moment, the situation on the projection screen changed again. As the words shattered, the aura enveloped the sword shadow. Jin Geng's pupils constricted violently as he felt a strong sense of uneasiness and fear. His eyes instantly turned golden. Without any hesitation, he used a taboo technique that he had yet to fully grasp. The golden sword shadow that had been sealed suddenly brightened. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of its sluggish aura. It was like a sieve that was riddled with holes and was about to shatter at any moment. At this time, Qin Yu flicked his finger. A beam of light flew out and struck the point between Jin Geng's eyebrows before submerging into his body. His entire body froze on the spot, and his pair of golden eyes became vacant. Soul-setting divine light. Naturally, he had to listen to Little Meat's reminder seriously. Today was the first time he put it into practice, and it was indeed a pleasant surprise. It was unknown whether or not it was because of the sun and moon that resided in his soul space, but their might was stronger than he had imagined, forcefully interrupting Jin Geng's counterattack. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu formed a sword with his fingers and thrust it towards the point between the man's eyebrows. "Don't you dare hurt my young master," the disheveled old man roared and charged over without a care for his own safety. It wasn't that his reaction was slow, but the tables had truly turned in the blink of an eye. Just a moment ago, Jin Geng had held the upper hand and was just about to cut down Qin Yu. But in the blink of an eye, he had fallen into such a dangerous situation. A cold snort sounded in everyone's ears. The old man who had rushed out was sent flying by a sword light. Blood seeped out of the 7 orifices of his head, and his skin cracked, dyeing his robe red in an instant. As he tumbled, he smashed into the ground. The cold laughter resounded in everyone's ears. Regardless of whether they were here or in front of the projection, everyone could hear it clearly. Is there no more rules in Yangran Mountain now? The space between Jin Gang's eyebrows exploded, and his headless corpse fell to the ground. But the next scene could be said to be strange. The corpse's flesh and blood rapidly shriveled and withered, and all the blood essence gushed out, forming another Jin Gang out of thin air. His face was deathly pale. "I admit defeat," he said without hesitation. Across from him, Qin Yu frowned. Shua Hufu's figure appeared before Jin Gang. He said, "According to Yangran Mountain's rules, the Sword Seeker has already admitted defeat. This matter ends here. What if he interfered with Q Sword without permission?" Hufu remained expressionless. "The death penalty." Meaty Meat sneered, "That's what you said." The messy old man who was rolling on the ground with a bloody gourd suddenly widened his eyes and exploded with a bang. In an instant, his body was smashed into pieces. Even if he had a way to die as well, he definitely wouldn't be able to come back to life. "Hufu, it's time to settle the grudge between us." Hufu looked up towards the entrance of the heaven-splitting sword sect. 3 days from now, my sect will come to bestow the sword." "Very good." Meaty Meatis' voice faded away. Hufu glanced at Qin Yu. He turned and said, "Sir Jin, I will send you off." Jin Gang cupped his hands together. "Thank you, Sect Master Hufu." He turned and left without any hesitation. The maid who had been watching the battle from afar came over with a pale face. Jin Gang didn't refuse. He was indeed extremely weak right now. Did he hate him? Of course he hated him, but Jin Gang didn't reveal any of this. A loss was a loss. Being incompetent and angry was meaningless. Hufu revealed an apologetic expression. "Sir Jin, I am truly sorry. I was careless and couldn't save you in time, causing you to suffer a great loss." Jin Gang shook his head. "If it weren't for Sect Master saving me today, I fear I would have already died. I can't even thank you enough, so how could I dare to complain?" He cupped his hands together. "The keepsake on my body has been activated along with my fake death. The old ancestor will soon send someone to bring me back home. Before that, I will have to trouble Sect Master for several more days." Hufu nodded. "There is no problem. Sir Jin can heal your wounds in the heaven-splitting sword sect. I can guarantee your safety." He flicked his sleeves. His aura covered the three of them and they vanished from sight. As Jin Gang was defeated and replaced his life, the area outside the entrance of the heaven-splitting sword sect finally quieted down. With shocked hearts, everyone knew that the heaven-splitting sword sect had managed to hold on for the first wave. They had smoothly regained control of the sect and completed the first step of establishing a new sect. But the troubles didn't end here. The bestowment of swords that Hufu spoke of was a test that all sword sects of Swallowran Mountain had to experience when they re-established their sect. What was tested was the true strength of a sect. At the same time, it was also a sect that still had incense burning to this day. The 3 bestowments of swords required the 3 executors to be true sword path powerhouses that were recognized by the many sword cultivators of Swallowran Mountain. And looking at the entire Swallowran Mountain, there were only a dozen or so people that could satisfy this requirement. Only by making it through could they be considered successful and be re-accepted by Swallowran Mountain. As for the incense burning that was mentioned just now, that was because of the 3 trials of bestowment of swords. There was a certain amount of room for manipulation, but no one thought highly of the heaven-splitting sword sect. In the past, the heaven-splitting sword sect had made enemies all over the place, causing them to be unable to find strong support when they were on the verge of life or death. Moreover, so much time had passed. Even if there were any incense burning in the past, the remaining incense burning had long since been erased. To sum it up, the heaven-splitting sword sect's debut show had been a perfect score. This Qin Yu from the Inheritance sect had given everyone an extremely fierce impression. However, there was still no one who was optimistic about the heaven-splitting sword sect's future. Most felt that they would not be able to survive the 3 tests. Ignoring the others, just the terrifying heavenly cycle sword sects Hufu was enough to make the heaven-splitting sword sect suffer. Moreover, that young master of the Jin family had been killed by Qin Yu once, and he had only managed to survive by borrowing a substitute item. There was no need to even think about the value of the death substitute. Who knew if the Jin family would take this opportunity to make a move? 3 tests of bestowing sword? Qin Yu sucked in a deep breath. His eyes subconsciously widened. This was the first time he had heard Little Meaty speak of the key to establishing the sect. After figuring out the meaning, Qin Yu didn't hesitate. His first thought was to immediately flee from Swallow Run Mountain. What kind of joke was this? Ignoring everything else, just the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect's Fu, who had given him a serious look today, might not have attacked, but the terrifying sword intent he exuded was enough to make one's heart shudder. Was this the plan that Little Meaty and Niu Dingshan had come up with? What was going on? Was this a plan to seek death on his own initiative? He didn't speak, but his eyes were already filled with joy, expressing his attitude. Little Meaty coldly sneered, "What are you panicking for?" Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Meaty, want to do it herself? If so, then he certainly had nothing to fear. What 3 tests of bestowing sword? All of these people in front of him were trash. Little Meaty shook her head. Qin Yu's complexion collapsed. Do you think I can withstand the 3 tests of bestowing sword? His lips twitched. He took a deep breath and said, Little Meaty, don't you think your confidence in me is a bit too excessive? Little Meaty curled her lips. You're as timid as a mouse. You and that pheasant are truly worthy of being a master and servant. Qin Yu rubbed his face. I think this should be called acting within one's means. It shouldn't be called being timid, right? Moreover, after I gave the chicken overlord to you, I haven't seen it for a long time. He looked at Meaty's rosy lips and dryly coughed. You couldn't have been so hungry one day that you ate it, right? Little Meaty rolled her eyes. What's so delicious about a pheasant? If you want to eat it, you'll have to wait until it grows up. Don't try to change the subject. Let's not go anywhere. We'll stay at Swallow Run Mountain. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. Then tell me, how do I survive? Little Meaty flipped her hand and took out a token. She placed it in front of Qin Yu. This was something he found familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that it was something Niu Dingtian had given her before he left. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize it. All you need to know is that this token can offset a single bestowing sword. As she finished speaking, she took out another short sword. It was mottled with rust, as if it would break with just a little bit of force. This sword can also offset a single bestowing sword. Qin Yu's eyes brightened once more. He stared at Little Meaty, waiting for her to take out more things. But first class and second class didn't follow. Little Meaty, with your wisdom and foresight, you definitely wouldn't have only prepared these 2 things, right? Little Meaty coldly sneered. I'm sorry, but I must disappoint Sir Qin. I really only prepared these 2. Her eyes were earnest. The 3rd bestowing sword will definitely be Fu. You will have to rely on yourself to survive. Although it seemed like the difficulty had been reduced by over half, death was something like a single sword. Whether it was reduced or not, death would always be there, never leaving. He glanced at Little Meaty's complexion and determined that she wasn't joking. Qin Yu took a deep breath. If you want me to risk my life, you should at least give me the sword, right? Little Meaty nodded and then shook her head. I will give it to you, but not now. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Don't mess around. It's already come to this, and if you don't give it to me, you will undoubtedly die facing Fu. Little Meaty turned and walked away. I will go and arrange for the first 2 bestowing swords. Sure, she vanished from sight. Qin Yu's teeth ached. He looked left and right several times. He couldn't help but think, how about I just run away right now? But this thought only circled around for a moment before he discarded it without hesitation. There was no other reason. It simply wouldn't work. With Little Meaty's methods, wanting to escape from under her eyes was harder than ascending to the heavens. Rather than being caught after running away and feeling so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole, he might as well grit his teeth and stubbornly hold on. Qin Yu didn't believe that Little Meaty would really arrange such a situation for him to die. He clenched his teeth and suppressed this thought. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. There was only so much time left. There wasn't enough time to cultivate. What he was thinking right now was to calculate the things in his hands so that he wouldn't be killed as soon as they met. Little Meaty definitely had a backup plan. He would definitely use the small world, but facing Hu Fu, it probably wouldn't be of much use. The second was the soul-setting god light that he had performed a great merit for today. Unfortunately, he had already used it today and it would definitely be remembered by some people. It would be difficult for it to have any miraculous effects again. But he still had to use it. At the very least, he would be able to fight for a little more chance of survival in this hopeless situation. The third was the sword-sealing talisman that he had used before. This was something that Qin Yu had comprehended from the books that Jiang Huan had left behind. He had exhausted countless brain cells in order to comprehend it. Its power was quite good. Disregarding everything else, if it could seal away the golden sword shadows, then it would definitely be able to block Hu Fu's sword. What a pity, it would be much better if he could only use a single sword in the 3 bestowing swords. Chapter 1699. As he thought of these things, Qin Yu unknowingly fell asleep. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, his breathing relaxing. Little Meaty, who had already left, quietly returned and appeared by his side. Glancing at Qin Yu, Meaty looked up at the skies, at the monstrous sword shadows that shot into the skies. She knew that the test had already begun. It came from the inextinguishable sword spirit of the heaven-splitting sword sect, and this test could not be interfered with by flesh. Otherwise, things would not have been so troublesome. The stones in the latrine pit were smelly and hard. Otherwise, one of the dignified 10 sword sects of Swallow Mountain all those years ago wouldn't have fallen to such a state because of an unexpected event. Thinking for a moment, Little Meaty lifted a hand and pointed out. The space around Qin Yu suddenly became densely packed, constantly stacking up and forming a space cage. Nothing could be seen on the surface, but without her permission, anyone who stepped inside would instantly be lost in the layers of space. He sat cross-legged at the side. The attitude and choice of the sword spirit was a crucial part of the plan. She had to get the results before she could make further arrangements. And this was also the reason why Meaty hadn't given the mountain and river sword to Qin Yu. An immortal sword that was born with a spirit was a treasure that any sword cultivator in the world yearned for even in their dream. The opportunity was right in front of him. Whether or not he could grasp it would depend on his own good fortune. In a daze, Qin Yu had a very strange dream. In this dream, he became a sword cultivator with ordinary talent. He had a master who was serious on the surface but gentle on the inside. He had 2 senior brothers and a junior sister. Among the 4 of them, his cultivation speed was the slowest and he was always mocked. But strangely, as the one being ridiculed, he was not angry at all. Afterwards, Qin Yu realized that this was a method of getting closer to sword cultivators. His 2 senior apprentice brothers and junior apprentice sister hoped to use this method to stimulate his fighting spirit. The effect was not good. As the 3rd-ranked disciple of Sword Peak, his cultivation had always been the slowest. Even some juniors of Sword Peak had gradually caught up to him and surpassed his cultivation boundary. That's right, this disciple of Sword Peak is also called Qin Yu. He actually has the same name and surname as me. It seems we are fated. Qin Yu's consciousness was a bit blurry, hovering between clarity and confusion. He could sense everything that was happening in his dream, but he couldn't interfere. He could only be a bystander. Master always spoke earnestly and earnestly. Cultivating the sword is not only about cultivating strength, but also pursuing the sword without regret. This is the great Tao of sword cultivators of our generation. You're on the right path, so there's no need to rush. Sometimes, it's not a bad thing to walk slower so that you can see the scenery along the way. Qin Yu knew that his master was comforting him. When he was teaching his 2 senior apprentice brothers and junior apprentice sister, his attitude wasn't like this. What he meant was, we sword cultivators have the greatest killing power in the world, and when we draw our swords, we have to make ghosts and gods bow down to us. We are quick to repay favors and grudges, and we are never sloppy. Listen to me. Qin Yu was a bit moved. He worked even harder in his cultivation, but something like talent really made him angry. Qin Yu tried his best, but the results were minimal. Gradually, there were more and more people on Sword Peak. Master became the patriarch, and the disciples of senior brother and junior sister also became the teachers of others. He relied on his seniority to become the sword sect's martial ancestral uncle, but seniority is never the most important in our sword sect. What's the name of our sword sect? Qin Yu looked into the distance. There was a massive stone tablet at the entrance to the mountain. The sword intent on it was monstrous and boundless, but no matter how he looked at it, it was blurry. Perhaps it was because his cultivation was too low that he couldn't even see the name of the sect. Qin Yu secretly laughed at himself. After an unknown period of time, the atmosphere of Sword Peak became tense. His master said that a powerful enemy was invading and he wanted them to prepare for war. His 2 senior apprentice brothers and junior apprentice sister were given tasks. When it was his turn, his master thought for a moment and said, "Qin Yu, defend Sword Peak and stabilize the rear." At this moment, countless eyes gathered on him. Qin Yu lowered his head. He knew that a powerful enemy had arrived, so how could there be any rear? His master was protecting his self-respect. The enemy had arrived, and they were extremely strong. His 2 senior apprentice brothers had perished, and then his master. Now, only his junior apprentice sister was left. Disciples of Sword Peak, break through the encirclement and ensure that the inheritance of my sword sect is not lost. His junior apprentice sister's orders resounded through the world. Countless disciples wept bitter tears. They obeyed her orders and fled. They had already determined that the sword sect would not be able to escape today's calamity. If they fought to the death, they would only be throwing their lives away. At this moment, Qin Yu left Sword Peak. He grasped his sword and walked towards the battlefield. 3rd senior apprentice brother, go, go. His junior apprentice sister's voice was frantic. Qin Yu paused, a firm look in his eyes. Master has died and my 2 senior apprentice brothers have also died. Where do you want me to go? Junior apprentice sister, you haven't called me senior apprentice brother in a long time. It's true that my talent is lacking and I don't have much talent for cultivation, but at least I can accompany master and my 2 senior apprentice brothers will die with you. He lifted his hand and slashed out with his sword. Once the sword was drawn, there would be no regrets. Hummer with a sword sound. The sound of a sword rang out between the heavens and earth. A vast sword phantom appeared, crossing the skies like a bolt of lightning. The enemies that were wreaking havoc on Sword Peak froze where they stood. In the next moment, their heads were separated from their bodies. Blood gushed out like a rain of blood. The sword phantom didn't stop. It continued to cut into the skies, tearing apart the thick clouds. The light of the 9 suns sprinkled down. For the first time, Qin Yu could clearly see the stone tablet erected at the entrance, heaven-splitting sword sec. As these 4 words entered his eyes, they were like burning hot iron that smashed into his soul. Qin Yu's spectator state was broken. He had fused with the consciousness of Sword Peak's 3rd senior apprentice brother. Sword in hand, he stood at the peak of Sword Peak. Blood rained down from above his head. Sure, Qin Yu's eyes shot open. Right now, he was holding a sword in his hand. The sword was heavy and broad. 3 words were carved into it. Qin Yu didn't recognize them, but when he looked at them, he naturally knew what they meant. Mountain and River Sword. This sword had a spirit. And as Qin Yu opened his eyes to look at the sword, within the heavenly cycle sword sect master Hu Fu fiercely turned and glared at the entrance of the heaven-splitting sword sect. Impossible. He clenched his teeth and roared out loud. His face darkened and his eyes filled with cruel killing intent. In the skies above the heaven-splitting sword sect, the boundless sword phantom had vanished from sight. Hu Fu was well aware of what this meant. The heaven-splitting sword sect's sword spirit had recognized him as its master. Puff ere puff, countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The ground turned to powder and the maids around him were turned into meat paste. The complexions of Ma Dengfeng and the other direct disciples of the heavenly cycle sword sect changed. They hurriedly bowed their heads, panic on their faces. They didn't know what had happened that could cause their unfathomable master to suddenly lose his composure. But it was clear that all of this was related to the heaven-splitting sword sect. Taking a deep breath, sect master Hu Fu turned and stepped forwards. In the next moment, He appeared in a luxurious courtyard. On a soft couch, Jin Geng was frowning in thought. His pupils shrank before he composed himself. He smiled and cupped his hands together. Sect Master, for you to rush here in such a hurry, is there something you need? If this junior can do it, then I will not decline. Hu Fu said, the reason I came here today is because there is a matter I would like Sir Jin's help with. After a brief pause, he said, the heaven-splitting sword sect's sword spirit recognized you as its master just now. Jin Geng's complexion changed. He blurted out, impossible. He quickly waved his hand. This junior has no intention of disrespecting Sect Master. It is just that this matter is far too inconceivable. According to what I know, even if the sword spirit recognizes you as its master, it should only do so after the heaven-splitting sword sect truly reopens its gates. Hu Fu had no expression. That is indeed the case. But the truth is in front of us. Jin Geng hesitated for a moment. He looked at Hu Fu and asked, what does Sect Master want this junior to do? Sir Jin, rest assured that I will not ask the Jin family's powerhouses to participate in the bestowing of the sword. This is an internal matter of my Swallow Mountain sword sect. Hu Fu's words pierced through the worries in his heart. He looked straight at him. I hope that I can borrow the Jin family's heaven-splitting sword. Jin Geng's expression immediately froze. Hu Fu lightly said, if Sir Jin helps, then I can personally bestow the sword to you. Although it is impossible to obtain the complete sword orb, even if it is only an incomplete one, it should still be able to help Sir Jin improve his current situation. Helping the sect is also helping yourself. I hope that Sir Jin will consider this carefully. Jin Geng took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Very well, then I will try my best. When Misty returned, Qin Yu was still staring at the mountain river sword in a daze. He couldn't figure out what was going on. It was just a dream, so why did he obtain a sword in his hands? Moreover, his thoughts were connected to it, as if it were a part of him. This was just too strange. Misty. His eyes brightened. He stood up and rushed over, sword in hand. Misty furrowed her eyebrows. She lifted a hand and pointed. Stop, get away from me. What are you planning on doing? Qin Yu revealed an awkward expression. He lowered the sword point. I had a dream just now, and when I woke up, I found this sword in my hand. Misty's lips curved up. And then? Qin Yu's eyes widened. What did she mean by then? This casual attitude made me feel as if I wasn't being taken seriously at all. Don't you think this is strange? Looking at his widened eyes, Misty coldly sneered. Did you really think that a dream would cause a treasure to crawl into your hands on its own? Qin Yu blinked. He looked down at the mountain river sword and then at Misty in front of him. That's right. I believe in your judgment. That is the truth. Misty lifted a hand and pointed at the sword in Qin Yu's hand. It was refined by me, and the main materials were the two swords you gave me. Remember this clearly. In the future, no matter who asks, you must say this. Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief. So that was what happened. He nodded as he looked at the mountain river sword. All of his doubts vanished, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Little Misty refined this sword for me. No wonder it fits so well with me. Just by reaching out to grab it, I feel like it was born to be my treasure. Furthermore, the name Mountain and River Sword, just by listening to it, it sounded extremely domineering. There was simply no one else like it. Seeing Qin Yu's pleasantly surprised expression, Misty rolled her eyes. Do you remember what I just said? Qin Yu nodded again and again. I remember. The Mountain River Sword was forged with my flesh. This is what everyone says when they ask. Little Misty nodded in satisfaction. The Mountain River Sword is something I prepared for you. It's a trump card for dealing with the 3 tests of the bestowal sword. Hide it well these 2 days, and don't use it carelessly. Qin Yu looked over with a questioning gaze. Misty said, it's done. All you need to do is face it. The Heavenly Cycle Sword sect's bestowment is imminent. Let me warn you, Hu Fu is very strong. Be careful not to get killed. Qin Yu lowered his head and looked at his sword. He hesitated for a moment and said, I think I might have been too happy and inflated a little. He licked his lips. I actually feel that with the mountain and river sword in hand, Hufu of the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect is not a problem at all. Cough. Little Meaty, do you also feel that I suddenly inflated a lot? Little Meaty turned and left. Think about it yourself. A faint smile appeared on her face. Chi Nu's luck was indeed quite good sometimes. For example, this time. In Swallow Ran Mountain, the most lively and eye-catching matter was of course the reopening of the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect. The matter of Jin Gang, a disciple of the swordsman aristocratic family, taking the place of a dead person had spread like wildfire, causing countless sword cultivators to cry out in alarm and fear. The sudden return of the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect had displayed an extremely tyrannical strength in the process. But just this alone was not enough to complete the reopening of the sect. 3-sword bestowment test. The Heavenly Cycle Sword sect's Hufu would definitely personally take action. This was something that everyone in Swallow Ran Mountain knew. Swallow Ran Mountain Sword sect expressed their tacit approval of his participation in the bestowment of swords. And soon, news of the other 2 bestowers also spread out. Spring Wind Sword sect, Li Sumu. This name was a little decadent, but it was one of the 10 sword sects of Swallow Ran Mountain. And Li Sumu was one of the newly rising sword immortals of the Spring Wind Sword sect. He was incomparably strong, and it was said that he would become the next person in charge of the Spring Wind Sword sect in the Swordmaster Guild. Just this point was enough to prove his strength. Towards Li Sumu taking action, there was only surprise in Swallow Ran Mountain. There was no doubt at all. He had enough qualifications. As for the last person to bestow the sword, he truly attracted the curiosity and confusion of the various sword sects in Yangran Mountain. Sword Forging Sect. As its name suggested, the sect itself was not skilled in the path of killing. Its main business was to help sword cultivators forge all sorts of immortal swords. In Swallow Ran Mountain, most of the immortal swords in the hands of the top sword cultivators, besides those obtained through lucky chances or inheritances, came from the Sword Forging Sect. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Sword Forging Sect had a wide network. They had always maintained a neutral stance and never interfered in the internal disputes of the sword sects. Because of this, the Sword Forging Sect was able to gain a foothold in Swallow Ran Mountain with the support of the other sword sects. Therefore, many people could not understand why the legendary sect leader of the Sword Forging Sect, Sect Leader Jiyu, would be bestowing the 3 tests of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect. In the end, they could only blame it on the fact that the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect had offended too many people in the past, and Sect Leader Jiyu was one of them. This explanation made sense and was enough to convince people. Everyone in Swallow Ran Mountain knew that the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect had terrible relations with people. And Sect Leader Jiyu naturally had the qualifications to bestow swords. Previously, it was said that the Sword Forging Sect's main business was forging immortal swords. They were not skilled in the path of killing, but they were rich and overbearing. Sect Leader Jiyu was wearing a legendary immortal treasure from the White Jade capital. Its defense was astonishing, and even sword immortals could not break it. The sword in his hand was made from the remains of an ancient immortal sword, supplemented with many treasures, and painstakingly forged. Apart from that, he had many other supporting treasures, so many that he could not even count them with 2 hands. Therefore, in terms of cultivation and sword Dao, Sect Leader Jiyu was not in the top 20 of Swallow Ran Mountain. However, his overall combat strength was powerful. He had once chased after an old sword demon who owed him money, and the fierce battle had spanned more than half of Swallow Ran Mountain. That battle had caused the sky to change color, and millions of sword chi had crisscrossed. From then on, no one dared to deny the Sword Forging Sect's debts. Heavenly Cycle Sword Sect's Sect Leader Hufu. Spring Wind Sword Sect's Sword Immortal Li Sumu. Sword Forging Sect's Sect Leader Jiyu, who was well equipped. These 3 bestowing swords could be said to be a grand lineup, and people could not look directly at them. Therefore, as the news spread, many sword cultivators in Swallow Ran Mountain looked in the direction of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect. They could not help but look at the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect with pity. Today's retribution was due to their ancestors' lack of virtue. They had to learn from this. You ask me what I think of the heaven-splitting sword sect's reopening? Yes, I admit that the heaven-splitting sword sect is indeed something, but they are finished. That's right, completely finish. Chapter 1700. Heavenly Cycle Sword Sect. Jin Gang's courtyard. Sect Master Hu Fu cupped his hands together. Greetings, old ancestor Jin. Across from him, the phantom turned around. He had an ordinary expression and a calm expression. I can lend you the heaven-splitting sword, but the price is not enough. Hu Fu seemed to have expected this. Old ancestor Jin, please speak. The phantom said, besides the sword pill, the Jin family also wants the heaven-splitting sword sect's heaven-splitting sword art. Hu Fu furrowed his eyebrows. The phantom continued to add, and the complete version. Hu Fu fell silent. The phantom's tone was indifferent. Sect Master can consider it. The Jin family is not in a hurry. Whether or not the heaven-splitting sword sect can reopen has little to do with my Jin family. Hu Fu's eyes exploded with a sharp light. He didn't refute. In front of his own interests, words were useless. He said, good, I agree. The phantom smiled. Sect Master is truly smart. Before the sword bestowment date, the heaven-splitting sword will be delivered. Hu Fu cupped his hands together and left. Jin Gang walked over. His face was still pale as he respectfully bowed. Old ancestor, you cannot trust Hu Fu. The reason my grandson ended up like this is because he deliberately dragged my Jin family down with him. The phantom coldly snorted. That's because you are stupid. Jin Gang lowered his head, not daring to speak again. The phantom looked at him. But this time, you still have merit. If my Jin family can smoothly obtain the heaven-splitting sword art, I will help you restore your cultivation. Jin Gang revealed a happy expression. Thank you, old ancestor. The time for the 3 sword bestowment tests had arrived. The first to attack was the well-equipped Sect Master Gu. Countless sword cultivators watched from Swallow Ran Mountain, their hearts filled with excitement. After so many years, they could finally see Sect Master Gu fight again. This was the so-called, using wealth to subdue others. It was impossible to not be convinced. His fighting style was extremely pleasing to the eye, opening one's horizons. The first battle had caused one's blood to boil. The only thing that made everyone feel a bit helpless was that, once Sect Master Gu fought, there would likely be no one else left. For the 3 sword bestowment tests to have no more sword bestowment tests was a pity. Outside the heaven-splitting sword sect, countless cultivators had gathered. Today, the majority were Swallow Ran Mountain sword cultivators. There was no lack of sword Dao geniuses that were the focus of attention from the various sword sects. All of them held their breaths and looked forward to the bestowment of swords. To them, being able to personally witness a senior of the way of the sword wielding his sword was an extremely beneficial matter. Naturally, they wouldn't miss this opportunity. I hope that Sect Master Gu will show mercy and not act too quickly. Otherwise, the moment the Scarlet Blood Sword slashes down, the sword bestowment will be over. The heaven-splitting sword sect's Dao protector has always been mysterious and has never appeared in front of others. But judging from the inheritance sect's Qin Yu, he should be someone with some cultivation. He might be able to last a little longer. I hope so. I didn't hesitate to interrupt my seclusion and rush to the heaven-splitting sword sect just to watch a battle at the pinnacle of sword principles. I hope you don't disappoint me. Yes, Path Protector of the heaven-splitting sword sect, do your best. Outside the gate of the heaven-splitting sword sect, everyone was talking about it. Their eyes were bright and full of expectation. Their attitude toward the heaven-splitting sword sect was very clear. Hold on a little longer. After all, the one who did this was sect leader Gu, the #1 equipment expert of our Swallow Ran Mountain. Whoosh in the distant skies, there was the cry of a sword. With a loud rumble, a sea of clouds was swept up. It was like a billowing tide, its momentum astonishing. In particular, for some unknown reason, this sea of clouds was crimson red. It gave off an increasingly oppressive feeling, one that made one's heart race. The Scarlet Blood Sword, Sect Master Gu. Sure, a figure landed outside the gates of the heaven-splitting sword sect. In the skies above, The surging sea of blood-red clouds exploded with a loud bang, sweeping up in all directions and stirring up howling winds. The way he appeared was extremely flashy. In particular, Sect Master Gu was standing with his hands behind his back facing everyone. He was even more mysterious and awe-inspiring. In the next moment, cheers erupted. Countless swallow-ran mountain sword cultivators stared with wide eyes, their eyes bright. Sword cultivators of our generation should be like this, but it was unknown when they would be able to cultivate to a level comparable to Sect Master Gu. This was truly something they yearned for. At the gates of the heaven-splitting sword sect, little Metis' lips twitched. She turned to look at Qin Yu. Look carefully. Sword cultivators are a group of people who like to show off. This surname Gu is especially serious. Don't believe the self-flattery of our generation. Most of those praises are fabricated by sword cultivators and deliberately spread out to trap ignorant young boys and girls. Qin Yu's lips twitched. Little Metis' words were extremely impolite. It was the same as slapping all the sword cultivators into the water. But, looking at the scene in front of him, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Cough. Qin Yu, who was now pretending to be a sword cultivator, said in a low voice, "I'm going." Little Meaty looked at him. "Do you understand what I mean?" Qin Yu thought for a moment. "I understand. Wasn't it just because he wanted face? Then he had to act a bit more realistically. If he was too sloppy, this sect master Gu might not be able to extricate himself from the stage. After all, pretending to fight wasn't a good thing to say. In particular, in front of everyone's eyes today, this was too excessive. It was simply mocking everyone's intelligence. Shua space flashed. Qin Yu's figure appeared. Outside the heaven-splitting sword sect gates. Everyone hurriedly craned their necks to look behind him. But, no matter how they looked, they couldn't see anything. What was the meaning of this? Where was the Dao protector of the heaven-splitting sword sect? The so-called Dao protector was not only to help the people of the heaven-splitting sword sect cultivate, but also to protect them on the most dangerous path. Today was clearly the most dangerous time. Could it be that the heaven-splitting sword sect had been terrified and decided to surrender without a fight after hearing about the grand combination of bestowing the sword 3 tests? That was truly a disgrace. Outside the gates, many sword cultivators clenched their jaws in front of a screen of light. If you want to admit defeat in shame, then wouldn't we have come here for nothing? Qin Yu didn't let them gnaw on him for too long. He stepped forwards and cupped his hands together. Heaven-splitting sword sects, heaven-splitting sword sects, heaven-splitting sword sect. Qin Yu, greets sect master Gu. He stood up, his expression calm. Today's bestowed sword will be received by Qin Yu alone. Whoosh, many sword cultivators were thrown into an uproar. They all had looks of disbelief on their faces. This was even more inconceivable than before. Qin Yu was seeking death. Jin Geng was indeed strong, but at most he could be considered an outstanding junior. Compared to a true senior of the sword path, there was still a massive disparity. Moreover, the one who bestowed the sword today was a true big shot of Swallow Mountain. Arrogant to the extreme. This was simply the greatest disrespect and ridicule towards the sword cultivator big shots. A junior was far too insolent. Sect Master Gu frowned. His eyes were sharp. Qin Yu, are you speaking the truth? The big shot wasn't satisfied. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. His complexion didn't change at all. He cupped his hands together and said, "Although I am only someone from the heaven-splitting sword sect, I am equal to the sect master of the heaven-splitting sword sect. Since sect master Gu has come to bestow the sword, then I have the qualifications to receive it." Sect master Gu's eyebrows rose up. These words seemed reasonable. For the sword-forging sect's sect master to fight the future sect master of the heaven-splitting sword sect was also reasonable. He immediately nodded. "Good. Please receive the sword." Qin Yu lifted his hands. With a heaven-shaking rumble, a small world instantly appeared. A wild strength erupted, causing the surrounding space and time to distort. At this time, space was collapsing and the earth was breaking apart. Winds and clouds were stirred up and the skies above suddenly changed. Sect Master Gu was very satisfied. At the very least, the heaven-splitting sword sect knew how to conduct themselves and didn't embarrass him too much. Although they had come to open the back door, for better or worse they still had to take care of their face. Bang! A terrifying sword intent erupted from the small world. It was majestic and awe-inspiring, as if it could cut apart mountains and rivers. Sect Master Gu's voice sounded out. Sect Master Qin Yu, you really did have a hidden card. Bang! Another tyrannical sword intent instantly erupted like a landslide and the earth splitting. Good sword. Sect Master Gu calmly evaluated. Outside the small world, many sword cultivators had twisted expressions. They stared with wide eyes, but they couldn't see through the distortions in the small world. They could only sense the sword intent erupting from within. As they heard Sect Master Gu's voice, they felt an incomparably uncomfortable feeling in their hearts. They had already cursed Qin Yu countless times in their hearts. We ran all the way here just to watch a great battle of the sword path, so what do you want us to watch? This was simply preposterous. In particular, the sword intent erupting from the small world was ridiculously strong. Even from far away, they felt their hairs stand on end. If they could see it with their own eyes, they would surely be able to obtain benefits from it. As expected, if the heaven-splitting sword sect dared to send the inheritance sect's Qin Yu out to receive the sword, then they had a certain degree of confidence. However, they had clearly underestimated the strength of today's sword-bearer. Sect Master Gu is truly strong. On the sword peak, a direct disciple with outstanding talent but a low cultivation couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He had been left behind to watch the battle through a screen of light. He didn't discover that his expressionless master, who was watching the screen of light, was now fiercely twitching his lips. His lips moved, but in the end he didn't say anything. Sword cultivators also cared about face. If others were to know that the dignified Swallow Mountain's famous sect Master Gu of the sword forging sect was actually a fake character, then where would Swallow Mountain's face as a holy land of the sword path be? Moreover, this surname Gu cared about face the most. If anyone tore off his skin, they would absolutely have a great enmity with him. For example, in the battle that made Sect Master Gu famous, when did the old sword demon even think about reneging on his debt? He had merely said a few words in front of a female sword immortal, and yet he had been used as a pretext for a great battle. He had even been forced to bear the consequences. Not only did he owe a debt, but he also had the infamy of acting shamelessly. Sword cultivators do have a good reputation, but it is extremely rare to have such a good reputation. He couldn't be provoked. At this moment, on the various sword peaks of Swallow Mountain, there were many who felt the same way as him. After all, although Qin Yu's small world tried its best to appear flashy, it couldn't obstruct their perception. They were well aware of everything that was happening inside. However, what puzzled the various elders of Swallow Mountain was why the sword forging sect was helping the heaven-splitting sword sect. In terms of relationship, when the heaven-splitting sword sect was destroyed, the sword forging sect had yet to flourish, let alone move into Swallow Mountain. The two sides clearly didn't have much interaction. This was likely another unsolved case. In addition, the Heavenly Cycle sword sect's old who must be extremely angry right now. If he dared to stand out and call out Gu for pretending to fight, it would be even more exciting. But unfortunately, the Heavenly Cycle sword sect's area was very peaceful. This left many people disappointed. Inside the small world, however, when Sect Master Gu threw out the first sword talisman and released the sealed sword intent, Qin Yu was given a fright. He almost thought that Little Meat was incompetent and had fallen into someone's trap. Fortunately, the sharp and terrifying sword intent slashed at empty air and didn't harm him at all. Then, Qin Yu saw Sect Master Gu speaking in a deadpan manner. The so-called self-directed and self-acted was nothing more than this. At this moment, Qin Yu felt from the bottom of his heart that there was always someone better than him. Ignoring the level of his acting skills, he couldn't learn from the way he handled matters, nor had he ever thought of it. This was the difference between them. Sect Master Gu looked up and his eyes fell on Qin Yu. His heart skipped a beat and he immediately regained his composure. Sect Master, don't worry. Today's matter will rot in this junior's stomach. I will not reveal a single thing. Nodding his head, sect leader Gu's face revealed a trace of satisfaction. He first threw out a sword talisman and solemnly said, "This sword is truly exquisite." Then he lowered his voice and said lightly, "I have no other choice." "It's good that you can understand." Qin Yu said, I understand. But understanding was one thing. As he looked at Sect Master Gu casually tossing out sword talismans, his lips couldn't help but twitch. Sword talismans were things that powerful sword cultivators obtained after sealing away their sword intent. The more powerful it was, the more difficult it was to use. Once the seal was undone and the sword intent was released, it was the same as facing a sealed sword cultivator's attack. It could be said to be extremely precious and its price was naturally astonishing. But looking at Sect Master Gu, he didn't seem to care at all. He had already casually tossed out 7 or 8 talismans. Just how much immortal money was this? TSK, he was inhumanly rich. But, was there no hidden dangers if he did this? Qin Yu thought for a moment. He coughed and cupped his hands together. Sect Master Gu, this junior's small world isn't complete. I fear it will be difficult to isolate myself from the gazes of the sword path powerhouses of Swallow Mountain. He had to speak of this matter first. Otherwise, if he were to be held accountable afterwards and if he flew into a rage out of shame, that would be troublesome. Sect Master Gu faintly smiled. Don't worry. Even if they see it, they won't say anything. After all, we've all been neighbors for so many years. Who doesn't have a dark history? As he spoke, he looked around. Although his expression was calm and there was a smile on his face, Qin Yu could swear that he could see a naked threat in his eyes. His heart sank. As expected, sword cultivators were just a bunch of people. Were they just like what they said? This was simply a complete collapse of their image. Farewell, my heart is bright and noble, a sword cultivator that can repay gratitude and enmity. Sect Master Gu glanced at him, as if he could see through his thoughts. Do you think this isn't good? Qin Yu quickly shook his head. He strangled the stubborn thoughts in his heart. No. This junior only feels that Sect Master Gu has been wronged in today's matter. When the heaven-splitting sword sect smoothly reopens, I will definitely pay a visit. Sect Master Gu coughed. Then, let's agree on this. After the sect reopens, you will be the first to pay a visit to the sword forging sect. Qin Yu was startled. He was just being polite. There was no need for him to take it seriously, right? Moreover, Sect Master Gu seemed to have too much confidence in him, as if he were certain that the sect would smoothly reopen today. If he didn't even know about this, just where did his confidence come from? Then, Qin Yu reacted. Sect Master Gu was confident in Little Meat. The two of them had interacted before and he could sense that there was something mystical about Little Meat's body. Thinking about it, the heaven-splitting sword sect's momentum was like a rainbow. After smoothly reopening their sect, the first person they would pay a visit to was the sword forging sect. Just how much face was this? As expected, this was a good reputation. Qin Yu smiled, but his heart was wooden. He nodded. Across from him, Sect Master Gu's smile became even brighter. He happily waved his hand and tossed out another sword talisman. Then, he shouted, "This sword is extraordinary. It can compare to the sword of the past. Since it was in the past, it definitely couldn't compare to the present. You really didn't forget to show off at any time and show off a little." Qin Yu took a deep breath. Sect Master Gu, this is enough. Sword talismans are precious. Seeing you use them like this makes my heart ache. Sect Master Gu hesitated. Is that so? But I still have a lot. I've only used less than a third of them. He had an expression of wanting to continue. Qin Yu's eyes jumped up. He hurriedly said, "You have to think about it this way. As the dignified sword forging sect's Sect Master Gu, even if the battle was fierce, fighting with a junior like me for too long will damage your reputation." Sect Master Gu's complexion changed. He nodded. You're right. Then let's stop here. He looked at Qin Yu, a look of appreciation on his face. You brat, your thoughts are flexible enough. You were born to be a sword cultivator of my generation. Cultivate well in the future. I have high hopes for you. What do you mean high hopes for me? His image of a sword cultivator collapsed a second time. Qin Yu suppressed his ridicule. He sincerely said, I thank Sect Master Ji Yu for the praise. After a few breaths of time, the small world that was violently twisting and shaking, the movement it created was enough to shake the heavens and earth, suddenly disappeared. Qin Yu's complexion paled. He fluttered backwards and landed on the ground. Across from him, Sect Master Ji Yu was still standing slightly to the side, his back facing the many sword cultivators outside. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, his expression calm. At this time, he was displaying his elegant demeanor. The heaven-splitting sword sect is indeed extraordinary. Consider this a sword bestowed by my sect as you receiving it. His tone was light and light, the aura of a great master bursting forth. He turned around, leaving everyone with a sharp profile. Sect Master Ji Yu took a step forward and vanished from sight. In the next moment, a sword aura thundered in the distance. A sea of blood-red clouds appeared once more, rumbling into the distance. As they said, if one held a kitchen knife to cut down a wire, lightning would follow them along. It was truly amazing. Chapter 1701. Qin Yu revealed a look of awe, as if he had received great benefits. He cupped his hands together and bowed in the direction that Sect Master Ji Yu had left. This scene caused the crowd of sword cultivators to grit their teeth. They wanted to shout out loud, "You shameless dog thief, give me back my lucky chance. You fought a great battle with Sect Master Ji Yu in the small world and you must have felt refreshed, but we didn't even glance at you." Thinking back to those terrifying sword intents just now and Sect Master Gu's calm and unhurried comments, everyone became even more indignant. Why had the sect master been so merciful? They should have cut this shameless dog thief in half with a single sword strike. Only then would they be able to dispel the hatred in their hearts. But thinking about it, if Qin Yu died like this, the bestowal of swords would end and they would have come here for nothing. They were so conflicted. They could only grit their teeth and curse inwardly. I'll let you live a little longer. Once the Spring Wind Sword Sect's sword immortal Li Sumu makes his move, I'll make sure you lose your dog head. But thinking about it, this shameless dog thief shouldn't be playing the same trick as before, pulling out the small world and making it impossible to see anything, right? As the sword cultivators were worried, a light breeze blew past. It was like a willow tree brushing past their faces, bringing with it the flavor of spring. Qin Yu felt his vision blur and then a figure appeared in front of him. What an incomparably handsome man. He was like a great sun in the skies, making one feel ashamed of their inferiority. Even though Qin Yu didn't care too much about his appearance, he still couldn't help but feel a trace of jealousy. Then, he bitterly smiled. He thought that to be so unreasonably handsome, to the point of angering the heavens, was truly difficult for him. Thinking about it, he probably didn't have any friends of the same sex since he was young, right? And, your waist, how is it? Li Sumu wasn't unfamiliar with the eyes in front of him. Heaven-opening sword sects Qin Yu, if you have no objections, then I will draw my sword. Qin Yu's heart shrank. He felt that these words were a bit cold and his eyes were even colder. Was it because Little Meat was incompetent, or was it because he had clearly seen the bestowal of swords just now and was angry and dissatisfied? Qin Yu's intuition told him that it was the latter. But I've been wronged. I don't want to be so exaggerated. This sword immortal in front of me should be looking for Sect Master Ji Yu. Li Sumu didn't give Qin Yu any more time to complain. He waited for a breath of time and saw no response from Qin Yu. Then, he slashed out his sword. Shua, tiny beads of sweat instantly appeared on Qin Yu's forehead. This sword shadow was right next to his ear, whistling past and slashing into the distance. Rumble, behind Qin Yu, there was a violent explosion. A towering mountain outside the heaven-splitting sword sect was split in half. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Countless rocks tumbled down. The sword cultivators outside the mountain gate who were affected fled in a sorry state. But they didn't dare to show any resentment or dissatisfaction on their faces. Instead, their eyes lit up and they cheered in their hearts. My generation of sword cultivators, my generation of sword cultivators. This was true elegance. With a slash of the sword, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, all living things bowed down. Unfortunately, Sword Immortal Li's strike had clearly missed its mark, and it hadn't struck Qin Yu. Otherwise, his head would have been separated from his body and he would have died on the spot. But it didn't matter. For them, this was a good thing. To be able to see Sword Immortal Li strike again was something that many people dreamed of. Disregarding everything else, just today's 2 sword strikes were worth the price of the ticket. They hadn't come here in vain. As everyone's eyes widened, waiting for Li Sumu to strike again, he turned and left, vanishing from sight. The world fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned round, disbelief on their faces. This, as the saying went, one's heart was in chaos, unable to speak for a long time. This was probably what happened. Li Sumu, he left just like that. What was the meaning of this? What was the meaning of this sword strike? What were the rules of Swallow Ran Mountain? What was the meaning of bestowing a sword? This was simply throwing a match in front of everyone. How could they endure this? After the silence, there was still silence. Thus, the sword cultivators of Swallow Ran Mountain discovered that they could endure this. Otherwise, go find one of the 10 sword sects, the Spring Wind Sword sect, and interrogate them. Or go find trouble with Li Sumu. Stop messing around, it was good to be alive. In the awkward silence, Qin Yu's lips twitched. He felt that the 2 people he had encountered today were far too interesting. Sect Master Ji Yu was fine, but Li Sumu's actions placed a mountain of pressure on him. Now, the gazes of those sword cultivators gathered on Qin Yu, as if they had a deep hatred for him. It was as if it was because of him that something like this had happened today, something that shamed the entire holy land of swordsmanship, Swallow Ran Mountain. Although this was the truth, they also had to consider that Qin Yu was also innocent. Qin Yu resisted the urge to rub his face. He lightly coughed and cupped his hands together. Thank you, Sword Immortal Li, for bestowing me the sword. Thank you for letting me win. Forget about everything else, he had to decide victory and defeat first. Thus, in the next moment, those gazes that gathered on him turned into knives, wishing to cut Qin Yu to pieces. Before the bestowment of the sword began, who could have imagined that such a situation would occur? The heaven-splitting sword sect was just a single step away from being restored. The heavenly cycle sword sect's sect master Hu Fu stood up. The disciples behind him all fell to their knees. Honorable Master, Jin Gang's lips twitched. He thought that these words were truly ominous. Luckily, the old ancestor had already ordered people to deliver the heaven-splitting sword. With Hu Fu's cultivation combined with the heaven-splitting sword art, his strength was simply unparalleled. Before this battle had even begun, Hu Fu was already in an undefeatable position. Thinking of this, a trace of hatred appeared deep in Jin Gang's eyes. This was the first time he had revealed his true emotions since he was defeated and used his life as a substitute. It passed in the blink of an eye. Sect Master will win. Jin Gang smiled and cupped his hands together. Hu Fu nodded. He took a step forward and vanished from sight. Rumble rumble at the entrance of the heaven-splitting sword sect, space suddenly shattered. A terrifying sword aura swept out, tearing open countless spatial cracks. There were countless of them, like pairs of eyes suddenly opening at this moment. It left one's heart palpitating with fear. Hu Fu stepped out. At this moment, the world was deathly silent. Unlike before, everyone was silent. They could feel a mountain-like pressure pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to even breathe. Looking at the heavenly cycle sword sects Hu Fu who had directly shattered space and descended, they instinctively screamed and screamed. They could feel a thick killing intent so thick that it seemed solid. It was like surging waves, roaring and roaring as it surged towards them. Even if the target wasn't them, they could still feel it from afar. They felt as if they were facing an abyss of destruction, as if they would be swallowed up in the next moment. So strong, so terrifying. As for Hu Fu's eruption of killing intent, that wasn't unexpected. After all, the relationship between the Heavenly Cycle Sword Sect and the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect wasn't a secret in Swallow Mountain. In fear, and panic, the sword cultivators of Swallow Mountain began to roar out inwardly. Qin Yu, you are dead this time. Facing the incomparably powerful sect master Hu Fu, who was filled with killing intent, they couldn't see any possibility of failure. Chapter 1702. The main character had appeared. Within Swallow Mountain, the various sword path elders all revealed dignified expressions. There was no need to mention sect master Gu. If it weren't for his profound cultivation and equipment, he would have long since been labeled as the shame of the sword path. Li Sumu had always been a maverick and independent person. What he did today was even more infuriating than sect master Gu. Even if it was a fake fight, for better or worse he still put in some effort, so what did this count as? Where was the dignity and rules of the sword path Holy Land, Swallow Mountain? If you could fight, you would have already knelt down and confessed your sins. Forget it, just thinking about these two people makes my head hurt. Luckily, we still have old Hu here, otherwise if the heaven-splitting sword sect smoothly reopened, everyone would have vomited blood. If news of this spread out and fell into the ears of those who didn't know the truth, how could this be the so-called Holy Land of the Sword Path? How could it be defeated by a junior? How laughable. How could the legendary figures of the Sword Dao and the big shots of the various factions accept this? As sword cultivators, we can cut off our heads and bleed, but we absolutely cannot lose face. Old Hu, you can do it. We'll support you. Wait a moment. Qin Yu shouted out loud. I have fought 2 great battles in a row and have consumed a great deal of strength. I request to rest. This was in accordance with the rules. Hu Fu, who had rushed forwards with the momentum of wind and thunder and a monstrous killing intent, suddenly frowned. It was like he had already punched out a fist but had forcefully stopped it halfway. His aura was in chaos. But Hu Fu was indeed worthy of being the master of a sect. The scar on his face proved that he was a ruthless character who had experienced countless battles. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Outside the mountain gates, many sword cultivators were cursing in front of a screen of light. This shameless dog thief was too cunning, he had forcefully delayed for time. The sword path elders that had witnessed the entire process all raised their eyebrows. They thought that this boy's skin was really thick enough. If he didn't die today, his future prospects would be limitless. Although the 3 sword bestowment tests were held on the same day, there was a 2-hour break between each test. Just now, Li Sumu's sword had been too fast. In addition, Qin Yu felt that this person had also been faking a fight, thus allowing him to take advantage of a loophole. Across from him, Hu Fu looked as if he were ready to fight to the death with him. How could Qin Yu allow him to do as he wished? Suffocate you to death. Countless sword cultivators stared at him, clenching their jaws. 2 hours soon passed. Just before the end of the time limit, Qin Yu suddenly shouted out loud, of the 3 trials of bestowing the sword, there are 2 chances to rest. I have yet to recover, so I request to rest for another 2 hours. On the other side, Hu Fu, who was quietly revolving his aura and forming the momentum of wind and thunder, let out a stuffy groan. His face flushed red and his body swayed. That damnable Qin Yu. He must have done it on purpose. He had waited until the time limit was up, causing him to nearly vomit blood. Countless sword cultivators glared at Qin Yu, wishing they could rush over and grab him by the neck. You bastard, you want me to return the excitement of watching the battle? If they continued to be shaken like this, the swordsmen felt that their minds were going to go haywire. Hu Fu took a deep breath and stepped forwards. He sneered, Hu Fu, the heaven-splitting sword sect has already received 2 sword strikes. So what if they rest for 4 hours? This was in line with the rules. Could it be that you, sect master Hu of the heaven-splitting sword sect, would be afraid of a junior? Where there were people, there would be Jiang Hu. Much less a group of people with the slogan I am a sword cultivator. The Swallow Mountain beneath their feet was a giant Jiang Hu. If there was a Jiang Hu, there would be gratitude and grudges. Now, the one who had suddenly appeared outside the gates of the heaven-splitting sword sect was a wandering sword cultivator of Swallow Mountain. His name was Hu Jiming. It was said that he had obtained the inheritance of an ancient sword immortal and had his current cultivation. The origin of the grudge between Hu Jiming and the heavenly cycle sword sect could no longer be verified. But there was no doubt that this grudge was serious. So, It was reasonable for Hu Jiming to jump out and stir things up today. Hu Fu paled. Ayo, you look so scary. Sect Master Hu, do you think that this is your heavenly cycle sword sect where you can do whatever you want? If you want to climb into the bed of a female disciple, you can climb into the bed of a female disciple. Even a male disciple can't escape your demonic clutches. The sword cultivators all listened with wide eyes. Although they knew that the two sides didn't like each other, they had never personally witnessed a conflict between two big shots of the sword. Moreover, this topic was far too explosive. In the crowd, there were several sword cultivators from other sects that were fated to marry a female disciple of the heavenly cycle sword sect. Their complexions changed, as if there were 10,000 horses galloping above their heads. Shut up! Hu Fu angrily shouted. Hu Jiming, don't speak nonsense and ruin the reputation of my heavenly cycle sword sect. After today, I will make you pay the price for this. Hu Jiming sneered. A straight body doesn't fear a crooked shadow. For Sect Master Hu to be so angry, it seems I have hit a sore spot. He cupped his hands together. I think it's normal for you to play with female disciples, and it is a basic operation of yours, Hu Fu. But to play with male disciples, hehe, I admire you, I really admire you. Qin Yu was overjoyed. He looked at the black-faced Hu Fu, who was shivering in anger. He couldn't wait for Hu Jiming to say a few more words. It would be best if Hu Fu was angered to the point of vomiting 3 liters of blood and fainting. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to do anything to win. That would be perfect. But unfortunately, Hu Fu wasn't so weak. His composure was top-notch. He could even endure someone throwing feces at him. He closed his eyes and opened them again, no longer bothering with the annoying Hu Jiming. His eyes fell on Qin Yu once more. Stand guard. Hu Fu, let me tell you, the rules of Swallow Run Mountain have been passed down from generation to generation. If you want to break the rules, I, Hu Jiming, will be the first to stop you. He sneered and looked around. Fellow elders, I know you are all watching. It's fine if I remain silent, but I have already jumped out to speak. If you still want to look on helplessly as Sect Master who breaks the rules and attacks, then although I, Hu Jiming, cannot stop you, I guarantee that I will spread this matter throughout the entire central desolate divine continent so that everyone in the world can carefully see just what sort of appearance this so-called holy land of the Sword Path, Swallow Run Mountain, is. Don't doubt me. I am also called Old Hu, and I always keep my word. If you don't believe me, you can try me. A faint voice echoed out in Qin Yu's ears. Brat, Old Hu, I can only help you to this point. If those old fogies don't care about face, then you can only pray for the best. But no matter what, I hope you can give me a bit so that I can kill that damned Hu Fu. It was Hu Jiming. Qin Yu cupped his hands together from afar. I thank Senior Hu for speaking up for justice. I have returned to my sect's ancestral land and have yet to truly come into contact with it. Fellow Taoists of Swallow Run Mountain, I have only heard from my sect's elders that my Swallow Run Mountain sword cultivators pay the most attention to rules and can be called a model for all cultivators in the world. Of course, if you seniors don't care and would rather damage your own image by joining forces with Hu Fu to bully a junior like me, then I can only accept it. Hu Jiming's eyes brightened. Brat, you are quite good. You have a bright future ahead of you. With these words, if Hu Fu could still attack, then those old bastards of Swallow Run Mountain would have their faces stripped clean. Not long after Qin Yu's voice fell, space twisted outside the gates of the heaven-opening sword sect and the phantoms of several sword peaks appeared. Even though they were only phantoms, they still released a destructive aura that left one's heart racing and filled with despair. Swift and tyrannical, able to cut down all things in the world. Every sword peak shadow represented a true big shot of the sword Dao, a figure who wielded authority over a part of Swallow Run Mountain. Hu Fu, wait a moment. Rules must be followed. Sword cultivators of our generation must have self-discipline first. Voices rose up, expressing their stances. Hu Jiming smiled in satisfaction. He cupped his hands towards the crowd and then, without hesitation, turned and flew away, vanishing without a trace. What nonsense, he had achieved his goal. So why didn't he run far away and find a place to hide and watch the live broadcast? Did he want to stay here and wait to be beaten up? Humph humph, don't forget, his words just now had offended many people. Within the Sword Peak Phantom, several auras chased after the direction that Hu Jiming left. Rumble rumble, a heaven-shaking sword cry erupted. In the distance, Hu Jiming's roar echoed out. Several big shots. I was just speaking up for the sake of justice. There is no need to vent your anger on me, right? The Sword Peak Phantom fell silent. They hadn't done anything at all, but after being shouted at by Hu Jiming, it was like yellow mud had fallen into their pants. Even if it wasn't shit, it was shit. In the current situation, it really wasn't good to continue attacking him, otherwise they would be judged as narrow-minded and narrow-minded. They could only grit their teeth and endure. Of course, this was also because although Hu Jiming was only a wandering cultivator, his strength was tyrannical. He was one of the more difficult characters to deal with in Swallow Run Mountain. It wasn't easy to deal with him. If one wasn't careful, they would be stained with the stench of urine. Hu Fu was silent. His boiling aura gradually calmed down. He suddenly looked up at Qin Yu. Junior, you are indeed smart. You understand the logic of starting with a single spurt of energy, drying up on the second, and weakening on the third. I have to admit that your clever little tricks worked. I was indeed affected a little. But remember, in the world of sword cultivators, strength will always be number one. No amount of tricks will ever amount to anything. Hu Fu let out a deep breath. He expressionlessly said, I will kill you. These words were spoken in a light and calm voice. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation in his voice. But, everyone could hear the confidence and formidable killing intent contained within this calmness. Qin Yu's heart shrank, but he didn't reveal anything on his face. He looked back at Hu Fu and said, I also think so. Outside the heaven-splitting sword sect, everyone fell silent. Everyone knew that once the final 2 hours passed, it would be time for the two of them to fight for their lives. Even though Qin Yu hadn't fallen into a disadvantage in a verbal exchange just now, the truth was that no one was optimistic about his chances. After all, Sect Master Hu Fu was the one that everyone had high hopes for. Kill Qin Yu and destroy the heaven-splitting sword sect. Then, everyone would rush forward and eat to their heart's content. This was what it meant to be a happy ending. When there was still a moment until the 2 hours were up, Qin Yu suddenly stood up. His actions caused the complexions of many sword cultivators that had been waiting for the battle to begin to change. And indeed, they heard Qin Yu lightly say, Hu Fu, I don't want to wait any longer. Take out your sword. Shameless dog thief. Bastard. This is too sudden and I wasn't prepared at all. Moreover, this little scheme of his couldn't be any more sinister. Hu Fu opened his eyes, his expression calm. Petty tricks will forever remain petty tricks. He lifted his hand and space shattered. A sword fell into his hand and he slashed forwards. Apex. Chapter 1703. Their bodies were shaking, but that wasn't necessarily because they were angry. It could be because they wanted to have a stomachache or because they were holding a piece of red-hot iron in their arms. Sect Master Hu Fu was facing the latter situation. A sword was not easy to borrow. The Jin family would not easily hand over their ancestral treasure to him without making any preparations. The Heaven Splitter sword in Hu Fu's hand was in a state of constant heating. After being dragged out for 4 hours by Qin Yu and Hu Jiming, it had become very hot. To be able to endure this without batting an eyelid, Hu Fu's ability to endure could be said to be superb. Thus, what he said before was true. Qin Yu's little tricks had succeeded. Hu Fu had indeed been affected. Although it wasn't much, it was still there. It was also because of this that Hu Fu didn't hide anything when he raised his sword. He didn't want to play a game of cat and mouse. He had used a powerful move to kill Qin Yu and destroy the heaven-splitting sword sec. Heaven Splitter sword. The expressions of the big shots who had descended from the sword aura in the illusory image of the sword peaks changed. The central desolate divine prefecture was vast and had countless sword cultivators. But as the peak figures of this Tao, they were naturally familiar with the top immortal swords of the world. They could recognize at a glance that the immortal sword in Hu Fu's hand was the Heaven Splitter sword of the Jin family. Its aura could not be faked. This caused the elders of Swallow Mountain to frown. The influence of a sword Dao family could be compared to the 10 sword sects. Now, they had publicly interfered in the matters of the heaven-splitting sword sect. It seemed like it was because Jin Gang had almost been killed, but who could guarantee that there were no other secrets? The Jin family and the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect joining hands was a power that could not be underestimated. They had the qualifications to change the situation of Swallow Mountain. These great figures had been in high positions for a long time. A single thought could affect countless things. They instantly made a series of connections and guesses. As for the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect, when Hu Fu unhesitatingly summoned the Heaven Splitter Sword, everything was decided. With his Sword Dao realm and the support of the Immortal Sword, he could even fight an Emperor realm expert. A pseudo-little world seemed invincible against anyone below the Emperor realm, but Hu Fu could cut it apart with a single slash. How could Qin Yu resist? They had already begun to consider what would happen after the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect was destroyed. How could they obtain more benefits in the upcoming turmoil? Qin Yu had drawn his sword. Strictly speaking, he and Hu Fu should have drawn their swords at the same time. But it was clear that Qin Yu's eruption of power was inferior to that of others. In addition, almost everyone's attention was focused on Hu Fu, so no one paid any attention to him when he attacked. Or, even if someone saw it, they wouldn't care. For example, in the case of a mantis trying to stop a chariot, would anyone care if that unlucky mantis raised its hand? Obviously, this was not important. But soon, no one thought that way, because Qin Yu slashed out with his sword, and it collided with the heaven-splitting sword. It was as if 2 stars above the 9 heavens had suddenly collided without any warning while rotating at high speed. An earth-shattering explosion was accompanied by an almost unimaginably terrifying aura that swept out in all directions. In an instant, the world around the two of them shattered, and everything turned into nothingness. Time, space, and all laws and scales were reduced to dust. A few Sword Mountain phantoms let out low roars at the same time. The sword aura descended here, and the big shots of the Way of the Sword attacked without hesitation. Bang, air bang, dreadful sword intent arrived, forming layers of seals and shackles that forcefully locked in the fluctuations caused by the collision of the 2 swords. If they were allowed to continue spreading, there would surely be serious casualties outside the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect. And many of these sword cultivators were the disciples of their respective sects. This sudden change left the countless sword cultivators watching the battle stunned. After a moment of shock, their faces paled and cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. They felt their legs shiver. Just a little bit more. If it weren't for the several seniors helping out, they would have died just now. This thought constantly lingered in the hearts of the sword cultivators, leaving them in a trance. They felt this was unbelievable and unreal. Qin Yu, how could he be so strong? The one he faced was Sect Master Hu Fu, and he also had that terrifying immortal sword in his hand, but whether they believed it or not, this was the truth. Not only had Qin Yu blocked Hu Fu's sword, but the shockwaves had nearly reaped all of them. As everyone looked at the chaotic and destroyed battlefield, they subconsciously revealed a look of awe. Who would have thought that the successor of the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect would have hidden his strength so deeply? The elders of Swallow Mountain Sword sect that joined forces to block the shockwaves of the sword touch all had dignified expressions. Although they hadn't participated in the battle, they could clearly feel the strength released by Qin Yu and Hu Fu's swords. They felt that their sense of self had been severely challenged. He was clearly just a junior at the ruler realm. Even if he had cultivated the heaven-opening sword art and was able to descend into a small world, that was enough to be considered a stunning talent. So what? Swallow Mountain never lacked true geniuses of the sword, otherwise Zhong Xiaoshan wouldn't have lost an arm in the past and lived to this day as a wandering cultivator. Geniuses and powerhouses were 2 completely different concepts. At this moment, whether they wanted to admit it or not, the elders of Swallow Mountain had no choice but to raise Qin Yu's status to the same level as them, or even higher. This was because they asked themselves if the target of this sword strike was any one of them, none of them would have been able to escape unscathed. Sword cultivators were number 1 in terms of killing power, much less 2 peak existences that could fight emperors. This sword strike contained its strongest killing intent. Everything was destroyed. There was nothing but chaos in front of everyone, as if the world hadn't been formed yet. It was impossible to clearly see what was happening inside. But at this moment, everyone had a clear intuition that the outcome of the battle between the two sides had already been decided by this single sword strike. Because it was far too quiet. After the first sword strike, neither side attacked again. As for Qin Yu and Hu Fu, it was clear that there was no possibility of them making peace. And victory and defeat meant life and death. Two peerless sword cultivators had decided life and death with a single sword strike. Even in Swallow Mountain, this sort of matter hadn't occurred for many years. The sword cultivators never imagined that they would see such a tragic and heroic scene today. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the seals formed by the elders of the sword, waiting for the truth to come to light. At this time, the entire Swallow Mountain was deathly silent. It wasn't just the sword cultivators, but even the monster beasts hiding in the mountains were lying on the ground, not daring to move. Even though in their hearts, they wished that those damned sword cultivators would all die one by one. Time passed, and under the effect of the eternal and everlasting attribute that heaven and earth possessed, the destroyed parts began to be reconstructed. The most direct observation was that the area that had been shattered into primal chaos was beginning to reform bit by bit. It gave off a feeling like the thick fog that covered them was constantly dissipating and their vision gradually became clear. Pairs of eyes widened as they stared at the scene in front of them. Finally, they saw two figures in the fog, one on the left and one on the right. The one on the left was Sect Master Hu Fu. He was relatively tall and it was easy to recognize him. Everyone relaxed and subconsciously let out a breath of relief. This was because Sect Master Hu Fu's back was straight and he was motionless, holding his immortal sword. Deep and lofty. This was the style of the sword sect. Across from him, Qin Yu was half kneeling on the ground, his sword nowhere to be seen. It was already clear what the result would be. The sudden rise of the heaven-splitting sword sect wasn't in line with the interests of the sword cultivators. Moreover, it was in human nature to instinctively reject strangers that suddenly appeared, especially if they were strong enough to make them despair and able to control their life or death. This could be simply understood as a deep-rooted bad habit. And Hu Fu's victory was in line with everyone's interests and also in line with their expectations. This was because Hu Fu was strong to begin with and was a great figure of Swallow Mountain. With the immortal sword in his hand, it was natural for him to be the final victor. The impact of the sword touch finally faded away and the sword intent that sealed the world faded away. Space twisted and figures appeared in the skies above the heaven-splitting sword sect. Among them were Sect Master Ji Yu and Li Sumu who had been bestowed swords. The former held his hands behind his back, his expression calm and indifferent, as if everything in front of him was nothing but fleeting clouds. As for Li Sumu, he couldn't help but frown. He looked towards the battlefield, his eyes filled with mystery. Greetings, Sect Master. Disciple greets old ancestor. Greetings, Sword Master. The many sword cultivators below all fell to their knees. No one paid any attention to them. They looked down at the two figures that had appeared on the battlefield. One of them suddenly sighed. He said in a soft voice, "Everyone, let's go congratulate the heaven-splitting sword sect for reopening their gates today." His voice wasn't loud, but in this quiet environment it still spread through the surroundings. Countless sword cultivators froze in place. In the next moment, they disregarded their manners and looked up at the several big shots above them, their faces filled with shock and horror. Did they hear wrong? Of course. Several people landed outside the gates. They cupped their hands together and said, "Congratulations, Sect Master Qin Yu. Today, you have revived the heaven-splitting sword sect and continued its inheritance." Cough, cough, cough. With a series of coughing sounds, the half-kneeling Qin Yu stood up with difficulty. There was no wound on his body and his complexion was incomparably pale. He covered his mouth, revealing mottled red spots between his fingers. Across from him, the motionless Hu Fu suddenly fell to the ground. Whoosh! The heaven-splitting sword in his hand shot into the skies and vanished from sight. This occurred in front of everyone. But no one tried to intercept the heaven-splitting sword. It wasn't easy to take something from the Jin family. Moreover, At this time, they weren't in the mood to stir up trouble. Hu Fu had died. Although they had already expected this, they still found it hard to believe when they saw this. Thus, as they looked at Qin Yu, they subconsciously had a complex look in their eyes. Even now, the big shots couldn't figure out why Qin Yu had been able to kill Hu Fu with a single sword strike. This didn't make sense. The greatest possibility was that the sword that Qin Yu had slashed out had disappeared. As they thought back to the changes in the sword spirit aura they sensed in the heaven-splitting sword sect, a thoughtful look appeared in everyone's eyes. Cough cough, cough cough, my apologies, this is my first time meeting with everyone in such a distressed state. But, the facts have proven that cleverness is useful, otherwise the one standing here right now would likely be Sect Master Hu Fu. Qin Yu let go and placed his hands behind his back. His expression was calm and there was even a smile on his lips. Let's not speak too much. Today is the first day we open the sect gates and there are many things to do. Moreover, my sect has indeed suffered heavy injuries, so I won't keep seniors here any longer. He paused for a moment and continued to say, Sect Master Gu, I am a man of my word. Once I recover from my injuries, the first thing I will do is visit the sword forging faction and then the Spring Wind Sword sect. I must thank Brother Li for showing mercy and not forcing me to reveal my cards ahead of time. His words were light and breezy, his expression calm and unruffled. He didn't try to hide anything at all. In his current injured state, he seemed open and honest. But, it was clear that the big shots of Swallow Mountain weren't shaken by this. A powerful immortal sword that could jump ranks to fight, and one that had even likely fused a sword spirit into it, that could be considered a true immortal artifact. If they could get their hands on it, they would instantly become the uncrowned kings of Yangran Mountain. This was a great temptation, so great that even the big shots of sword cultivators hesitated on whether or not to directly tear off their masks. It was indeed terrible to have their reputation ruined, but if they could obtain an immortal artifact that could raise their cultivation by a level, then that didn't seem important at all. History was always written by the victors. As long as one was strong enough, then no matter how dirty or despicable the events of today were, they could all be buried in the endless river of time like dust. Completely unremarkable. Sect Master Gu nodded. He lightly said, very good. I will wait for you to discuss the sword. He was still full of arrogance. Li Sumu hesitated for a moment. I will wait for you to come and have a true battle. This was his stance. The two of them withdrew from today's matters and wouldn't interfere. But, they also wouldn't stand up for the heaven-splitting sword sect. This was because the world of cultivators was dark to begin with. If one wanted to survive, not only did they need strength, but they also needed good luck. Everyone else remained silent, including the first person who had spoken up and expressed his desire to congratulate the heaven-splitting sword sect. They were hesitating. This was because there was more than one person in the heaven-splitting sword sect. Qin Yu was someone from the inheritance sect, and the woman beside him was without a doubt his Dao protector. These past several days were more than enough time for them to thoroughly investigate everything that had happened since Qin Yu and Li Sumu entered Swallow Mountain. Qin Yu was already so strong to an unimaginable degree. So, what about that woman's Dao protector? Although she hadn't done anything since the heaven-splitting sword sect reopened, no one dared to determine just what boundary she had reached. If they took a risk, they might be able to seize the immortal artifact, but there was also a chance they might break their teeth and break their heads. Qin Yu began to cough again. His complexion was incomparably pale. He lifted a hand to cover his mouth. Finally, blood began to drip down from between his fingers. This blood was like some sort of temptation, causing the eyes of the several silent people to darken. Qin Yu took a deep breath and shook his head. Little meat, I have already seen everything clearly. Bring me back to recuperate. Little meat. Who was he calling? The heaven-splitting sword sect's Dao protector actually had such a strange name. Shua Little Meat's figure appeared out of thin air beside Qin Yu. She looked at his pale complexion and his hands that were stained with blood. I allowed you to look a little longer because I wanted you to remember that you can be a sword cultivator in the future, but you should never consider yourself a sword cultivator. This is because they are indeed a group of extremely loathsome people. Li Sumu furrowed his eyebrows. Little Meat glanced at him. Do you dare to say that you weren't tempted at all before? Li Sumu had no expression. Yes, but I scrupulously abide by my own bottom line. Little Meat coldly sneered. I hope you can continue to persist. She turned and swept her eyes over the crowd. Why haven't you scrammed out yet? Are you waiting for me to invite you to stay for a meal? Sect Master Gu was the first to turn. Don't forget to visit me. He floated away, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He had the demeanor of a great expert. It was just that upon closer inspection, this back seemed a bit urgent. Li Sumu rose up from the ground and howled into the skies. Cough. Miss Little Meat has misunderstood. I will visit another day. Farewell. Sect Master Qin, please rest and recover from your injuries. Just now, if anyone dared to act recklessly, I would be the first to object. With these words, this person turned and left. In order to protect their face, the big shots left one after another. Then, the silent sword cultivators all left with complex expressions. When they retreated a certain distance, they couldn't help but turn their heads and look at the distant stone tablet, heaven-splitting sword sec. They only felt that these 4 large words that were covered in cuts and moss were now filled with a silent pressure. Today, the heaven-splitting sword sect had reopened its gates and Sect Master Qin Yu had cut down Hu Fu. Although the Tao protector Little Meat hadn't done anything, with just a few words, he had forced all the big shots away. How could he be someone easy to deal with? Everyone knew that after today, there would be another colossus added to Swallow Mountain. Perhaps the heavens would truly change. The Peak. Chapter 1704. Some people only looked pale and didn't seem to have any wounds on the surface. But in truth, their organs had been severely wounded and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their bodies were riddled with holes. For instance, Qin Yu. He had used the mountain and river sword to cut down Hu Fu in a single strike. Although it seemed simple and clean, the words he had said before had left him some face. It wasn't that his injuries weren't light at all, but that they were very, very heavy. So heavy that he could only lay on his bed and groan. Qin Yu also wanted to endure it. In front of Little Meaty and the new disciples, he wanted to display his unyielding and dignified side. But this was something he couldn't endure at all. It was similar to when you had to groan a few times. The old sword cultivator tightly held onto his immortal sword. His face was still flushed red and he would occasionally look up at the young sect master lying across from him. It was said that when one's luck changed, one could ascend to the heavens with a single step. He never thought that at his age, with his neck buried in the earth, he would actually have a chance to turn things around. The one-armed hero Zhong Xiaoshan lowered his head and fell silent. Little Meaty looked at the two of them. From today onwards, you are people of the heaven-splitting sword sect. The sect master and I don't have time to manage the trivial matters of the sect. Go and accept some disciples and clean up the sect first. The old sword cultivator respectfully nodded. Those who had suffered the cruel beating of reality would always cherish everything in front of them. Zhong Xiaoshan silently followed behind. He still hadn't completely reversed his attitude. For instance, he had clearly come to the heaven-splitting sword sect to ask about swords, so how had he suddenly become a disciple of the heaven-splitting sword sect? And, what did he say about his severed arm? Everyone else thought that Zhong Xiaoshan had lost an arm in order to reach his current boundary. But they had no idea just how much suffering he had suffered to reach this step because of his severed arm. But Zhong Xiaoshan didn't dare to resist. Little Meaty glanced at him, and that gaze caused him to give up on any thoughts of resisting. After the two left, Little Meaty turned around. Isn't this shameful? Qin Yu bitterly smiled and nodded. This was the truth, he had to accept it. He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he feel his heavy chest relax a little. Little Meaty frowned. She walked over and flicked her sleeves. An invisible strength wrapped around Qin Yu. She turned and walked deeper into the sect. Her feet weren't fast, but the scenery on both sides seemed to take the initiative to fly backwards. After several breaths of time, a stone wall appeared in front of her. Little Meaty flicked her sleeves and ripples appeared in the stone walls. She brought Qin Yu directly in. There was a distortion in front of him. When his vision recovered, he discovered that he was atop a verdant sword peak. The silver moon hung high above his head, but it was still daytime just now. Before Qin Yu could think any further, the sword peak suddenly became lively. With loud squeaking sounds, the branches of the towering trees swayed about. There seemed to be something, a lot of them, rushing towards the mountaintop. Qin Yu glanced at Misty. Seeing her calm expression, he didn't think much of it. Very soon, they arrived at their destination. Monkey. All over the mountains, on the treetops, on the branches, in the bushes, there were heads peeking out, looking at the two uninvited guests in front of them. These monkeys were covered in silvery white fur. Under the moonlight, ripples of light could be seen on their fur. A crafty light shined in their eyes. Little Misty stretched out a hand. With the sound of breaking air, a silver-furred monkey scurried to her feet. It carefully placed its head against her palm, rubbed it twice, and then opened its mouth to cry out in excitement. The monkey horde immediately stirred. Little Misty coldly snorted. They immediately quieted down and lowered their heads, revealing respectful expressions. Bring Qin Yu up to recuperate from his injuries. From now on, you must all listen to what he says. The monkeys nodded repeatedly. Qin Yu opened his mouth. Little Misty lightly said, "Once your injuries are healed, the 9 heavenly bends within your body will begin to stabilize. At that time, I will pass on a new cultivation method to you." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Little Misty stepped away and placed Qin Yu down. After obtaining permission, the monkey horde hopped over and lifted him up as they rushed towards the mountain peak. These were definitely not ordinary monkeys. Their strength was astonishing and their speed even more so. Qin Yu felt dizzy from being tossed around. By the time the monkey horde stopped, they had already arrived at the mountain peak. In front of him was a pool of water that seemed to be formed from the convergence of moonlight. It was silvery white and dazzling. It was nearly the same as the fur of these monkeys. The monkey horde squeaked several times. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, they threw Qin Yu into the pool. Bang! Immediately, water splashed in all directions. When the Heaven Splitter sword left Swallow Mountain, it circled around and brought Jin Gang back to the Jin family. Then, it tossed him in front of the ancestral temple and flashed inside. Jin Gang struggled up and knelt in front of the ancestral temple. He still couldn't figure out how Qin Yu could be so formidable. Hu Fu held the Heaven Splitter sword in his hand, but he had still been cut down by a single sword strike. Perhaps only a true sovereign could accomplish this. As Qin Yu's figure appeared in his mind, Jin Gang shivered. He didn't want to admit it, but without a doubt, deep in his heart, he had been branded with a mark of fear. The only good news was that this time, his own guilt wasn't too great. This was because Qin Yu was far too strong, so strong that it was impossible for him to win. So, this time, the old ancestor should give him another chance. After all, this could be considered a mistake in the family's decision-making that led to this situation. Jin Gang had already faintly sensed that the Jin family had made some arrangements in Swallow Mountain. This included allowing him to go to the entrance of the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect to seek an opportunity to capture the sword spirit. Quietly, the ancestral temple doors opened and the old ancestor walked out. Jin Gang hurriedly fell to his knees. Jin Gang greets the old ancestor. The old ancestor glanced at him and coldly said, "Jin Gang, if you cannot remove the mark of fear in your heart, it will be difficult for you to accomplish anything in your life." Jin Gang's forehead was instantly covered with a cold sweat. This grandson understands. What happened at Swallow Mountain wasn't your fault. Go to the sword-quenching pagoda and cultivate for a month. If you can restore your boundary, I will give you another chance. Jin Gang was overjoyed. He kowtowed. "Thank you, old ancestor." Western Wasteland, Thousand Islands County. Long Island. Old Master Minute was fishing with a fishing pole. The old chef was busy breaking down the freshly caught fish to make a good fish soup. The old master loved to drink this soup. The girl with a big braid stood beside her father. She was making noodles on another chopping board. Young Master Minute didn't have a good appetite recently. It was better to eat something soft. The fishing line suddenly sank. Old Master Min's hand shook, and a big fish splashed out of the water. The bamboo basket was just right. He put the big fish in, and then he removed the hook nimbly. His movements were smooth. Old Master Minute, you have excellent fishing skills. Go Sheng smiled and flattered without hesitation. The third generation of the Li family, who used to be indifferent and serious, had obviously changed during the time he was recovering in Changdao. Old Master Minute glanced at him. Say it if you have something to say. He was annoyed by this bastard. If it weren't for the fact that Madam was so scary, he would have slapped him into pieces. Go Sheng grinned. Old Master Minute, I feel that my injury is almost healed. It's time to go. Old Master Minute sneered. I let you stay? If you want to leave, get out of here. What are you talking to me about? Go Sheng coughed softly. Here's the situation. My natal sword was destroyed. Before Madam left, she said that you would give me a new one. Minute Changjing's eyes widened. Bullsh *T. How come I didn't know that? Go Sheng reminded him in a low voice. Old Master Minute, you are scolding my madam. Minute Changjing's face changed slightly. He looked around and didn't notice anything wrong. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief. But he felt that what he did just now was a bit shameful, so his face turned even darker. Go Sheng thought for a moment and said, I know that Old Master Minute doesn't like me around. I'm an eyesore. Just give me a bone and send me away, so that you won't be annoyed. What do you think? This was the way out. Minute Changjing's face softened. He glanced at him and hesitated. After thinking for a while, he snorted. I really have a sword here. If you can get it, it's yours. As he said this, he took out a sword and threw it into the water. Go Sheng froze for a moment, then rushed out and hit the water with a splash. After a few breaths, Minute Changjing suddenly raised his eyebrows. Bang! With a muffled sound, the water surface exploded and Go Sheng rushed out. He held the sword and bowed respectfully. Thank you for the reward, old master. I will take my leave now. Swoosh! A sword cry erupted, soaring into the sky and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Since he had obtained something, he naturally had to leave. If Minute Changjing went back on his word, would he dare to take it back? Old Chef wiped his hands and walked over. Old master, why did you give him this sword? Minute Changjing's lips twitched. Do you think I was willing to give it to him? Old Chef realized that he had said something wrong. He revealed an awkward expression and quickly raised his hand, slapping himself in the face. Cough. Old Master Minute, how could I understand your farsightedness? The fish soup is almost ready. I'll go and get you a bowl. He turned and left. Minute Changjing rubbed his chin. He looked in the direction Go Sheng left, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Just now, he had only taken out that sword because of a sudden thought. That bastard, he had actually obtained it. This didn't make sense, but it had happened. It was probably fate. The sword was definitely a good sword. He, Minute Changjing, never kept trash in his hands. But to bring it back to the Central Desolate, humph, if he wasn't careful, there would be problems. There would definitely be problems, big or small. But what did that have to do with him? If you want to rip me off, then I'll give you a good sword that no one can find fault with. If you cause a disturbance, then that's because you used it inappropriately. Moreover, there might even be a chance to trick some of his old friends from the past. Thinking of this, Minute Changjing smiled, his gloominess disappearing. He only felt that giving away this sword was the right choice. There was only a silver moon atop the mountain peak. On the second day Qin Yu arrived here, he learned that this sword peak was a special mystic realm. His injuries healed extremely quickly. The silver water in the pool contained a powerful vitality and also had the effect of stabilizing the Great Tao. When Qin Yu was repairing the damage within his body, it was just as Meaty had said, the 9 bends heavenspan Great Tao was completely unstable. It was only at this moment that Qin Yu suddenly understood. The 9 bends heavenspan Great Tao had truly become something he had. Before this, it had only been an empty frame. Although it seemed grand and beautiful, it could actually shatter and collapse at any moment. Now, he could feel his keen perception of the outside world as well as the special state where he was suppressed and coexisted with the world. Qin Yu closed his eyes, feeling that this was extremely mysterious. Shua Miti appeared at the edge of the pool. She looked at him and said, "Don't lose yourself in it. If you stay too long, you might not wake up." He was startled. The mysterious feeling from before instantly faded away like a tide. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He looked at Miti, a dignified expression on his face. He felt that there was a great horror hidden within her words. Miti didn't explain too much. There were some things that could only be truly understood after experiencing them for themselves. "Today, I will pass on to you a cultivation method, also known as the heretical path. Efficiency comes first and nothing else matters. The advantage is that it will allow you to complete the accumulations needed to attack the threshold of Deva in the shortest period of time. The disadvantage is that your cultivation foundation will be unstable and there will be many troubles in the future. You will need to spend more energy and methods to eliminate them." Miti had already mentioned this before, so Qin Yu was already mentally prepared. He nodded without hesitation. "As for the future, let's talk about it later. If there were gains, there were losses. He had to survive first and worry about troubles later." Chapter 1705. The process of little Miti passing down the cultivation method was simple. She lifted a hand and placed it between Qin Yu's eyebrows, paused for a moment, and then took it back. Besides receiving the extreme yin and extreme yang sword arts inheritances in his soul space, this was the first time that Qin Yu had truly come into contact with a soul transmission technique. In his mind, countless memories instantly exploded. Not only were there words and pictures, but there were also many blurry figures that were demonstrating the technique. They directly fused into Qin Yu's memories, becoming a part of him. It was like he had already cultivated this technique for many years, without the slightest feeling of strangeness. A heretical path, this was little Miti's mouth. This so-called heretical path, Qin Yu only felt that it was incomparably exquisite. Every part of it was strange, but it actually matched with the road of cultivation. This was clearly a magnificent and unfathomable top-notch cultivation method. Even if it contained hidden dangers that could cause one's foundation to be unstable, the existence that created this cultivation method was worthy of the name of a grand scholar. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yu felt that he had digested some of this information. He let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at little Miti, who was standing by the pool with her hands behind her back, her temperament as faint as that of an immortal. He impatiently asked, "What is the name of this cultivation method?" Little Miti furrowed her eyebrows. She thought for a moment and said, "I forgot. If you want, you can call it the toad art." Toad art? Qin Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened as he looked at the calm little Miti. It was hard to imagine that he would hear such a careless answer from her mouth. Blasphemy. This was naked blasphemy. "Ha!" Little Miti coldly sneered. "You don't think that this sort of trash like the toad art is already very good, do you? How laughable. If it weren't for the fact that time was tight, you wouldn't have been able to steadily advance. I have 100 cultivation methods that are more suitable for you to cultivate." The anger in Qin Yu's heart was extinguished by a bucket of cold water. He rubbed his face and forced a smile. "The toad art is the toad art. The cultivation method you gave me is up to you." Little Miti said, "Cultivate well. Although you have the toad art, if you don't want to die an ugly death in the future, you must work even harder. Moreover, you have already tasted the sweetness of the book that Jiang Huan left behind. But let me tell you, what you obtained isn't even the slightest bit. Let's go. You can continue cultivating inside." As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward and disappeared. Entering and exiting the secret realm of the Sword Mountain was so easy and casual for her body. This was already the third time little Miti had reminded him about the book Jiang Huan had left behind. It looked like he needed to pay more attention to it. Qin Yu secretly warned himself. He took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. There was a look of anticipation on his face. He had already learned the toading skill, but he didn't know how effective it would be. He closed his eyes and a picture scroll appeared in his mind. Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged in the pool, the faint ripples of the water rippling. On this day, The heaven-splitting sword sect once again attracted the attention of the entire Swallow Ran Mountain. The countless stars in the night sky suddenly lit up, sprinkling down countless rays of starlight. Guided by an invisible force, they gathered at the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect's main gate, forming pillars. That night, on the various sword peaks, the big shots of the sword Dao did not sleep. Their eyes were like lightning as they stared at the pillars of starlight. Their complexions were solemn and dignified, shock visible in their eyes. With the big shot's cultivation and vision, they could guess that the starlight descending from the heaven-splitting sword sect was caused by a person's cultivation. However, they could not figure out what kind of realm or cultivation method it was that could cause such a scene that was almost like a worldly phenomenon. Was it Qin Yu, or was it that unfathomable Dao protector? But no matter who it was, any one of them was like a giant stone pressing down on their already heavy hearts. It was only at dawn that the stars in the skies faded away and the pillars of starlight gradually faded away. Sword Mountain Mystic Realm. Qin Yu opened his eyes, a sharp light surging within them. A smile lifted the corners of his lips. Toading skill. Although this name had been ruined by Little Meaty, the effects were truly amazing. The amount of heaven and earth spiritual strength he absorbed in a single cultivation session was comparable to what he had absorbed in the past. He continued cultivating for several days without end. In particular, this heaven and earth spiritual strength was incomparably pure. After it fused into his body, Qin Yu felt his connection with the world become much closer. This wasn't an illusion on Qin Yu's part. This was because the power of starlight was the purest strength in the world. After absorbing it and fusing it into his body, he could naturally deepen his connection with the world. This was helpful in strengthening and perfecting his small world. It was just that the attribute of the heaven and earth spiritual strength he absorbed just now had suddenly changed. It had gone from cool and quiet to burning hot. Qin Yu was worried that there would be a problem, so he stopped cultivating. After the pleasant surprise passed, he carefully sensed his body but didn't feel anything wrong. He looked up at the sword peak, at the silver moon that rose in the east and set in the west, a thoughtful look on his face. Although he hadn't seen the phenomenon in the outside world, Qin Yu knew the principles behind the toading skill. To absorb the essence of the sun and moon for one's own use was an extremely powerful cultivation method. The change in the attribute of absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual strength just now should have been a change in the outside world. Thinking about it, Qin Yu didn't continue cultivating. He stood up and left the pool at the summit. With a thought, his clothes became dry. It was only then that he discovered that the summit was filled with monkeys. All of them opened their eyes, looking at him with sorrow and dissatisfaction. To be stared at by a group of monkeys like this, no matter how firm Qin Yu's mind was, he still felt his hairs stand on end. Luckily, sorrow was sorrow and dissatisfaction was dissatisfaction. As the monkeys saw that Qin Yu was full of energy and his injuries had nearly recovered, they didn't dare to be presumptuous. They turned and ran away, vanishing without a trace. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Qin Yu felt that their fur was much brighter than before. Could it be that they were also benefiting from cultivating? He shook his head and suppressed these thoughts. Qin Yu thought for a moment and then reached out a hand. There was an awkward silence. Scratching his head, Qin Yu coughed. "Little Meaty, let me out." Just as his voice fell, his vision blurred. In the next moment, he appeared in a grand hall. It was clear that this place was newly built. The air was filled with the fragrance of wood that couldn't be dispersed. Little Meaty lazily leaned against a soft couch. Her eyes fell on Qin Yu. "Not bad. The toad art suits you quite well." Although Qin Yu knew that her words should be praise, he still couldn't help but twitch his lips. Pretending not to hear anything, he walked to the window. Outside, he could see the bustling scene of construction. Buildings rose up from the ground one after another. In just several days, the current heaven-splitting sword sect no longer showed any signs of its past dilapidated state. Instead, it was filled with vitality. Outside the hall, a respectful voice sounded out. "Great Elder, Ironwood requests an audience." Little Meaty looked up. She sat up straight and said, "Come in." The old sword cultivator hurried in. Just like the heaven-splitting sword sect master, His aura had greatly changed. His face was ruddy and his eyes were bright. He had changed into a new set of robes, and it was as if he were two different people. Seeing Qin Yu, the old sword cultivator was startled. He hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Sect Master." "Congratulations, Sect Master, you have left seclusion." Although it was hurried, his tone was respectful. Qin Yu nodded. "Stand up. You came to. Great Elder. Let's discuss business first." "Yes." The old sword cultivator's surname was Ironwood. He had come to look for Little Meaty because he had reported that there were many sword cultivators outside that were requesting to join the heaven-splitting sword sect. Little Meaty yawned. She waved her hand and said, "For such matters, your sect master has come. Look for him." The old sword cultivator didn't dare to say no. He pitifully turned around. Qin Yu thought for a moment. "Reject them first. Say that the sect isn't ready yet, so we won't be accepting disciples for now." One didn't need to be a genius to know that these sword cultivators outside were definitely filled with sand. If they were really recruited, the heaven-splitting sword sect would be thoroughly infiltrated by them. The old sword cultivator respectfully bowed. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back down. He bowed and bid his farewells. Qin Yu said, "What do you want to say?" The old sword cultivator was frightened. His face flushed red and he waved his hands again and again as if he were frightened. Qin Yu arched an eyebrow. "Think carefully. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it in the future." The old sword cultivator clenched his teeth and fell to his knees. This disciple does have something to say. Right now, there are very few disciples in the sect. I wonder if it is possible to recruit some young sword cultivators from my hometown? I don't ask that they enter the sect, but even some odd jobs are fine. As he finished speaking, he kowtowed again and again. This disciple understands. I was given an inch and wanted a foot. I ask Sect Master to forgive me. Qin Yu thought for a moment. Since our heaven-splitting sword sect has reopened its doors, we certainly can't remain like this. Only by increasing the number of disciples can we have the atmosphere of a sect. Ironwood, you can recruit some people from your hometown. If their talent is good, they can enter the sword sect to cultivate. Otherwise, as you said, they can only be odd jobs. The old sword cultivator's eyes turned red. He kowtowed several more times, his lips trembling. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. "Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, Sect Master." He repeated this over and over again. Only he knew what Qin Yu's words meant to a small and unremarkable sword cultivator family in a remote land. Without accident, their Ironwood family would step onto the road of prosperity because of this. What this would change was the fate of their entire family, as well as the future and prospects of their descendants. How could he not be excited? After speaking a few more words, he confirmed that the old sword cultivator would personally return to his hometown and bring the most outstanding juniors back to Swallow Mountain. Only then did he excitedly leave. Little Meaty didn't have any interest in hearing this. She leaned back on a soft couch. "Sir Qin, your methods of winning over people are quite good. I think that in the future, even if you told him to die, he wouldn't hesitate in the least." Qin Yu said, "I didn't think too much about it. The heaven-splitting sword sect will eventually have to recruit disciples. Rather than recruiting some unknown people in Swallow Mountain, it would be better to take advantage of the situation and agree." He paused for a moment and continued to say, "The sword sect has just opened and there are countless things that need to be done. With Ironwood's intelligence, it's impossible for him to not think of this." Even so, he didn't hesitate at all and took the initiative to return to his hometown to lead people. At the very least, his character isn't bad. Little Meaty curled her lips. "After saying so much, I still think he's pleasing to the eye, so I tried to win him over." "Men are all hypocrites." Qin Yu rubbed his nose. "Let's talk business." He turned and sat down. "When I cultivate, I absorb the essence of the sun and moon for my own use. Is this beneficial to cultivating the extreme yin and extreme yang sword arts?" Little Meaty nodded. "You're smart. You noticed it so quickly. It really was like this." Chapter 1706. The toading art's cultivation efficiency was indescribable. But not long after Qin Yu opened it for the second time, he stopped. There was no other reason. This was far too great a disturbance. Silently developing was the way to go. If he did this, sooner or later there would be a problem. Scratching his head, Qin Yu stood up and went to look for little Meaty. She was sleeping, and after being woken up by Qin Yu, she was clearly in a bad mood. Her eyes widened as she stared at Qin Yu. "Are you using your small world as a decoration?" Her words seemed to awaken him from his dreams. Qin Yu slapped his forehead. "That's right, I was confused. I can use my small world to counteract this phenomenon. My flesh is truly fierce." Little Meaty pointed a finger. "Stop flattering me. If you have nothing to say, then hurry up and leave." Qin Yu smiled. "All right, you can continue sleeping." Although he had found a direction, there were still some problems in implementing it. For instance, when his small world descended and interfered with the gathering of the sun and moon essence, how could he do this quietly and without affecting the efficiency of the absorption? Qin Yu tried for several days before he gradually found a path. He used his own small world to hide the beams of starlight. This wasn't a problem during the day. The 9 suns shined down in all directions. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice. After several more days, Qin Yu stopped cultivating. He felt as if he had eaten too much and his chest felt heavy and stifled. This was one of the minor drawbacks of the toading art. If one absorbed a massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual strength too quickly, it would cause one to experience indigestion. During the cultivation process, one had to stop for a day or two and allow the body to gradually absorb it. If one continued to cultivate like this, not only would the efficiency decrease, but it might also cause harm to one's body. In the end, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. After several days of seclusion, the heaven-splitting sword sect had a new atmosphere. When cultivators did things, they were always extremely efficient. Moreover, this was just rebuilding the sect, something that didn't require much skill. There were large stretches of buildings. Although there weren't any signs of human habitation, at first glance, it did indeed have the atmosphere of a large sect. This time, Qin Yu didn't come to visit. The first self-proclaimed great elder of the heaven-splitting sword sect appeared in front of him. "Since you won't cultivate today, then fulfill your promise and visit your neighbors in Swallow Mountain." This didn't seem like something Meaty would say. Qin Yu glanced at her, surprise in his eyes. He thought for a moment and said, "Meaty, it can't be that simple, right?" Little Meat said indifferently, "You came to visit as a guest and brought a gift. It's normal for the host to be a bit more enthusiastic and give you some gifts in return." He returned the gesture. "Circle the key points." Indeed, there was something. Qin Yu thought for a moment. "Does the sword forging faction have something I need?" Little Meaty nodded. "Though the forging of the mountain and river sword has been completed, the sword embryo is still too rough. We need to find a sufficiently high-quality whetstone, and only after polishing will it be able to display its full brilliance." Needless to say, this sentence was enough. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. "I will go to the sword forging faction today." No one in this world was clearer than him about the might of the mountain river sword. To be able to let it display its sharpness, without mentioning anything else, just these 4 words alone were worth a trip. However, Little Meat, since the whetstone you mentioned can increase the power of the mountain river sword, it should be quite valuable, right? Little Meaty's expression was calm. "The mountain river sword was refined by me." His words were filled with pride. He also expressed his attitude. Qin Yu rubbed his brows. "Since it's like this, I'm afraid the sword forging faction won't agree so easily." This was a very tactful way of putting it. You went to their house and coveted their treasure. It would be good if you weren't beaten out. What was there to say about visiting as a guest? Little Meat raised her eyebrows. "Of course I'm prepared." Zhong Xiaoshan was very unwilling to do the work of running errands. But now, in Yangran Mountain, the famous heaven-splitting sword sect, other than the sect master and the great elder, only had 2 official disciples, Tai Lin and him. The old sword cultivator could not wait any longer. He had already left several days ago to return to his hometown to select disciples for the sect. He was the only one left to handle the matter. He had to go even if he did not want to. Little Meat glanced at him. Her expression was so calm that he could not see any emotion, but for some reason, he was very flustered. The sword-forging faction. After Zhong Xiaoshan revealed his identity, he received a warm reception. An elder personally spoke to him. Coincidentally, many years ago, at a gathering of wandering cultivators on Yangran Mountain, Zhong Xiaoshan had once seen this sword-forging faction elder. At that time, this elder had a noble status and he was just an unremarkable little sword cultivator. The two of them had not spoken at all. The sword-forging faction elder had only appeared for a moment before leaving. This caused the host of the gathering to feel proud and everyone was excited. Afterwards, although Zhong Xiaoshan became increasingly famous and became one of the more famous wandering cultivators on Yangran Mountain, he still mingled in the circle of wandering cultivators and was never placed in the eyes of the great sword sects. When they met again today, this elder was all smiles. After hearing Zhong Xiaoshan's intentions, his smile became even more brilliant. He said that there was no problem and that the sword-forging faction would welcome Sect Master Qin Yu at any time. The two exchanged names. Zhong Xiaoshan finally learned that this sword-forging faction elder was called Mai Shenglin. He wasn't too used to this. Zhong Xiaoshan stood up and bid his farewells before the sword-forging faction even finished a cup of tea. Mai Shenglin sent him out of the mountain gates. Even when they were far away, he was still waving. Elder, isn't he just a heaven-splitting sword sect disciple? Is he worth your attention? A sword-forging faction disciple asked, puzzled. Mai Shenglin said, right now, the heaven-splitting sword sect only has 2 disciples. He turned and hurried away. He wanted to tell this matter to the sect master as soon as possible. The heaven-splitting sword sect was like the sun in the heavens. For them to be the first to visit the sword-forging faction was a great deal of faith. On the other side, Zhong Xiaoshan stopped. He turned to look at the sword-forging faction. His eyes were deep and complex, revealing a bit of happiness. For the first time, he felt satisfied with his current status. Zhong Xiaoshan had just left, but less than 2 hours later, Qin Yu had already arrived at the sword-forging faction's gates. The sword-forging faction was deeply surprised that the heaven-splitting sword sect master had arrived so quickly. But they still did their best to receive him. Sect Master Ji Yu soon arrived. His white robes fluttered in the wind, making him seem like an expert. Sect Master Qin. Qin Yu smiled. Sect Master Ji Yu, I am a man of my word today. After I recover from my injuries, the first thing I will do is visit the sword-forging faction. Sect Master Ji Yu nodded. He gestured with his hand. Please. The two flew through the gates together, heading straight for the sect master's sword peak. Along the way, they attracted countless gazes. Most of them were female disciples who had heard the news, hoping to catch a glimpse of the heaven-splitting sword sect master's glory. It was said that he wasn't too old and might even be single. If he took a liking to her, that would be a great fortune. She would become the sect master's wife. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she would ascend to the heavens in a single step. Although the chances were low, what if? Perhaps Sect Master Qin would like the female cultivators of our heaven-splitting sword sect. A cultivator's senses were sharp. In addition to the eyes of these sword-forging faction female cultivators, they were far too bold and blazing. Qin Yu's eyes inadvertently swept past them and he immediately turned back. He spoke with Sect Master Ji Yu and nodded earnestly. It was really, a group of muscular and bronze-skinned women staring at him with coquettish eyes was an eyesore. At the very least, Qin Yu didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. It wasn't until he entered the sword peak and landed that the burning hot gazes that followed him finally faded away with a trace of unwillingness. Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief. He secretly decided that if he could smoothly obtain a sword whetstone today, it would be best if he came to a broken place like the sword-forging faction less in the future. Sect Master Qin, please sit. Qin Yu cupped his hands together in thanks. As the host and guest sat down, a disciple served tea. The fragrance filled the air. Peak Mist Dragon tea is extremely rare in the world. Sect Master Qin, please have a taste. Thank you for your hospitality, Sect Master. After several sips of tea, the two exchanged greetings. Sect Master Gu put down his teacup and said, "The heaven-splitting sword sect has reopened. If there is anything you need help with, please feel free to ask." Qin Yu smiled. Even if Sect Master Gu didn't say it, I would have said it. My sword sect has been reopened and there are many things to do. We must recruit disciples and order some flying swords from the sword forging faction. Sect Master Gu nodded. All right. Qin Yu's visit today had raised the face of the heaven-splitting sword sect, so he naturally had to repay him. Otherwise, if the heaven-splitting sword sect suddenly ordered flying swords, he would definitely have to wait for some time. Thank you, Sect Master Gu. Qin Yu flipped his hand. He took out an ancient coin and placed it on the table. This money is my sect's down payment. In ancient times, when the remnant people ruled, there was once a type of immortal coin that was refined from strange stones. Because the material was so rare, it had long since gone extinct and there weren't many left in the world. But as for those that were passed down to the present, each one had an astonishing value. Sect Master Gu's eyes brightened. Ancient coin. He reached out his hand and took it. After sensing it for several breaths of time, he fell into deep thought. Qin Yu coughed. Sect Master Gu, this ancient coin is part of my sect's collection, so there is absolutely no problem with it. If you have any objections, my sect can use other items as a down payment. No. Sect Master Gu had a calm expression. He hesitated for a moment and said, "May I ask Sect Master Qin, where did you obtain this ancient coin?" Seeing Qin Yu's puzzled expression, he explained, "I sensed a trace of extremely deep sword intent from this ancient coin. That is why I was curious." Qin Yu nodded. Sect Master Gu's senses are quite sharp. You are truly worthy of being a great swordsman. I obtained this ancient coin from an ancient battlefield, and its previous owner was a sword cultivator. Perhaps it was because it stayed with its previous owner's corpse for too long that it was infiltrated by the sword intent. Sect Master Gu's breathing quickened. He leaned forward. Cough. There is something I must ask Sect Master Qin to tell me the truth. When you discovered this ancient coin, did you obtain any other harvests? Qin Yu hesitated. Sect Master Gu stood up. Sect Master Qin, this matter is extremely important to my sect. As long as you can tell me the truth, no matter what the answer is, my sword forging sect is willing to gift you 100 standard flying swords of the heaven-splitting sword sect, each of them high enough for a new disciple to use. All right. Qin Yu nodded. Besides this ancient coin, I also found a jade slip on the corpse. But, I must say in advance that I have taken a liking to this object and will not take it out to trade. As he finished speaking, he lifted his hand. Qin Yu spread open his fingers. A blood-red jade slip lay peacefully in his palm. Sect Master Gu's eyes widened. Qin Yu folded his fingers together. He stood up and bid his farewells. Sect Master Gu, I am preparing to pay a visit to the Spring Windsword sect today. I will bid my farewells first. Hold on. Sect Master Gu shouted out loud. He took a deep breath and smiled. Sect Master Qin, you have come from afar as a guest, so how could you be in such a hurry? Please sit a little longer. Without waiting for Qin Yu to object, he shouted out loud, Men, bring the bag of tea leaves from my sect's fog dragon mother tree. I wish to sit down and discuss swords with Sect Master Qin. Qin Yu's lips twitched. Wasn't it supposed to be top-quality fog dragon tea? How come in the blink of an eye, a fog dragon mother tree had popped out? Just from the name, one could tell that these two weren't on the same level. Wasn't it supposed to be an honored guest? This change in attitude was far too quick. Ignoring Qin Yu's expression, Sect Master Gu's expression was solemn and earnest. In terms of sword cultivation, I admire Sect Master Qin. But, the situation at Swallow Run Mountain is complex and the Swordmaster Guild is filled with endless internal struggles. There are some words that I would like to speak with Sect Master Qin about today. The tea arrived. It was truly good tea. The fog dragon tea from before was already top quality, but compared to this cup, The difference was like clouds and mud. Qin Yu drank a mouthful, then another mouthful. By the third mouthful, the cup was empty. Sect Master Gu's eyes flashed with pain. He coughed and said, "What an unruly thing. Can't you see that Sect Master Qin's teacup is empty? Hurry up and pour. No, bring the teapot over. I will personally entertain my honored guest." Qin Yu repeatedly said that he couldn't, but in the end, he couldn't compete with the warm and hospitable Sect Master Gu to personally fill his cup. Sect Master Qin, in our Swallow Run Mountain, there are several hundred large and small sword sects, with the 10 sword sects being the most respected. The central desolate Qin Empire allows us sword cultivators to govern ourselves, so in order to maintain order, the Sword Master Guild appeared. In the past, the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect had a seat in the Sword Master Guild. According to the rules of Swallow Run Mountain, since Sect Master Qin has reopened the sect, you should take back your seat in the Sword Master Guild. Speaking to here, Sect Master Gu slapped his chest. Although my sword forging sect is not a member of the Sword Master Guild, we have a good relationship with several of the Sword Masters. If Sect Master Qin wishes to take back your seat in the Sword Master Guild, I am willing to help you. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you, Sect Master Gu. There is no need to rush this matter. Right now, the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect should focus on stabilizing the situation. Sect Master Gu, who originally thought that he had a 90% chance of success, suddenly felt like he had been stabbed in the back. He silently nodded and quietly said, "Sect Master Qin is right, but my promise is still valid. If the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect has any needs, the Sword Forging Sect will not refuse." Qin Yu said, "Thank you, Sect Master Gu." There was a period of silence. If even a spot in the Sword Master Guild wasn't able to move Qin Yu, then anything else would only be a joke. Sect Master Gu took a deep breath and stood up. Since Sect Master Qin has sensed something, then I will get straight to the point. The jade slip in your hands is extremely important to me. As long as Sect Master Qin is willing to give it to me, the Sword Forging Sect is willing to pay a sufficient price. My meat is awesome. Qin Yu revealed an awkward expression. He fell silent. If he didn't directly refuse, then there was a possibility. Sect Master Gu struck while the iron was hot. If Sect Master Qin has any requests, please feel free to speak. As long as I can accomplish it, I will certainly agree. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Very well. Since Sect Master Gu is so sincere, then I will agree. But, I am extremely optimistic about this item. Although I don't know what use it has, its value is bound to be high. So, if Sect Master Gu cannot accept my offer, then the transaction will be over. Sect Master Gu took a deep breath. Please speak. Qin Yu said, I need a sharpening stone. The dagger was revealed. 2 hours later, Qin Yu left the sword forging sect with half a pot of fog dragon mother tree tea leaves, satisfied. Sect Master Gu didn't appear to see him off. Elder Mai Shanglin, who had received Zhong Xiaoshan, sent Qin Yu off with a worried expression. He expressed his sincere apologies for his sect master's rudeness. Luckily, Qin Yu didn't reveal any dissatisfaction. There was a smile on his lips the entire time. It seemed he was in a good mood. Mai Shanglin secretly let out a sigh of relief. He wondered what was wrong with the sect master today. Sending off the illustrious sect master Qin and then joking around with each other? If this were to spread out, it would be a matter of great face. This wasn't like the sect master's style. After sending off Qin Yu, Mai Shanglin hurried back. However, he was told that the sect master had gone into seclusion and that no one was to disturb him before he left. Since he had paid a visit to the sword forging sect, there was no reason for him not to go to the spring wind sword sect. And by now, Zhong Xiaoshan should have already passed on the message. It wouldn't be good to stand him up. Qin Yu suddenly felt that the flowing light sword was too fast. It wasn't good to use it to deliver a message. It wouldn't give people a chance to regret. Right now, he urgently wanted to summon the mountain and river sword and test out the effects of the sharpening stone. Let's go. Not long after he left, he received a message from Zhong Xiaoshan. Qin Yu took out the sect token and carefully sensed it, a smile on his face. Lee Sumu was in seclusion and couldn't see anyone. Cough, it wasn't bad to travel fast. Little Jong had a bright future ahead of him. Qin Yu turned and left, returning home. Chapter 1707. Jin Family, Ancestral Hall. Patriarch Jin loosened his grip, and the sky-splitter sword flew out of his hand and returned to its scabbard. Its position was rather special. It was placed in front of the ancestral tablets of each generation, sharing the incense offerings of the Jin family. Seeing that the old ancestor had turned around, those who were qualified to enter the ancestral hall bowed to show their respect. "Ancestor, what's the situation?" one of them asked. Ancestor Jin said, "The sword consciousness of the Heaven Splitter sword is damaged. Fortunately, it's not serious. It will recover in about 10 years. They were slightly relieved, but their expressions were still grave. The Jin family head said, "Ancestor, the sword consciousness that can injure the heaven-splitting sword." Before he could finish, his eyes shone with a scorching heat. Patriarch Jin glanced at him. "With an immortal weapon in front of us, everyone naturally covets it. However, the heaven-splitting sword sect's current situation is not yet clear. Cutting down Hu Fu in one strike and injuring the heaven-splitting sword was enough to be taken seriously. Moreover, no one could be sure if the heaven-splitting sword sect was still hiding something. Putting aside Sect Master Qin Yu, that mysterious Dao protector, the current great elder of the heaven-splitting sword sect, caused Ancestor Jin to feel a deep sense of dread. The Jin family head's eyes flashed. Old Ancestor's meaning is that we should take a look first. There are people even more worried about the heaven-splitting sword sect than us. Hu Fu is just an average-sized chess piece on the chessboard. The true chess player hasn't even placed his piece yet." Patriarch Jin's expression was calm. "Let them act as pathfinders." Several people bowed. Old Ancestor is wise. Qin Yu began an incomparably fulfilling life of seclusion. He cultivated for several days, and when he reached the limits of what his body could withstand, he would stop and summon the mountain and river sword. He would use a whetstone to polish it, and after digesting and absorbing it, he would continue cultivating. The sword whetstone was obtained from the sword forging sect. It was a stone grindstone the size of a person's arms. Its surface was extremely smooth, and when one touched it, one could feel the tiny protrusions. It was very, very small, yet exceptionally clear. The mountain river sword slowly brushed past, causing sparks to fly. Again and again, it continuously illuminated Qin Yu's face. From the outside, the mountain river sword did not seem to have changed much, but Qin Yu could clearly feel the change in its sword aura. The sharpness was gradually revealed. But this was only the beginning. Once this whetstone was completely ground to dust, the might of the mountain and river sword would definitely be extremely terrifying. Qin Yu looked forward to that day. Life was peaceful, and Qin Yu even enjoyed it a little. The only strange thing was that Misty had been acting a little mysterious lately. She was always by herself, pacing back and forth in the heaven-splitting sword sect, as if she were looking for something. Qin Yu asked, but she didn't give him an answer. Thinking about it, he didn't ask again. Cultivation was the most important thing. Inside the heaven-splitting sword sect, the cultivators responsible for the construction had already left after finishing their work. The huge mountain gate was empty, and not a single person could be seen. Ruru clasped her hands behind her back as she walked along a newly opened stone staircase. She had already walked back and forth 4 times. She couldn't help but frown. It should be here, but she couldn't sense the slightest bit of its aura. Indeed, it was due to his lowered fate that he was unable to sense existences of the same level. This caused a bit of annoyance to appear on her face. She glanced at the Sword Peak Mystic Realm where Qin Yu was in seclusion and her face darkened. It's all this kid's fault. But after getting angry, he still had to do what he had to do. What should he do? Little Meat frowned and fell into deep thought. While the heaven-splitting sword sect was calm, the interior of Swallow Mountain was like an awakened volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. The reason for this was simple. If it were an ordinary sword sect, it would be fine if they reopened their mountain gates. At most everyone would sigh in praise and say that their ancestors protected them. But the heaven-splitting sword sect was different. Its status in the past was far too high. If it really did everything according to the rules of Swallow Mountain, it would inevitably infringe upon the interests of many people. Disregarding those people who invaded the heaven-splitting sword sect's assets in the past, what was more important was the title of the Ten Sword Sect, as well as the highest authority of Swallow Mountain, the Sword Master Association. Admit defeat and give up the position of the Ten Sword Sect and the spot for the Sword Master Association? Forget it. No one here was an idiot. Something was definitely going to happen. This was something that had happened after Qin Yu cut down Hu Fu and the heaven-splitting sword sect reopened. It was destined. Within Swallow Mountain, countless sword sects, large and small, and countless sword cultivators were waiting for the opening of the main event. Everyone knew that this meant that Swallow Mountain's authority structure would be adjusted. The turbulence that would occur would directly cover the entirety of Swallow Mountain, and no one would be able to stay out of it. On the 30th day of Qin Yu's seclusion, it happened to be the day of the full moon. Zhong Xiaoshan had no choice but to stop his cultivation and rush to report. There was a guest visiting. If it were an ordinary person, he would have directly rejected them. He had done many similar things in this month. But this person couldn't. His background was far too great, and strictly speaking, he could be considered Zhong Xiaoshan's idol. Spring Wind Sword Sect, Sword Immortal Li Sumu. He found the Great Elder, but before Zhong Xiaoshan could say anything, he was waved away. I don't care about this. Zhong Xiaoshan nearly choked on his words. He hesitated again and again, but in the end he didn't dare to say anything. He secretly mocked himself for being as timid as a mouse as he turned and went to find the sect master. There was nothing he could do. The old sword cultivator Iron Forest wasn't here, so there were only the three of them in the heaven-splitting sword sect. If the Great Elder didn't care, then only the sect master could step forward. As for whether or not someone was in seclusion, there was nothing he could do. Zhong Xiaoshan knew the entrance to the Sword Peak Mystic Realm. But, he only knew, he didn't have the authority to enter or leave. He took a deep breath, stopped, and bowed. Sect Master, Spring Wind Sword Sect's Sword Immortal Li Sumu has come to pay a visit today. Luckily, Zhong Xiaoshan's luck was good this time. The entrance to the Mystic Realm soon fluctuated and Qin Yu walked out. What is he doing here? Zhong Xiaoshan shook his head. He thought that this was a dignified sword immortal who was rumored to be on the verge of joining the Swordmaster Guild. Why would he explain anything to him? Qin Yu thought for a moment. I understand. I will go see him. With a step, his figure vanished from sight. As the sect master of the heaven-splitting sword sect, he had also obtained the approval of the sword spirit. The current heaven-splitting sword sect was similar to his own domain. Shua Qin Yu appeared out of thin air. He cupped his hands together and smiled. Fellow Daoist Li, not long ago my injuries healed and I intended to pay a visit, but at that time you were in seclusion. Li Sumu nodded. I already know of this matter. Sect Master Qin is a man of his word, so I came here today. Qin Yu frowned. Fellow Daoist Li, if you have something to say, please come to the sect. There is no need, Qin Yu said. When I visited the sword forging sect some time ago, Sect Master Ji Yu was very hospitable and gave me some tea leaves from the Fog Dragon Mother Tree. It is said to be quite rare. Li Sumu cupped his hands together. Then I will have to trouble you. Qin Yu secretly praised. Sword cultivators were truly a group of incomparably lovable people. He gestured with his hand. Please. After entering the sect, because there was no one around, it was quiet everywhere. He casually chose an open-air platform to entertain guests. As the host and guest sat down, Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and a full set of tea-brewing utensils appeared in front of him. He snapped his fingers and flames rose to boil water. He glanced at Li Sumu and said, Brother Li, while waiting for the water to boil, there is no harm in speaking first. Li Sumu glanced at him. He paused for a moment and lightly said, The Sword Master Guild will soon make a decision to open the sword faction's grand examination. He flipped his hand and took out a jade slip. There is a lot of specific details. Sect Master Qin will understand once you look through it. The original plan was for Li Sumu to leave behind this jade slip outside the sect and then bid his farewells. After all, making a trip to the heaven-splitting sword sect and entering the sect as a guest conveyed different meanings. This represented propriety and distance. Lee Sumu was well aware of this. But who asked Qin Yu to have tea leaves from the fog dragon mother tree? In Swallow Mountain, any sword cultivator who loved tea knew that the sword forging sect's sect master Ji Yu was incomparably rich. He didn't hesitate to spend a fortune to buy a pot of fog dragon mother tree tea leaves and regarded it as a treasure. Others couldn't even think of glancing at it. Even several sword cultivator elders of the mountain personally went to the sword forging sect and gave all sorts of hints, but none of them received a cup of fog dragon mother tree tea. Although it was hard to believe, there was no reason for Qin Yu to joke about this. Whether the tea was good or bad, he could tell with a single sniff. Qin Yu received the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. After a moment, he drew it back, a thoughtful look on his face. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Li. In his heart, he wasn't surprised by this matter. Lee Sumu seemed to see through Qin Yu's thoughts. He thought for a moment and said, "This time, the Sword Master Guild's opinion is relatively unanimous." This was because of the fog dragon mother tree's face. The warning was given. Simply put, the heaven-splitting sword sect was currently displeased with their neighbors, so they wanted to take this chance to stir up trouble. As the water heated up, Qin Yu put away the bamboo tube on the tea table. He took out an identical one and placed it on the table. He smiled without batting an eyelid. "The water is ready. Let's taste it together." Lee Sumu's lips twitched. He knew that if it weren't for those final words, he wouldn't have been able to see the bamboo tube in front of him. But soon, he couldn't care about the dissatisfaction in his heart. His eyes became incomparably bright. From the moment Qin Yu opened the bamboo tube, Lee Sumu smelled the fragrance of tea that made one feel relaxed and happy. After entering the water, a rich fragrance filled the air. It was like countless little hooks that instantly grabbed onto his mind. "Do we need to wash the tea?" Hearing this, Lee Sumu nearly jumped up. His eyes widened and he clenched his teeth. "No need. If Sect Master Qin is particular, you might as well give me the first rinse of the tea." Qin Yu nodded. "All right." Lee Sumu smiled. He carefully picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, the word happiness written all over his face. The fog dragon mother tree, it was truly the fog dragon mother tree. After so many years, he was actually able to drink another sip. He only felt that there were no regrets. After several breaths of time, Lee Sumu opened his eyes. As he looked at Qin Yu, who had a calm expression and was drinking a cup in 2 gulps, his mood instantly disappeared. What a waste of a heavenly treasure! To drink such a precious tea was like a cow chewing on peonies. It was truly hateful. Lee Sumu took a deep breath and said, "Sect Master Qin." He was interrupted by Qin Yu. "Today, we will only drink tea. There is no need to speak of anything else." His refusal was straightforward and efficient. Qin Yu faintly smiled. His expression could be translated into 4 words: "Keep your mouth shut." He reached out and took the bamboo tube away. Lee Sumu forcefully drank 7 steeps of this pot of tea. His belly was a little round, but there was still a lingering fragrance that didn't want to leave. This immortal sword of the Spring Wind Sword sect, someone who was said to be a great figure that would soon enter the Sword Master Council, was showing signs of burying himself to death. Qin Yu coughed. "I was just thinking about changing my tea set. If Brother Li doesn't mind, I can give this set to you." Lee Sumu cupped his hands together. "Farewell." He flicked his sleeves and took away the tea set, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu rubbed his face and found little Misty, who was pacing back and forth on the stone steps. He told her what had happened. The sword sect's grand examination? Little Misty had no expression. "We didn't look for trouble, but some people came to bully us on their own initiative," Qin Yu said. "This is within my expectations." Listening to Lee Sumu's words, this matter has already been tacitly approved by the high-level figures of Swallow Mountain Sword Sect. Little Misty coldly sneered. "What will come sooner or later. Since they took the initiative to attack us, we might as well help them along." She paused for a moment and then said, "There are some debts that should be settled." Hearing this, Qin Yu asked a question that had always been in his heart. Little Meaty, is there a relationship between you and the heaven-splitting sword sect? Little Meaty glanced at him. That's right. She waved her hand, not explaining any further. Let's not talk about matters of the past. Prepare yourself. Since they attacked us first, don't blame me for turning over the entire Swallow Mountain and basking it in the sun. So it was like this. Just by faking one's identity, one could easily obtain the approval of the heaven-splitting sword sect's sword spirit. Moreover, from that great General Zhao Yuan to the imperial scholar of the Qin Empire, to the various sword cultivators of Swallow Mountain, no one had ever doubted their identities. Before entering the mystic realm of the Sword Peak, Qin Yu thought that it might be because Little Meaty's methods were exquisite enough to pass off as genuine. But now, it seemed that their identity as the heaven-splitting sword sect couldn't be any more real from the start. Since this was the case, coming to Swallow Mountain was a step in Little Meaty's plan. Moreover, it had been confirmed a long time ago. Just what was she planning? Perhaps it was related to Little Meaty's recent mysterious behavior. For instance, the stone steps in front of him. Little Meaty rolled her eyes. Stop looking. Even if you stare until your eyes pop out, you won't be able to see anything. Hurry up and find some sword cultivators to join our heaven-splitting sword sect. This is the sword sect's grand examination, so let's follow the rules and make them suffer the consequence. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Where would he go to find people at this time? Thinking for a moment, his eyes brightened. Little Meaty, I have an idea. Chapter 1708. There were hundreds of large and small sword sects in Swallowran Mountain, and it was said that there were millions of sword cultivators. But in reality, only 30 to 40% of the sword cultivators had proper records and genealogies on them. Most of them were vagrant cultivators who gathered and dispersed like the wind. For example, Zhong Xiashan was once one of them. Without any background or backing, what was the use of having more people? Most of the rogue cultivators didn't have a good time, so if they wanted to stay on Swallowran Mountain, they had to rely on the various great sword sects. As mentioned before, regarding the relationship between humans and the Jianghu, the internal strife within Yangran Mountain was no less than that of the outside world. There would always be hard work that no one was willing to do, or dirty work that needed to be done. This was the reason why most wandering cultivators could establish themselves in the mountains. Independent cultivators attached themselves to the sword sect and obtained a place to live, while the sword sect used independent cultivators to achieve certain goals. They both took what they needed. Otherwise, did he really think that he could become an itinerant cultivator just by randomly choosing a place and building a cave abode? Too naive. However, there were indeed some itinerant cultivators in Swallowran Mountain in the truest sense of the word. Most of them had their own opportunities, obtained cave abodes of predecessors, or inherited sword immortal cultivation techniques. Their strength was extraordinary and they were extremely difficult to deal with. The great sword sects did not want to provoke them, so they acquiesced to their existence. Every single one of them was famous in the world of loose cultivators. Hu Jiming was one of them, and he was very famous. His most glorious achievement was being hunted down by the Heavenly Cycle Sword Sect's sect master, Hu Fu. Although he was heavily injured in the end, he managed to escape alive. The reason for the enmity between the two parties was a secret within Swallow Mountain, but the enmity was definitely as deep as the ocean, and they wished for nothing more than for the death of the other party's entire family. The heaven-splitting sword sect had reopened. Hu Fu had died in battle, and the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect had fallen into chaos. Hu Jiming naturally would not miss such a good opportunity to eliminate the roots. In his own words, I, old Hu, clearly distinguish between kindness and grudges. If there's a grudge, I won't just pay back 9.5. Thanks to him, the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect's elders and Hu Fu's direct disciples had barely managed to stabilize the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect. But now, it was in tatters. If it wasn't for the fact that the sect-protecting array was extremely powerful, it would have long been breached by the rogue cultivators outside and ended up being divided up cleanly. Cough. We sword cultivators are people who care about face. Previously, the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect was not a nameless sect in Yangran Mountain, and they had a good relationship with the neighbors. The moment Hu Fu died, he immediately fell out with Hu Fu. He even wanted to destroy the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect so that they could drink blood and eat meat together. Everyone was well aware of the situation, but it was not a good thing to hear about it. Therefore, there was a place for rogue cultivators to use their skills. I've already talked about how the Sword sect and the independent cultivators each took what they needed, and this was a very good example to prove it. The heaven-splitting mountain range was that the Swallow were the sect sword in Swallow ran mountain that were destroyed. That those and An and loose cultivators that he could only tearfully preserve the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect's foundation and assets. Perhaps there would be a day in the future when it could rise again. The Heaven-splitting Sword sect was the best example. So many years had passed, yet they were still able to turn things around smoothly. Of course, the Heaven-splitting Sword sect was the best example. It had been so many years, but they still managed to make a comeback. Of course, this was also because the Heaven-splitting Sword sect did not have a proper background. Back then, Hu Fu was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Heaven-splitting Sword sect. How did he survive the calamity and create the Heaven-splitting Sword sect? Did he think everyone was stupid? Hu Jiming was calm, surrounded by a group of rogue cultivators. The operation against the Heaven-splitting Sword sect was a spontaneous action of the rogue cultivators. Of course, there would not be any cultivators from the other sword sects. As a star of the rogue cultivator world, he happened to have an irreconcilable grudge with the Heaven-splitting Sword sect. It was only natural that he would be the leader. Of course, the so-called leader was just a title. The leader was used to gather the people and discuss how to handle the matter. Senior Hu, the Heaven-splitting Sword sect's array formation is indeed powerful. We have already attacked 8 times and lost many people, but we have not been able to charge in. If this continues, morale will plummet and the people will become disorganized. It will be troublesome. A rogue cultivator spoke with anger on his face. The surrounding people nodded, clearly thinking the same thing. Hu Jiming remained calm. What's the rush? Can a duck that has been trapped in the pot fly away? He looked at the crowd. It has been more than half a month since we started. Apart from the 2 minor sword sects, have you seen any other sword cultivators? Me. As the saying goes, an unjust person finds little support. The Heaven-splitting Sword sect has a shady background and has always been looked down upon by the orthodox sword cultivators. As long as there is no external help, breaking through the array is only a matter of time. The rogue cultivator who spoke first coughed. Senior Hu, we understand what you are saying, but we have wasted too much time. The sword cultivators who had their official records cared a lot about their reputation. If they delayed for another half a month and still failed to break through the Heaven-splitting Sword sect, the situation would be ugly. When that happened, it would be them, the rogue cultivators who did not do their job, who would suffer. Hu Jiming looked at the worried crowd and said indifferently, "What's the rush? Since you know the Heaven-splitting Sword sect's origin, what is there to be afraid of?" His lips curled up in a mocking smile. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. What a simple truth. The eyes of the surrounding rogue cultivators lit up. Senior Hu, do you know something? Please speak clearly. Hu Jiming did not relent. He flicked his finger. Just wait. After sending away the rogue cultivators, Hu Jiming looked at the Heaven-splitting Sword sect. The sect-protecting array was still stable. He frowned and left. Moments later, beneath a large tree in the mountains, Hu Jiming cupped his hands together. Sect Master Qin, how long will you wait before you act? If we delay any longer, the hearts of rogue cultivators will crumble and it will not be easy to clean up the mess. Across from him was Qin Yu. Qin Yu had a calm expression as he lightly said, "Brother Hu, rest assured. Since I agreed, I will definitely fulfill your wish." He glanced at Hu Jiming. 3 days. In at most 3 days, the Heaven-splitting Sword sect's sect-protecting array will collapse on its own. Hu Jiming was overjoyed. Late at night 2 days later, thick clouds covered the sky, covering the full moon. The entire Swallow Mountain was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a deafening rumble came from where the Heaven-splitting Sword sect was. It was extremely powerful. The sect protecting array that had withstood a large number of rogue cultivators for nearly 20 days had collapsed. The stunned rogue cultivators were only stunned for a second before they let out excited roars and charged in without hesitation. The heaven-splitting sword sect's elders and some of the ancestral hall's direct disciples were indeed not weak. However, it was not that there were no experts among the rogue cultivators. In addition, the major sword sects had secretly set up a trap. The moment the sect-protecting array shattered, the outcome was already decided. Hu Jiming looked at the scene in front of him with an indifferent expression. There was no sadness or joy on his face, but his eyes were exceptionally complicated. It was as if he had completed an obsession that was engraved in his heart. There was an irrepressible emptiness that wrapped around his mind. He took a deep breath and heavily exhaled. The rogue cultivator Hu Jiming did not let these emotions bother him for too long. He revealed a cold smile. He took a step forward and charged into the heaven-splitting sword sect. A huge battle ensued. Countless sword lights shot out from where the heaven-splitting sword sect was, illuminating the surroundings. Sword breaths collided with each other, breaking apart and dissipating. 4 hours later, when the horizon began to brighten, the slaughter was nearing its end. Apart from the heaven-splitting sword sect's ancestral hall, there was still the same. The cries of swords echoed out. Everywhere else had fallen into a deathly silence. Countless corpses were strewn across the ground and blood dyed the earth red. Qin Yu stood outside the heaven-splitting sword sect's gates. He looked at this scene from afar, his expression calm and his heart unperturbed. In the past, when the heaven-splitting sword sect was destroyed, it should have been a similar scene. As the saying went, good and evil will be repaid. When Hu Fu betrayed the sect in the past, he was already entangled in karma. Today was only the result of this karma being magnified. From this point on, there would no longer be a heaven-splitting sword sect in Swallow Mountain. Everything would become history. Sure, with a step forward, Qin Yu's figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of Hu Jiming. This rogue cultivator had a tired look on his face and his eyes were dim. But his cruel killing intent was so thick that it nearly took substance. His robes were stained with blood and torn in many places. From this, one could see how many battles he had experienced in the dark of night and how many heads he had cut off. Seeing Qin Yu appear, Hu Jiming frowned. Sect Master shouldn't have appeared here. Qin Yu had a calm expression. Something like face is something that some people care about, but my sect is not. Moreover, for me to appear here, I have a sufficient position and motive. Hu Jiming frowned. He felt that the Qin Yu in front of him was indeed a bit unusual. Qin Yu lightly said, "Come out." From the ruins behind him, a figure rushed out and landed beside him, his face pale. "Sect Master Qin, I have already destroyed the Grand Array. According to our agreement, you must let me leave." Ma Dengfeng trembled. He looked at Hu Jiming across from him and couldn't help but shiver. Qin Yu said, "I promised him that I would let him leave alive. This is the reward for destroying the Grand Array." Hu Jiming was silent for a moment. He took a step back and said, "Since this is Sect Master's intention, I will obey." Ma Dengfeng was overjoyed. Qin Yu waved his hand. He turned and left. His sword hummed as he desperately fled into the distance. Watching Ma Dengfeng's figure turn into a black dot in the distance, Qin Yu sighed. "I am very curious as to what kind of deep hatred there is for Brother Hu to be so ruthless." Hu Jiming smiled. "Once I kill him, I will explain to Sect Master." He turned and left, heading straight for Ma Dengfeng. Qin Yu's complexion was calm. In this world, there was no true wildfire that couldn't burn itself out. If it wasn't thorough enough, then it could be burned a few more times. Soon, Hu Jiming returned. Although he didn't speak, the faint smell of blood around him was enough to explain everything. Qin Yu heard the sounds of battle coming from the ancestral hall of the Heavenly Cycle Sword Sect's main peak. "Brother whose killing intent is so deep, why aren't you rushing over to help?" Hu Jiming smiled. A sect's ancestral hall is not something that can be easily broken through. In their despair, the Heavenly Cycle Sword Sect's sword cultivators might choose to destroy themselves. "I have killed enough people today. I will just watch from afar and won't participate in the final battle. In any case, they will never let a single person from the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect go. Qin Yu thought for a moment. Brother Hu is a smart person. What he said was definitely the reason, but it wasn't the entire reason. For instance, a sect's ancestral hall would inevitably contain the sect's most important treasures, or at least a large portion of them. Hu Jiming's status was that of a true rogue cultivator that couldn't be controlled. If he wanted to live a stable life in the future, he couldn't be too greedy. Sect Master praises me too much. Hu Jiming smiled and pointed. Sect Master's appearance today has definitely fallen into the eyes of some people, so there is no need to hide it anymore. Let's go over there. The view is better there. The two flew to a mountain peak near the main peak's ancestral hall. They stood side by side, watching the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect's final struggle. Chapter 1709. Hu Jiming had a calm expression. I can now answer the sect master's question. Qin Yu nodded. Brother Hu, please speak. Hu Fu and I are cousins. The first sentence was a heavy one. The truth is that all the grudges in the world are engraved in one's heart. Once they are spoken of, they become cliché stories. Hu Fu was the older cousin and Hu Jiming was the younger cousin. The two of them were born in a narrow river valley in Swallow Mountain. The children of the village knew from an early age that what flew in the sky weren't meteors, but immortal sword cultivators. And becoming a sword cultivator was their greatest dream. The two 12 to 13-year-old youths finally had the chance to become sword cultivators. Their luck was good. They both had good talent and they stood out in the examination. This was the first time they stepped onto a flying sword. Led by their sect elders, they returned to the sword sect. On that night, the two youths were so excited that they couldn't sleep. They made a vow to each other that they would work hard in their cultivation in the future and strive to become true flying swords as soon as possible. The one who taught the new disciples the sword art was a gentle and beautiful senior apprentice sister. Her smile was very beautiful, making one feel as if it were spring. No matter how bitter or tiring it was, the two youths felt that it couldn't compare to the smile of their senior apprentice sister. Their talent was good and they worked hard. The two youths' sword cultivation rapidly rose and they gradually received the focus of the sect's training. The accident occurred because the sect master was recruiting a disciple to be his legacy inheritor. And the target of selection was one of the two cousins who had already grown into tall and straight youths. Hu Fu had used some methods to frame Hu Jiming, turning him from a proud son of the sword sect into a traitor that everyone wanted to kill overnight. The reason I was able to survive was because my luck was good. After my senior apprentice sister sent me a message, she escaped into a large river and used the water to hide herself. Secondly, I should thank Hu Fu. If it weren't for him destroying the heaven-splitting sword sect 30 years later, I wouldn't have lived to this day. These words were filled with deep meaning. Hu Jiming was actually a genuine disciple of the heaven-splitting sword sect. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He thought for a moment and said, Indeed, our hatred is as deep as the sea. Hu Jiming lightly said, Sect Master must have thought that I was too heartless to destroy the heaven-splitting sword sect because of my own personal grudges. But in reality, if that's all, then I'll just kill Khufu and settle this grudge. His expression was heavy and his voice was icy cold. Hu Fu personally killed senior sister when she was pregnant with his child. Qin Yu frowned. Hu Jiming said, Hu Fu is dead and the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect is destroyed. This secret of the past is no longer a secret. With the sect master's power and status, it's a simple matter for him to investigate thoroughly. Qin Yu asked, why would he do that? For the sake of power, for the sake of status, he wants to marry another woman to increase his bargaining chips. Senior sister must die, and the unborn child in her belly must die as well. Hu Fu remained expressionless. So, I will completely destroy everything that he exchanged the lives of my senior apprentice sister and the child in her womb for. Bang! With a loud explosion, the barely maintained layer of restrictions in the Heavenly Cycle Sword sect's ancestral hall suddenly exploded and completely collapsed. The dozen or so wandering cultivators surrounding him couldn't dodge in time and were sucked in, losing their lives. The Heavenly Cycle Sword sect is finished. Hu Jiming glanced around and lightly said. The eyes of the wandering cultivators that were forced back by the explosion of the restrictions turned blazing hot, like a pack of hungry wolves. Kill them all. Don't let a single one escape. Brothers, charge. Hu Jiming turned around. Sect Master, let's go. Qin Yu nodded. According to our agreement, from now on, Brother Hu, you are my heaven-splitting sword sect's protector. He paused for a moment and said, everything in the sword sect will be rebuilt according to the old rules. If you don't like it, you can have someone change it. Hu Jiming shook his head. All grudges have been resolved and the knots in my heart have been resolved. If I still cling to these things, I really have no way to continue on the road of cultivation. He looked at Qin Yu. Also, although the reputation of the heaven-splitting sword sect's protector is resounding, our sect has far too few people right now. There's no meaning in being a lone commander. Qin Yu's lips curled up. Protector Hu, this is the mission I will give you next. Choose 11 sword cultivators with clean backgrounds and have them enter our heaven-splitting sword sect. Hu Jiming thought for a moment. Sect Master wants to deal with the upcoming sword sect examination, right? As he thought, even if they were wandering cultivators, as long as they were strong, they would have enough channels to obtain information. Qin Yu nodded. That's right. Since he had spoken, he didn't want to hide anything. Hu Jiming shook his head. Sect Master's thoughts are good, but you underestimate us too much. The various great sword sects of Swallow Run Mountain, or perhaps, towards us towards those wandering cultivators, they have too high of an expectation. The sword sect examination is an opportunity that some people want to use to prevent the heaven-splitting sword sect from reclaiming its position as one of the 10 sword sects and joining the Sword Master Guild. If we want to break through their plans, we must at least rank in the top 10 of the sword sect examination. He looked at Qin Yu, his tone earnest. It will be difficult, extremely difficult, and there is almost no chance of success. The Great Sword Sect is quite skilled in raising disciples. Qin Yu said, Protector Hu, what you need to do is find 11 sword cultivators that you can trust as soon as possible. As for the other matters, my sect, and the Great Elder will naturally make arrangements. Hu Jiming nodded. If so, then this matter won't be difficult. I will return to the sect in 2 days. He turned and left. But before he took 2 steps, he stopped. With a slightly unnatural expression, he cupped his hands together and bowed. This subordinate bids his farewell. Whoosh, a sword shadow shot into the skies. Done. Qin Yu smiled. He turned and said, You've been watching for so long. Are you not planning to come out? After a brief period of silence, space twisted. A figure walked out, holding a sword in his hand, his aura swift and fierce. South Sea Sword Sect's Xu Jing greets Sect Master Qin. Qin Yu arched an eyebrow. I have never heard of any conflict between the South Sea Sword Sect and the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect. Xu Jing shook his head. Sect Master has misunderstood. I am only surprised that you would appear here. I have no other meaning. Qin Yu said, so that's how it is. Has Elder Shu's curiosity been satisfied? If not, then you can continue peeping for a while longer. I can pretend that I don't know anything. Xu Jing frowned. His tone became light. There is no need. I don't have much time to waste on meaningless matters. Farewell. He turned and left. Qin Yu suddenly said, Elder Xu Jing, Hu Jiming is now a protector of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect, and the only one who knows of this matter is you. If anything happens to him, even if there is no evidence, I will still blame it on you. Moreover, I guarantee that I will not hesitate to pay any price to seek justice for Protector Hu. Xu Jing's back stiffened. In the end, he didn't look back. He clenched his teeth and left. Looking at his back, Qin Yu had a faint look in his eyes. The facts proved that Qin Yu's reputation had a decent deterrent effect in Swallow Run Mountain. His goal of scaring people had been successfully achieved. 2 days later, a completely unharmed Hu Jiming led 11 sword cultivators to the gates of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect. Zhong Xiashan went out to greet them. As he swept his eyes over them, he subconsciously frowned, not saying anything. Their strength was mediocre. To use this word to describe the sword cultivators that Hu Jiming had brought back could be considered praise. In the main hall, facing Qin Yu and little Meaty, Hu Jiming's face flushed red with embarrassment. I don't know why, but when I went to look for the wandering cultivators I knew in the past, all of them avoided me like a tiger. After hearing the news, none of them dared to agree. Right now, these 10 people had all been forcibly recruited by him through coaxing and coaxing. It was already very difficult to gather enough people, so how could he still pursue cultivation? Qin Yu could roughly guess the reason. He looked at little Meaty and saw that she didn't express her opinion. He calmed down a little and smiled. It's fine. If you can bring back these 10 people, then protect her who has performed a great merit. I will remember this for you. Hu Jiming's complexion improved a great deal. He said he didn't know just now, but that was only to save face. He had asked so many people and after some hesitation, he had learned the truth. In the end, it was because the heaven-splitting sword sect itself wasn't strong enough, otherwise these wandering cultivators would have racked their brains and desperately tried to squeeze their way in. There would have been no need for him to forcefully drag them in. Protector Hu, you've worked hard. Please go and rest. Hu Jiming stood up and bid his farewells. There were only the 2 of them left in the hall. Qin Yu coughed. Little Meaty, I've already solved the problem of manpower. These words caused little Meaty to roll her eyes. How could he have the nerve to say such things? Qin Yu spread out his hands. Time is tight, so I can only make do with it. Moreover, don't I have you? One of my flesh can fight against 10. As long as you are willing to help, even a group of clay statues can become elite soldiers. Does flattery cost nothing? Young Master Qin, you make it sound so simple. Why don't I just leave it to you? Qin Yu pretended not to hear. What else could he do? Besides being ridiculed a few more times, there wasn't any meaning to it. Little Meaty only grumbled. If she really couldn't do it, she wouldn't be like this. But it would definitely take a bit more effort. It was understandable that she wasn't in a good mood. She jabbed at Qin Yu a few more times. Seeing that Qin Yu was still pretending to be deaf and mute, she clenched her teeth and walked away, leaving behind a few angry words. Remember clearly that you owe me another debt. If he owed, then he owed. In any case, Qin Yu couldn't clearly calculate this debt anymore. This was the so-called when you have too many debts, you don't need to worry about them. After another 3 days, the Sword Master Guild finally reached an agreement. They issued orders to the various great sword sects of Swallow Mountain. 5 days from now, Sword Prison would open and the disciples of the various sword sects would enter to gain experience. They would be ranked according to the number of demons they killed and the depth they explored. This was the great examination of the sword sect. In this examination, the winners would obtain many benefits. The most astonishing point was that the top 10 sword sects would automatically become the new top 10 sword sects and form a new Sword Master Guild. There had never been a precedent for this before. Of course, the above was just a more general conceptual explanation. The specific details were very complicated and detailed. For instance, how would the status of a sword sect disciple be determined? Only new disciples that had been in the sect for less than 20 years had the qualifications to participate in the examination. For instance, every sword sect team, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, could send out a sect elder to act as a temporary Dao protector. In a critical moment of life or death, they could save someone. But once they did this, it meant that the team would be eliminated and they would lose the qualifications to compete. In addition, there were many other rules, over 100 in total. They basically eliminated the possibility of using improper methods to obtain a high ranking. Sword Prison, within the Grand Hall, little Meaty whispered to herself. As she recalled this name, her eyes gradually brightened. She had thought of a way. From the time the Sword Master Guild sent out the news to the announcement of the opening date of Sword Prison, less than 10 days had passed. Compared to previous years, this could be said to have been extremely rushed. A strange aura surged within Swallow Mountain. This was because sword cultivators were well aware of the reason why this sword sect examination was held in such a hurry. The heaven-splitting sword sect was indeed formidable. Sect Master Qin Yu had killed Hu Fu with a single sword strike. But now that the sect had just opened and it was said that the mountain gates had just been repaired, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were 1,000 things to do. With the current momentum of the heaven-splitting sword sect, it wouldn't be a problem for them to participate in the sword sect examination in several years. But now, perhaps the 12 spots to enter sword prison would be enough to make things difficult for them. In these past days, who didn't know of the news that had spread through Swallow Mountain? Even if the heaven-splitting sword sect managed to barely form a team, what sort of results could they obtain? Once they were at the bottom, would they still have the face to struggle for the title of top 10 sword sect or the seat of the Swordmaster Guild? This was an open conspiracy. Chapter 1710. There were large rivers in Yangran Mountain, but they all flowed out of the mountain, unable to form a lake between the peaks. There wasn't even a lake, let alone a vast ocean. Thus, the name of the South Sea Sword sect exposed their origins. This was a group of outsiders. As an outsider, the South Sea Sword sect had not only flourished in Yangran Mountain, but had also become one of the 10 sword sects and had a place in the Swordmaster Guild. One's own strength was the foundation, and skill was an aid. But everyone had to admit that having the support of a local force was the key. The Cold Frost Sword sect, a veteran top sword cultivator force in Yangran Mountain, was the local force that had helped the South Sea Sword sect get to where they were today. Thus, this time, the South Sea Sword sect, which could have stayed out of this matter, had directly raised the issue at the Swordmaster Guild, and was the first to propose the sword sect examination. The various sword sects knew very well that this was returning a favor and helping the Cold Frost Sword sect solve its problems. After all, the Cold Frost Sword sect had played a not too glorious role when the Heaven-splitting Sword sect had been in trouble. In fact, the Cold Frost Sword sect's current position in the Swordmaster Guild had been taken from the Heaven-splitting Sword sect. The South Sea Sword sect and the Cold Frost Sword sect had joined forces, and with the help of the Swordmaster Guild members, this sudden sword sect examination had come about. If not for the Spring Wind Sword sect and the other 2 Swordmaster Guild members opposing this, the matter would have been settled a few days earlier. Sect Master, isn't this too risky? We've already gained a foothold in Yangran Mountain, and there's no need to be so radical. If there's an accident, or if the truth is exposed, the efforts of our ancestors will be wasted. Xu Jing spoke in a low voice, his expression solemn. He objected to this matter. First, this was indeed not in line with the interests of the South Sea Sword sect. Second, for some reason, the face of the Heaven-splitting Sword sect's sect master Qin kept appearing in front of Xu Jing these days, and his heart palpitated. His instincts told him that it was best not to become enemies with the Heaven-splitting Sword sect. The South Sea Sword sect's sect master was Xu Jing's senior brother. The two had grown up and practiced swordsmanship together, and had a close relationship. It was precisely because of this that he knew of the sect's fundamental secrets and had the courage to voice his opinion. Wei Heng shook his head. Junior brother, I know what you mean, but there's no turning back. We have no other choice this time. How could you? Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Wei Heng said in a low voice, this involves a contract that Master signed in the past. Our South Sea Sword sect is helping the Cold Frost Sword sect solve their troubles, but it is not just helping the Cold Frost Sword sect. Xu Jing's expression changed slightly as he thought of some old matters. Looking at the serious expression on the sect master's face, he took a deep breath and nodded. Since that's the case, we can only hope that things will proceed smoothly. Wei Heng nodded. Don't worry, nothing will happen. The Heaven-splitting Sword sect will not be able to escape this calamity. There were some things that he didn't make clear. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xu Jing, but that a leader must have the forbearance and shrewdness. Moreover, before the dust settled, anything could happen. The fewer people who knew the truth, the greater the chance of success. Junior brother, this time, you will personally lead the disciples of my sect into the sword prison. Remember, stay away from the people of Heavenly Sword sect. Xu Jing's expression changed slightly. She bowed and said, yes. The day before the sword prison opened, the 12 sword cultivators that Misty had brought into the secret realm of Sword Peak for emergency training, Zhong Xiaoshan included, finally walked out. This caused the outwardly calm but inwardly anxious Hu Jiming to breathe a sigh of relief. He was truly worried that something would happen to these people. How is it? Are you all right? Outside Zhongxiashan, the 11 sword cultivators all shook their heads in unison. They couldn't suppress the excitement on their faces. Senior Hu, I really have to thank you for this matter. Coming to the heaven-splitting sword sect with Senior was the best decision I've made in my life. Senior, don't worry. This time, we will definitely not disappoint the sword sect. Looking at the confident sword cultivators across from him, Hu Jiming suspected that they had been hypnotized by someone. In just a few short days, where did this group of weaklings get such confidence from? In this sword sect examination, even an idiot would know that there was definitely a problem. Would the Freezing Frost Sword sect and South Sea Sword sect give you a chance? There was no need to say that there was no under-the-table manipulation in the sword sect examination. Fairness was always relative. Moreover, in the current Swallow Mountain, there were no great sword sects that were happy to see the heaven-splitting sword sect rise and harm their own interests. There was bound to be danger. Shua Amiti appeared out of thin air. Hu Jiming swallowed the words he was about to say and bowed. Greetings, Great Elder. Sword prison will open soon. Qin Yu, you will personally lead the others in. Qin Yu frowned. He looked at Miti and nodded. Okay. This was her own decision and the two sides hadn't discussed it before. But, Qin Yu believed that Miti must have her own reasons for doing so. Qin Yu turned around. Protector Hu, I am not sure where sword prison is. I will need you to lead the way. Hu Jiming forced a smile. He rubbed his face and clenched his teeth. How about I lead the others in? I have been to sword prison several times and have more experience than the sect master. He didn't even know where sword prison was and yet he dared to lead the others in. It would be strange if this small group of weaklings didn't all die. He was the one who brought these people to the heaven-splitting sword sect. To watch helplessly as they died was something Hu Jiming couldn't bring himself to do. If it were him, perhaps he might be able to save their lives. As for ranking, there was no need to consider that at all. Qin Yu revealed a look of appreciation. For Hu Jiming to say such words today was enough for him to become a protector of the heaven-splitting sword sect. You cannot. Miti decisively refused. She waved her hand. Hurry up and go. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Protector Hu, lead the way. Hu Jiming took a deep breath. But as he was shrouded in Miti's indifferent gaze, he felt weak in his heart and couldn't speak. He could only brace himself and nod. Whoosh, the group shot into the skies. Just as they left the range of the sect, Hu Jiming lightly coughed. But this time, Qin Yu didn't give him a chance to speak again. Protector Hu, I already understand your intentions. Don't worry, I didn't bring them into sword prison to die. You are also a member of the heaven-splitting sword sect, so you must have faith in me, in the Great Elder. He quietly added that the latter part was the main point. Qin Yu didn't know what Miti had done to Zhongxiashan and the others in the mystic realm of the Sword Peak. But since she wanted Qin Yu to personally go, she definitely had the confidence to protect herself. Moreover, Qin Yu didn't know whether or not it was an illusion, but he always felt that Miti was secretly plotting something. For instance, during the opening of Sword Prison, she had been a bit proactive. It wasn't that Miti hadn't done anything in the past, but the attitude she had displayed this time made Qin Yu feel that she had taken the initiative. This wasn't Miti's style. She had always been impatient towards troublesome matters. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he immediately suppressed them. Qin Yu looked up into the distance. He could already feel some strange auras between the heavens and earth. Was that sword prison? The feeling it gave off was indeed extremely oppressive and gloomy. Along the way, the group from the heaven-splitting sword sect attracted many gazes. When they saw Qin Yu, most of them had solemn expressions. But as they looked at the hastily formed group behind him, their complexions couldn't help but turn strange. This was the group from the heaven-splitting sword sect. Forgive me for saying this, but were they going to die? Soon, news of the heaven-splitting sword sect's small group spread through the various great sword sects of Swallow Ran Mountain. Many people found the news in the letter hard to believe. That's right, this time, the Freezing Frost Sword sect and the South Sea Sword sect had joined forces to launch an attack from above, catching the heaven-splitting sword sect off guard. But from the sharp methods that the heaven-splitting sword sect had displayed before, it didn't seem as if they would be easily schemed against. How could they be so easily grasped at their weak spot and put together such a group that only had a mediocre combat strength? Or perhaps, this was only a smokescreen. This group that seemed like they couldn't even withstand a single blow was actually waiting for a critical moment to catch the various great sword sects off guard in sword prison. That's right, this was likely to be the case. The sword cultivators of the various great sects couldn't help but reveal solemn expressions. But very soon, this worry was dispelled. The members of the heaven-splitting sword sect's team of sword cultivators were all identified. They were not experts of the sword way who had concealed themselves. They were genuine independent cultivators of Swallow Ran Mountain. Moreover, they were relatively low in the group of wandering cultivators. The name of the small group of mediocre cultivators was confirmed. This time, the sect master of the heaven-splitting sword sect, Qin Yu, had personally led a team here. This was a bit unexpected and a bit frightening. But what was tested in sword prison was the strength of the disciples. No matter how strong Qin Yu was, what use was it? As soon as he attacked, he would be eliminated. No one could understand why the heaven-splitting sword sect would make such a move. If they had put together such a group, then they might as well have refused to participate from the start. Perhaps their situation would have been better. They had arrived at sword prison. Qin Yu landed first. He and the small group of mediocre cultivators behind him received the gazes of almost all the sword cultivators here. Surprise, shock, disbelief, it was actually true. Although they had heard about it, they still found it unbelievable when they saw it with their own eyes. Qin Yu turned a blind eye to all of this. He led the people behind him and landed in an open space. Soon, the area around the heaven-splitting sword sect was empty. Hu Jiming's lips twitched. He thought to himself, "You bastards, aren't you being too obvious?" But thinking about it, if he were in their shoes, there was a high chance he would have made the same choice. He was left speechless. At this time, his complexion changed. He hurriedly bowed. "Greetings." Sword Immortal Li Sumu glanced at him and nodded. He said to Qin Yu, "You shouldn't have come here." Since he had entered the heaven-splitting sword sect that day, that in itself was a kind of declaration. He wasn't afraid that more people would see him today. Qin Yu smiled. "It's fine. My sect is here. I want to see just who can stir up a storm." Li Sumu shook his head. He thought for a moment and said, "This matter might be more complicated than you think. Be careful." He turned and left. Could a cup of tea brewed from the fog dragon mother tree have such an effect? Qin Yu didn't think so. It seemed that the spring wind sword sect situation in the Swordmaster Assembly wasn't too good. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. This wasn't a difficult truth to understand. Just as Li Sumu left, Sect Master Jiyu flew over. His hands were held behind his back and his expression was indifferent. He still exuded the air of a great master. "The immortal swords I promised the heaven-splitting sword sect will soon be ready. Once the sword sect's examination ends, my sect will send someone to deliver them." After he finished speaking, he nodded to Qin Yu and left. This was also a silent declaration of his position. Whether it was Li Sumu or Sect Master Jiyu, for them to come here at this time represented, to a certain degree, their support for the heaven-splitting sword sect. As expected, the eyes of the surrounding people began to change. At this time, there was a loud rumbling that came from deep underground. The ground caved in, forming a giant bottomless black hole. Woo-woo, like the howling of strong winds and also like the mournful wails of the dead, there was a sound like someone blowing a breath of cold air in the back of one's ears on a dark night. Hiss, their hairs stood on end. Sword prison had opened. Chapter 1711. Heaven-splitting sword sect. The moment sword prison opened, Luo Meiru sensed something. She looked up into the distance at the darkening skies. This was the aura of sword prison leaking out, affecting the weather outside. After sensing for several breaths of time, she smiled. She was still alive. This was the most important point. Otherwise, after spending so much effort, it would be all for naught. Not only would that delay her time, but it would also affect her future arrangements. With a thought, the great sect-protecting array at the entrance of the heaven-splitting sword sect opened. Thick sword breath soared into the skies, isolating a small part of the world. And within this small world, there was a boiling pool of swords. Anything that was alive would be cut to pieces by the trillions of sword breaths once it entered. In the current heaven-splitting sword sect, there was only Luo Meiru. She didn't have to worry about anything. She walked within the sword breath. Wherever she went, the sword breath parted like water, not daring to touch her at all. When Luo Meiru came to a stop, she saw the stone steps she had walked through countless times. Now, as the sword breath swam around, the space around it slightly twisted, as if there was something hidden within. Luo Meiru lifted a hand and pointed at the air. Like a boulder falling into the sea, it instantly set off massive waves that twisted the space around the stone steps. Sword prison. It was said that the sword breath was boundless and dense like a prison. But at the same time, it was also a specific characteristic. That was, this place was a prison. What was suppressed and sealed away wasn't just the endless wild sword breath that came from some unknown place in sword prison. There were also all sorts of sword demons that were born within this sword breath. During the sword sect's grand examination, when cultivators of the various sects entered to adventure, the main danger came from these sword demons. Before entering, Hu Jiming hurriedly told Qin Yu everything he knew about sword prison. He didn't expect it to be of much use, but at least he wouldn't be blinded by it. Protector Hu, rest assured. Hu Jiming nodded with a heavy expression. He really did find it hard to rest assured. Sect Master must be careful. As long as there is life, there is hope. I won't say anything else. I will wait here for you to return. Qin Yu thought for a moment. I don't think the feng shui of the entrance to sword prison is good. If Protector Hu wants to wait, it would be best if you stayed as far away as possible. He turned and waved his hand. Let's go. The opening of the sword prison signified the start of the major examination of the sword sect. While the two of them were talking, many sword cultivators had already rushed in. Sometimes, it did make sense that if one step was faster, all the steps would be faster. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to ensure that he was strong enough. Otherwise, the faster he rushed, the earlier he would die. People would die in the sword prison. In fact, every time the sword prison was opened, the number of casualties would not be small. Although the sword sects would send experts to act as temporary protectors to ensure that the elite disciples of the sect wouldn't be severely injured, the sword sects didn't have many experts. However, once the Dao protector intervened, it meant that he had failed, and the sword sect he belonged to would lose the chance to continue fighting for the rankings. The rankings of the sword sect's exam were directly related to the most important benefits of every single sword sect. As a result, the Dao protectors wouldn't act rashly. In other words, as long as the Dao protectors weren't completely annihilated, even if there were casualties, they would tacitly allow it. Watching Qin Yu and the others fly towards the entrance of sword prison, Hu Jiming's complexion changed. As he mulled over his words just now, he felt that there was a deeper meaning to them. Thinking about it, Qin Yu turned and flew away. Since the feng shui here wasn't good, it was best to stay as far away as possible. It was fine as long as he could see the entrance. Everything in front of him darkened. After several breaths of time, light reappeared. Qin Yu squinted his eyes, adapting to the special light underground. The reason that it wasn't pitch-black underground was because there was a special kind of moss growing on the surface of the rock walls. In the darkness, they emitted a weak light that was barely enough to illuminate the surroundings. However, because the light was green, it caused one to feel a bit more oppressive underground. Wherever one looked, there was a dense yin energy. Qin Yu swept his eyes around and didn't sense anything wrong. He waved his hand and said, "Follow me." He casually chose a direction and hurried away. There were many sword cultivators at the entrance. It wasn't a good place to talk. Moreover, in the current situation, avoiding the eyes of the surrounding sword cultivators was the best choice for the heaven-splitting sword sect. In terms of structure and environment, sword prison could be viewed as an underground labyrinth. There were countless forks that led in different directions. The only difference was that if one wanted to leave sword prison, They didn't need to worry about getting lost. As long as they continued to choose a path that led upwards, then as long as their luck wasn't too bad, they would eventually be able to return to the entrance. Shuo Qin Yu stopped and turned around. Speak. When you were in the mystic realm of the Sword Peak, what instructions did the Great Elder give us? Little Meaty hadn't discussed this with him before making a decision. Zhong Xiaoshan stepped forward and cupped his hands together. The Great Elder ordered us to obey the sect master's orders and go all the way down. Qin Yu blinked. After Zhong Xiaoshan finished speaking, he had already retreated. So, there really wasn't anything else. Toothache. Qin Yu couldn't help but rub his temples. It was just a single sentence. What was the difference between saying it and not saying it? The only useful thing was the words "go all the way down." But, you didn't even say where to go. That's all. Think about it carefully. Did the Great Elder say anything else? Qin Yu didn't give up. But in response to him, the 12 people on the other side all shook their heads in unison. Little Meaty, consider yourself ruthless. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Let's go. As for where to go, what were they going to do? What dangers lay ahead? He didn't know anything. Once he left Sword Prison, he had to have a serious and thorough chat with Little Meaty. He had to change his bad habit of being secretive and speaking incoherently. If he wasn't careful, he might even die. An hour after entering Sword Prison, the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect's team finally encountered the first wave of sword demons. Although they had the name sword demons, they were more similar to resentful spirits and similar existences. They didn't have a physical body and the swords in their hands were condensed from sword breath. But, their killing power was formidable. At this time, the weakness of the underdog squad was revealed. Beneath the surprise attack of the two sword demons, they fell into chaos and nearly gave up their first kill in a single encounter. Luckily, Zhong Xiaoshan had decent combat experience. He was able to block the first wave of the two sword demons and buy time for the other members of the underdog squad to respond. Qin Yu's eyebrows relaxed. The underdog squad had formed a sword array with Zhong Xiaoshan as the main attacker and the others as support. The might of this formation was actually quite good. A moment later, the two sword demons were beheaded one after another and vanished from sight. On the surface of the jade card in Qin Yu's hand, there were two more red dots. This represented the gains of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect. This jade card was created by the Sword Master. It could automatically collect the aura emitted by the sword demons after they were killed and accurately record their data. In addition, as the two sword demons were killed, traces of pure sword breath seeped out. Zhong Xiaoshan and the others quickly sat down cross-legged to absorb it. When they opened their eyes, even Zhong Xiaoshan revealed a bit of joy. It could be seen that the sword breath released by the sword demons after they were killed was very beneficial to them. And this was another form of compensation that the disciples of the Sword Sect could obtain for participating in the Sword Sect's examination. Otherwise, they couldn't just shout out the slogan "Love my sect" and not give any benefits at all, right? They couldn't just send people to risk their lives in sword prison, right? There was no such reasoning in this world. With their first victory, the morale of the underdog squad was greatly boosted. Some of the nervousness in their hearts dissipated along with it. Qin Yu glanced at the two red dots on the surface of the jade card. He turned his hand and put it away. He felt that the confidence of these boys had come a bit too early. Although he didn't know much about sword prison, through Hu Jiming's words, it wasn't strange. He judged that these two sword demons were only the most ordinary characters in sword prison. The true dangers were still to come. With the strength they had revealed so far, it was hard to say just how long they could last. Of course, Meaty must have given them a hidden card, otherwise these boys wouldn't be so spirited after leaving the Sword Peak. He hoped that their hidden card was a bit stronger. The road to the depths of Sword Prison would definitely be difficult. Did you see clearly? In which direction did the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect team go? The Triad Sword Sect Elder had a serious expression. The two disciples nodded repeatedly. Elder, don't worry. The two of us saw it clearly. They did go in that direction. The elder let out a breath of relief. He smiled. Very good. You two have done well. He waved his hand. Let's go. He led the 12 sword cultivators of the Triad Sword sect in the opposite direction without hesitation. Sword prison was extremely dangerous and one could die anywhere. But dangers were also divided into levels. Right now, the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect was a walking disaster. Anyone who got close to them would suffer. So, cherish your life and leave Heaven Sword Sect. This had already become a tacit understanding among the sword sects of Swallowran Mountain during the opening of Sword Prison. But was it really like that? An hour later, the Triad Sword sect elder's head rolled on the ground. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear and despair. He would never have imagined that he would encounter a high-ranked sword demon in the shallow region of Sword Prison. And among them, there was even a shadow sword demon, who would only appear in the depths of Sword Prison. This Triad Sword sect elder was caught off guard and was severely injured by a disciple possessed by the shadow sword demon. That was why he was killed directly, and didn't even have the time to send out a distress signal. A moment later, several figures appeared at the place where the Triad Sword sect elder was massacred. The Triad Sword sect disciples lying on the ground looked haggard, their flesh and blood sucked dry. This scene caused the faces of the Sword Prison's patrol team to change dramatically. Ordinary sword demons would not do such a thing when they killed sword cultivators. Those who liked to devour the flesh and blood of sword cultivators were all high-ranked sword demons of Sword Prison. Among them, the shadow sword demon was the best example. Based on the current situation, they could basically confirm that the Triad Sword Sect's team was massacred because they were attacked by a high-ranked sword demon. But this was still the shallow region of Sword Prison. Under normal circumstances, there would not be any high-ranked sword demons. After a careful investigation, they did not find any other problems. After a short discussion, the Sword Prison's patrol team sent the investigation report to the Swordmaster Guild. They concluded that it was a high-ranked sword demon that appeared by accident. The Swordmaster Guild approved of this judgment and ordered the Sword Prison's patrol team to quickly search the surrounding area to ensure that the high-ranked sword demon had returned to the depths of Sword Prison after devouring the flesh and blood. This matter came to an end. When the Triad Sword sect learned that all the disciples, including the elders, died in Sword Prison, their first reaction was that they were involved in the heaven-splitting sword sect incident. Otherwise, how could they all die in such a short period of time, when the team was still in the shallow region of Sword Prison? It was a commotion, attracting a lot of attention until the Swordmaster Guild was alerted. A swordmaster, who had some friendship with the Triad Sword sect's old ancestor, came forward personally. After reprimanding them, he explained the matter clearly. Nothing could be decided. The probability of a high-ranked sword demon appearing in the shallow region of Sword Prison was very small. But in the past, when Sword Prison opened, they did appear. They could only blame the Triad Sword sect for being unlucky. It had nothing to do with others. The Sword Prison had just opened, and a team of sword sects had already been massacred. Moreover, it was a rather influential force like the Triad Sword sect. Outside Sword Prison, the sword cultivators who were waiting for the result were subconsciously shocked. They had a feeling that the opening of Sword Prison this time would not be so simple. Chapter 17:12. The weakling squad's teamwork became more and more flexible. As they moved forward, although they encountered several troubles, they managed to pass through them. Qin Yu's expression was calm, but he couldn't help but feel strange emotions in his heart. The difference between his expectations and reality was too great. Wasn't it supposed to be a plot from the Swordmaster Guild? He had waited for so long, but everything had been so calm. Or was it that the time hadn't come yet? But the heaven-opening sword sect group had already been here for half a day. What preparations couldn't they have made? How could they be so slow? It wasn't that Qin Yu was being persecuted, but that he really wanted to know just what Meimu was plotting. Once they attacked, he might be able to take advantage of the chance to discover some clues. Zhong Xiaoshan and the other 11 heaven-opening sword sect members all had bright eyes and were full of vigor. As they moved, they looked in all directions and listened carefully. Although they were cautious, there was even a hint of anticipation in their eyes. If one translated their expressions, it would be, "Where is the sword demon? Come, hurry up and come, we are already hungry and thirsty." Qin Yu's lips twitched. He thought that these brats were far too arrogant. Once they encountered a ruthless character, they would definitely cry. Their current position had already left the shallow layer of sword prison and they had stepped into the middle layer. According to Hu Jiming, sword prison was divided into 4 layers: the shallow layer, the middle layer, the deep layer, and the core layer that no one had truly stepped into yet. As they went deeper into sword prison, the strength of the sword demon would constantly increase. After entering the middle layer, the dangers would greatly increase. They had to be careful, otherwise if they weren't careful, they might fall into a dangerous situation. But the next 2 days were even easier than in the shallow layer of sword prison. They only encountered a single middle-grade sword demon. From the looks of it, he had been injured before and was hiding underground to recover. He only rushed out after being roused by them. The eyes of the members of the fish-belly team, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, immediately lit up. Without saying a word, they immediately greeted him. In terms of strength, a middle-grade sword demon was indeed much stronger than a low-grade sword demon. But he was entangled in the sword array and Zhong Xiaoshan's flowing light sword had reached the essence of steady, accurate, and ruthless. The middle-rank sword demon, who was covered in cuts and bruises, let out an unwilling roar and exploded. A pure sword aura surged out. "We've been hungry for a long time." Everyone hurriedly sat down cross-legged and absorbed the sword aura with all their might. As for vigilance, although they couldn't see the sect master's figure, there was no doubt that he was here. If there was an accident, he would definitely warn them. This was something that was tacitly agreed upon during the sword sect exam, and it wasn't against the rules. Therefore, when many sword sects chose temporary Dao protectors for the sword sect examination, their cultivation in the sword Dao was secondary. The most important thing was their keen senses. It was to be able to give the sect disciples a warning in advance, which could be very useful. Qin Yu looked down at the jade token. The light that had appeared was clearly larger than before, and it was even redder. This meant that the heaven-splitting sword sect had killed a middle-grade sword demon. The calculation method of a mid-grade sword demon had a set of strict coefficients. Compared to a low-grade sword demon, the ratio was about 1 to 10. The results would fluctuate depending on the strength of the sword demon. This unlucky medium-grade sword demon in front of him could at most resist 8 low-grade sword demons. After all, it wasn't in a good state to begin with. Moreover, Qin Yu felt that when this middle-grade sword demon rushed out from the ground just now, it wasn't trying to sneak attack them. Rather, it was preparing to escape. That's right, escape. However, before this middle-grade sword demon could make a move, it was easily killed by the team of weaklings who had been waiting for a long time. This was a bit strange. As he thought about it, the luck of the waiting squad couldn't be any better. The dangers they encountered along the way were far less than what Hu Jiming had said. Could this be the trump card that little Meaty had given them? For instance, something with her aura that could scare away the sword demons. Thus, when the waiting squad entered sword prison, they didn't need to rely on killing more sword demons. Rather, they only needed to explore deeper. This matched up with what little Meaty had said before when she told him to go all the way. If this was really the case, then the difficulty of this trip to sword prison would plummet. But if this was the case, why did little Meaty want him to personally make this trip? A day tour of sword prison? Forget it. Where would he find the time to do so? There was a problem. There was definitely a problem. Qin Yu frowned and thought for a long time. But he knew too little and couldn't find a breakthrough point. He could only suppress this thought. Whatever, he would take it one step at a time. Since little Meaty had asked him to come, there would definitely be an answer as long as he continued to observe. There was one more thing. Qin Yu suddenly thought of why the Sword Master Association hadn't arrived yet. For example, if the other party wanted to use a borrowed knife to kill others, then they wanted to use the sword demons of sword prison to eliminate the heavenly splitting sword sect. This plan might be difficult to carry out. As the heavenly splitting sword sect squad was searching for the sword demons, they wished they could carve a slogan on their foreheads that red-eye sword cultivators only wish to fight. At this time, most of the great sword sect squads that had entered the middle level of sword prison had encountered trouble. There were too many sword demons. Their numbers were far greater than what was recorded in the sect's records. Moreover, their strength seemed to be much greater. The Great Sword sect was better off. Most of their disciples were strong, and in addition to the power of their immortal swords, after a brief moment of surprise, they were still able to cut through the sword demons like they were vegetables. To them, the threat of a middle-grade sword demon was a victory delivered to their doorstep. But the small sword sect was different. Although they could establish a foothold in Swallow Mountain, their sphere of influence was small and their profits were limited. In terms of financial resources, they couldn't compare with the Great Sword sect. As a result, their equipment was far inferior compared to Big Sword sect's disciples. And because of the disparity in fame between the sects, most of the highly talented disciples were taken in by the Great Sword sect. This further increased the disparity in strength between the two sides. People began to die. Some of the smaller sword sects were more ambitious, or perhaps they could bear the loss of their disciples. But the Tao protectors still didn't care. However, some of the Tao protectors of the sword sect were already forced to make a move to save them. Their strengths were weak to begin with, and there were very few disciples with good natural endowments in the sect. If all of them were to perish here, then the sect would face the situation of having no successors. And if they helped, that meant they would be eliminated. Their ranking would be at the bottom and they would become the lowest rank in this sword sect examination. According to the rules of Swallow Mountain, the sword sect that ranked last in the examination would have its sphere of influence and income reduced by a certain ratio. Small sword sects were already weak to begin with. After repeated reductions, it would only cause them to become weaker and weaker. Elder, don't help. We can still fight. A sword cultivator's face was pale. There was a horrifying wound on his chest. Blood dyed half his body red as he shouted behind him. There were only 6 sword cultivators left beside him. 5 of them had already fallen in the attack of the sword demon. The remaining 7 all had determined expressions. With a long sigh, the elder of the sect appeared behind them with a haggard face and a gloomy look in his eyes. He said softly, "You've done well. You've performed better than expected. However, I can't allow you to stay in the sword prison any longer." He raised his hand to stop the disciples from speaking. "This old man knows that you all wish to fight for a better ranking for the sect. But you must remember that only outstanding disciples are the future of a sword sect. If all of you die here, so what if the sect's ranking can rise a step?" "Elder." The group of sword cultivators had bitter expressions. Among them, 2 female disciples could not help but burst into tears. "Don't cry. You are all the most outstanding children. You are the future of our Cliff Mountain sword sect." The elder smiled. "Don't worry. As long as we old bones do not fall, we will definitely hold up the sky for you in Swallow Mountain. Disciples with heavy injuries, immediately adjust your breathing. Those with light injuries are responsible for cleaning up the corpses of your fellow disciples. In an hour, this old man will take you away." Swoosh! A sword shadow swept past, slicing the sword demon in front of it into pieces. Kong Wei Jin sighed inwardly. The situation in the sword prison was different from the previous years. Otherwise, these disciples would have obtained better results. If he returned like this, the sect master would be disappointed. But old Kong believed that the sect master would approve of his choice. This time, the 12 disciples that entered the sword prison were the last hope of the Cliff Mountain sword sect. They could not be allowed to die here. "Let's go." Kong Wei Jin crushed the jade token in his hand. This meant that the Cliff Mountain sword sect's examination was over. Cheating? That was impossible. Until now, no one had been able to break the sword master's tricks, and no one dared to try. At this time, in the middle layer of the sword prison, there were many sword sects that made the same choice as the Cliff Mountain sword sect. They gave up on the examination to protect their disciples. In the world of cultivators, it was normal for the strong to be eliminated. Since you did not have the ability to set the rules, you could only submit to the rules. Unlike the small sword sects that left quietly, the big sword sect's team continued to advance bravely, killing the sword demons along the way and breaking into the depths of the sword prison. The number of sword demons killed was only a part of the overall score. Exploring the depths of the sword prison was also indispensable. The small sword sects retreated towards the entrance on the surface. The big sword sect broke out of the middle layer of the sword prison and entered the depths of the sword prison to fight. To them, entering the depths of the sword prison was the true start of the examination. What happened before was just a warm-up. At the entrance of the sword prison, halfway up a mountain, someone had slashed it with a sword. The steep peak had turned into a smooth, mirror-like wall. Now, the surface of the wall glowed and automatically formed numbers, forming two big lists on the left and right. The dark red on the left represented the sword demon killing list. The record token that was assigned would send real-time information to the list. The light green on the right represented the depth of the sword prison, which was also determined according to the position of the record token. As for the depth of the exploration, the record token would capture the aura of all the participants. Unless the members of the team died, only the surviving members of the team could be recorded. Apart from that, the patrolling team in the sword prison would also confirm the score twice to prevent cheating. Currently, on the dark red killing list, the Cold Frost Sword sect was ranked the highest. This was not surprising. After all, as a member of the Sword Master Union, the Cold Frost Sword sect, one of the 10 sword sects of Yangran Mountain, was famous for its killing. The disciples of the sect cultivated the Cold Frost Sword technique. When they attacked, it was like the cold wind of midwinter sweeping the earth, reaping all lives. In second place was the Spring Wind Sword sect. This was not surprising. The strength of the Spring Wind Sword sect was not to be underestimated. Moreover, their sword technique was the bane of the sword demons. In third place was the South Sea Sword sect. This was the newest member of the Sword Master Union. He had displayed the formidable strength of an outsider in the sword sect's great examination. This was a great deterrent to all the xenophobes of Yangran Mountain. Afterwards, the ranking list was basically occupied by the various great sword sects. All the way to the 100th place, the very bottom of the ranking list, the heaven-splitting sword sect's name couldn't be found. Similarly, the light green list on the right didn't have it either. Hu Jiming frowned, helplessness in his eyes. Although he had already expected this, when the truth was placed in front of him, he still felt disappointed. After all, whether it was Sect Master Qin Yu or the Great Elder, both of them had a confident attitude. Just like this. Hu Jiming bitterly smiled. He no longer had any expectations. He only hoped that the sect master could bring back the people he had brought into the heaven-splitting sword sect. Chapter 1713. Soon, Hu Jiming's complexion became heavy. News spread out that because the sword demons in the middle levels of sword prison had risen in strength, the various sword sects had suffered heavy casualties and had withdrawn from the sword sect examination. Although they were only small sword sects, in Hu Jiming's opinion, they were much stronger than the small teams of the heaven-splitting sword sect. If even they had suffered heavy casualties, the fate of the small teams could be imagined. Hu Jiming subconsciously took several steps forwards. He stared at the entrance of sword prison, hoping to immediately see the figures of the sect master and the others. But no matter how he waited, no one emerged from the entrance of sword prison. It wasn't just the heaven-splitting sword sect, but all the other sword sects that had given up on the examination hadn't emerged from underground. Something had happened. As this thought raced through his mind, Hu Jiming turned and looked around. As expected, outside sword prison, the sword cultivators from all over had heavy expressions. Whoosh, whoosh, the humming of swords rang out. At first it was extremely far away, but in the blink of an eye it arrived. The air was cut apart at high speeds, forming distortions. 2 figures appeared in the skies above the entrance of sword prison. As they looked down, a dense sword intent circulated around them, suffocating one's mind. Primordius Sword Master. Eastern Mountain Sword Master. Cries of alarm rang out. The sword cultivators' complexions became increasingly dignified. 2 great sword masters had been alerted to come investigate together. As expected, something had happened. Suddenly, the Eastern Mountain Sword Master pointed a finger. A monstrous sword aura erupted, condensing into a 1,000-foot-long sword that slashed downwards. With a loud explosion, the ground within 1,000 meters cracked apart, twisted into powder by the devastating sword aura. But the entrance to sword prison was still intact. This terrifying sword strike hadn't been able to cause any damage to it. The Eastern Mountain Sword Master had a gloomy expression. He glanced at the Primordius Sword Master and said, "Summon a meeting of Sword Masters. Sword Prison has gone out of control." The Primordius Sword Master grasped his hand, isolating space. "In order to avoid causing panic, do not announce this news for now." The Eastern Mountain Sword Master frowned. He thought for a moment and then slowly nodded. The Primordius Sword Master removed the isolation barrier. With the support of his powerful cultivation, his voice reverberated through the world. "There has been an accident within Sword Prison. Although it is a bit troublesome, it can definitely be resolved. Now, do not make random guesses. Just wait patiently." The two sword masters raised their hands at the same time, unleashing sword breaths towards the sky. They instantly turned into sword shadows, tearing through the clouds and scattering down endless sunlight. An hour later, the 10 sword masters gathered outside the sword prison. The East Mountain Sword Master had an ugly expression on his face. "On the way here, we've tried to contact the patrol team in Sword Prison. We can basically confirm that Sword Prison has indeed gone out of control." The expressions of the Sword Master Guild members changed slightly. Sword Prison losing control. To the sword cultivators of Swallowran Mountain, this was an extremely terrifying thing. It meant that the sword prison was sealed, and they could not even enter or leave. At the same time, the strength of the sword devils in the sword prison would skyrocket. What was even more terrifying was that the core layer of the sword prison might open up and release a terrifying peerless rank sword devil. In the history of Yangran Mountain, there had been 2 incidents where sword prison went out of control. Each time, there were heavy casualties. Of the sword cultivators of the various sects that entered sword prison, less than 1/10 of them came out alive. Before the opening of the sword prison, we had already investigated it. The environment of the sword prison was stable, and there were no signs of it going out of control. How did the situation suddenly deteriorate? The dreamy Cloud Sword Master asked in a low voice. The Spring Wind Sword Master said slowly, "Time is too short." The space was silent. Everyone understood the deeper meaning of his words. Even though most of them had held the mentality of watching from the sidelines and were reluctant to give in, now that the sword jail had gone out of control, their mentality naturally changed. The sword sect examination covered all the sword sects, including the 10 sword sects. Now, in the sword prison, there might be their disciples, descendants of bloodlines, or descendants of old friends. One could imagine how the sword masters felt. The South Sea Sword sect leader, they had received the most stares. No matter what, they were the first to propose the sword sect examination. Naturally, they were the first to bear the brunt. The Frost Sword Master said, "You and I did not want this to happen. Now, the most important thing is to find a way to open the sword prison and save the disciples of the various sects." "That's right. As for the responsibility for this matter and the subsequent problems, we can discuss it after we settle it," the Spring Wind Sword Master said calmly. The Frost Sword Master looked up with a cold gaze. Spring Wind Sword Master is right. Soon, the Sword Masters Guild reached an agreement and sent a message to the Sword Prison's patrol team, informing the sword cultivators of the various sects that the sword prison had gone out of control. The examination was cancelled, and they were requested to return to the shallow layer of the sword prison immediately. Then, they would try to open the sword prison from the inside. The order had been issued, but there was no response. The East Mountain Sword Master moved and came to the entrance of the sword prison. After sensing for a few breaths, his eyes became gloomier. Their communication with the sword prison had been cut off. After killing the 3 middle-grade sword devils, the sharp underdog team found that they had arrived at the edge of the deeper layer of the sword prison. This scene made them feel that something was wrong. After all, the sword prison was famous, and everyone had heard of it. That was it. Zhong Xiaoshan frowned and glanced around. After coming here, the light was even dimmer. It was not that the moss on the rock walls had decreased. In fact, as they went deeper, the moss grew more and more luxuriant. However, it could not withstand the darkness of the underground. Being in it, he felt as if a huge mountain was pressing on his heart. It was so oppressive that even breathing became especially difficult. Looking back, he still did not see the sect master. thinking of the Grand Elder's instructions before leaving the sword sect. Zhong Xiaoshan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Rest here for an hour. After that, we will enter the deeper layer of the sword prison." Yes. Through the previous battles, the taciturn Zhong Xiaoshan had gained the trust of the squad members. They sat down cross-legged one after another. Although they had easily broken through the shallow and middle layers of the sword prison, the deeper layers were the most dangerous areas of the sword prison. However, the deeper region was the most dangerous place in sword prison. No one could be sure of the exact situation. Being more cautious and adjusting oneself to the best state before stepping into it was indeed the best choice. Qin Yu wasn't too far away from the squad. He restrained his aura and seemed to blend into the darkness as he silently observed his surroundings. In fact, Qin Yu had already sensed the stifling feeling that Zhong Xiaoshan had given birth to. Moreover, it was 10 times, 100 times more intense than Zhong Xiaoshan's. Although he didn't know what the reason was, his intuition told him that something had happened in the sword prison. As for little Misty, she must have already known this, thus she had asked him to personally bring them in. At this time, Qin Yu's complexion changed. He looked up towards the deeper layers of the sword prison. Sure, he took a step forward and his figure instantly appeared in front of the underdog squad. Zhong Xiaoshan was the first to awaken. His complexion changed. Sect Master. The other members of the team got up one after another, their eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. There was silence, no change at all. This caused everyone to subconsciously reveal puzzled expressions. "Retreat!" Qin Yu shouted out loud. He flicked his sleeves and an invisible strength gushed out, wrapping around the underdog squad members and pushing them away. In the next moment, the darkness in front of them became even thicker. Suddenly, it tumbled like fog. Miserable screams and the sound of breaking air echoed out. As the fog surged, it also released a strong smell of blood. "Save me! Get out of my way! Get out of my way! I don't want to die!" Whoosh! A figure rushed out from the darkness. His face was pale and his body was covered in wounds. As he saw the people from the heaven-splitting sword sect not too far away, he subconsciously revealed a happy expression. Save! As soon as the word left his mouth, the sharp blade of the sword pierced through his chest, directly shattering his heart. A large hand covered in black scales reached out from the darkness and grabbed the sword cultivator who hadn't died yet. With a howl of despair, it pulled him back into the darkness. Seeing this, the underdog squad members felt as if they had fallen into an icy lake. Their bodies stiffened and their faces drained of blood. The sword edge that flashed with a cold light and the large hand that was covered in scales were like a nightmare, madly stimulating their nerves. Qin Yu frowned. His complexion was dignified as he stared at the darkness in front of him. Since he had sensed danger, what he should do now was to immediately lead the underdog squad away. But Qin Yu always felt that there were pairs of icy cold and cruel eyes locked onto them in the darkness. As long as they turned around and fled, revealing their weakness, they would immediately face the pursuit from the darkness. After a brief struggle in his mind, Qin Yu took a deep breath and stood still. As the underdog squad members saw their sect master stand still, they were apprehensive and frightened. But they didn't dare to move. In the darkness, the sounds of fighting and miserable screams gradually faded away. But what followed was the sound of tearing and chewing. It wasn't obvious, but it was a particularly horrifying sound. Gulp! It was unknown who gulped. In the silence, this sound could be heard clearly. An even stronger smell of blood spread out from the darkness. It lingered in the air, like an invisible tongue that constantly licked at everyone. Zhong Xiaoshan took a deep breath. He clenched his teeth and said, "Sect Master, Qin Yu didn't turn around." His tone was calm. "Don't move." The chewing sounds vanished. The feeling of being watched reached its peak at this moment. Even Qin Yu felt his hairs stand on end. There was silence. After a moment, he suddenly moved. He lifted his hand. "It's fine." His voice was still calm, but there was a bit more difficulty to it. Puff air puff air puff, several underdog squad members relaxed and slumped to the ground. Their pores opened and sweat gushed out, soaking their robes as they gasped for breath. This couldn't be blamed on them. If it weren't for his status, Qin Yu would have also sat down and relaxed. His calves were still cramping. Just a little bit more. Just now, Qin Yu felt that a great battle was inevitable. At that time, he might be able to escape, but Zhong Xiaoshan and the others would likely become food in Sword Demon's stomach. It was only after a long time that the underdog squad members regained their composure. Their faces flushed red. Qin Yu said, "With your cultivations, it isn't shameful for you to be able to stand up." He hesitated for a moment. "You all saw what happened just now. The depths of Sword Prison are dangerous and you can lose your life at any moment. So, you should all leave now and return to the shallow levels of Sword Prison. I will go in and take a look myself." Zhong Xiaoshan took a deep breath. "Sect Master, the Great Elder ordered us to ensure your safety." He bowed. "For this reason, the Great Elder has given us some hidden cards. So, Sect Master, please rest assured that we can help you." Qin Yu frowned. "You must think this through. Once you go in, you might not be able to return." Zhong Xiaoshan bitterly smiled. "Sect Master is right. But, we don't dare to face the Great Elder's anger. Sect Master, please. I ask Sect Master to help us." The underdog squad members bowed. Qin Yu thought about it. This was indeed something Misty could do. "Very well. You must be careful. If you really encounter danger, I might not be able to protect you." Zhong Xiaoshan and the others relaxed. They weren't fools. Being able to explain things clearly was far better than taking on everything. "Are you ready?" The underdog squad members took a deep breath and nodded. Qin Yu waved his hand and was the first to walk into the depths of Sword Prison. As for the Dao Protectors taking action and directly being eliminated from the Sword Sect's Great Examination, he felt that there was no need to consider this any further. Chapter 17:14. In the depths of Sword Prison. Xu Jing's face was livid, and her eyes were filled with anger. Something's wrong. Although the Sword Prison was dangerous, it was definitely not that terrifying. When the sword demons attacked just now, not to mention that their strength was far beyond the normal range, there were actually 2 shadow sword demons. If it weren't for the fact that he had a strange treasure of the South Sea Sword sect on him, alerting the sect disciples ahead of time, his fate would have been even worse than it was now. "Elder." The disciples of the South Sea Sword sect bowed in greeting. Most of their faces revealed a hint of absent-mindedness. These proud geniuses of the past had yet to recover from this sudden blow. Xu Jing said solemnly, "There are changes in the Sword Prison. Collect the corpses of our fellow disciples. We will temporarily retreat from the deeper regions of the Sword Prison." His gaze swept across the 2 corpses on the ground as a look of regret flashed past his eyes. He had a good impression of both of them. They were 2 of the most talented disciples the South Sea Sword sect had taken in recent years. They should not have died in the Sword Prison. If they could grow up smoothly, 100 years later, the South Sea Sword sect would definitely gain another pillar of support. Xu Jing closed her eyes and opened them again. Her expression became calm again. Death was death. There was no point in thinking about it now. The most important thing was to protect the remaining disciples and minimize casualties. "Elder." Jin Hua's complexion changed. "When we entered Sword Prison, we were already prepared to sacrifice ourselves for the sect. The South Sea Sword sect was an outsider. Although they were now ranked as one of the 10 sword sects, there were far too many sinister gazes hidden behind their smiles. As disciples, they were deeply moved by this. This required the South Sea Sword sect to maintain a powerful deterrence at all times. Only then could these gazes remain at the level of gazes, not daring to act blindly without thinking. On the other hand, the Sword Sect's rankings during the Sword Sect's exam was the time to show off his muscles. Xu Jing raised her hand, stopping the others from continuing to speak. "I want you to temporarily withdraw from the deeper regions of the Sword Prison, but I don't mean to give up on the exam. The current situation is unclear, so observing is the best choice." "All right, I've already made up my mind on this matter. All of you don't have to say anything else." Jin Hua and the other disciples of the South Sea Sword sect could only lower their heads and comply. After collecting the corpses of their companions, the group didn't stop at all. Under Xu Jing's lead, they headed up the Sword Prison. But soon, Xu Jing stopped in his tracks. His pupils constricted as he stared into the darkness. Wherever he looked, the dim green light released by the moss on the rock wall seemed to be swallowed by an invisible force and turned extremely dark. Looking at this place, it was like looking into an abyss. Endless fear surged out from the bottom of his heart, threatening to devour his mind. The disciples of the South Sea Sword sect all turned pale. Pa, the sound of footsteps could be heard, and the darkness was broken. A figure clad in black scale armor and holding a snow-white sword walked out. It had a pair of eyes that were as red as magma. They were filled with killing intent and destruction. There was also a trace of cruelty and coldness in them. It was as if it was a destructive machine with its own intelligence. Peerless Great Sword Devil. Xu Jing growled subconsciously. She instantly realized that she had lost control of the sword prison. As an extraordinary elder of the South Sea Sword sect, he knew many things that surpassed his own status. Of course, he knew what the appearance of a peerless sword demon signified. Run! Hamure's sword cry erupted. Xu Jing didn't hesitate to attack with her sword. The peak of the vast ocean sword art caused the dark underground to rumble with the roar of raging waves. She rushed forwards, slashing towards the peerless sword demon. He used his strongest attack. Otherwise, let alone buying time for Jinhua and the other disciples to escape, he himself would die here. As they heard the words peerless sword demon, Jinhua and the others froze. Then, they turned and fled without hesitation. Before entering Sword Prison, they had been informed of some information regarding Sword Prison. One of these taboos was the peerless sword demon. In Sword Prison, once a peerless sword demon appears, there is no need to worry about the sword sect's examination. All disciples are to immediately retreat to the shallow layers of Sword Prison and protect yourself. These were the original words of sect master Wei Heng. And now, a peerless sword demon had truly appeared. Jinhua and the others didn't know what its appearance meant, but without a doubt, this was an extremely terrifying crisis. Rumble rumble behind them, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. The familiar aura of the vast ocean sword art that Elder Xu Jing was familiar with had clearly fallen into a bitter struggle. And his opponent was only a sword demon. Was this the strength of a peerless sword demon? Before Jinhua and the other South Sea Sword sect disciples could think any further, darkness wildly surged in the direction they were fleeing. Sword demons appeared one after another, howling as they rushed towards them. High-grade sword demons. In the previous battle where they had lost two of their fellow disciples, they had already encountered one. Kill! Jinhua roared out loud. The sword in his hand came slashing down. In Sword Prison, once one encountered a sword demon, they would fight to the death with the sword cultivator. Unless all of them were killed, it was impossible to escape. The only thing worth celebrating was that there wasn't a terrifying peerless sword demon amongst these sword demons. Otherwise, just a single peerless sword demon would be enough to kill all of them here. And as the South Sea Sword sect fell into a bitter struggle, the teams that rushed into the deeper layers of Sword Prison encountered great trouble. If there had to be an exception, then it would be the heaven-splitting sword sect. After entering the deeper layers of Sword Prison, they suddenly discovered that besides the surroundings being a little quieter, it was also a little darker and even more peaceful than before. Simply put, it had already been over 4 hours since they entered the deeper layers of Sword Prison, but they hadn't encountered a single sword demon. There really wasn't a single one, let alone a high-grade one. There wasn't even a low-grade one. You could already determine that it was Little Meaty who had caused the sword demons of Sword Prison to avoid their position on their own. But this didn't mean that the danger had completely disappeared. In the deathly silence of the darkness, he could faintly sense some eyes looking at him. They were cold and oppressive, causing his heart to tighten. From the moment they entered the deeper layers of Sword Prison until now, they hadn't disappeared. Sect Master. Zhong Xiaoshan wanted to say something but hesitated. His eyes swept around and his body subconsciously tensed. If even he was like this, then the other members of the underdog squad were even more nervous. It seemed that if it weren't for the fact that they were terrified of Little Meaty's methods, they would have already cried out and begged to leave. In truth, this seemingly safe silence was actually the greatest torture. It was like they were walking on the cusp of a storm. At any moment, they could take a single step and fall to their deaths. It was too torturous. Qin Yu shook his head. I have no idea what happened either. I can only tell you that compared to the other sword cultivators that entered sword prison, we are already much luckier. The darkness was incomparably quiet. The space within sword prison was distorted by an invisible strength, causing one's perception to become unstable and blurry. But Qin Yu could still feel a trace of abnormality, as well as the faint smell of blood. It was very thin, but it had already soaked through every inch of the darkness. People had died. And many had died. At this time, those that were able to enter the depths of sword prison were undoubtedly the elite disciples of the various great sword sects of Swallowran Mountain. Among these big sword sects groups, there would be a powerful Tao protector following them. For instance, the South Sea Sword Sect team. Qin Yu had clearly seen that the Tao protector was Elder Shu Jing, whom he had met once before. With these powerful guardians and in addition to the disciples of the various great sword sects, their strength wasn't bad to begin with. Yet, there were still such serious casualties. Qin Yu subconsciously thought back to the scene he saw before, the sword that pierced through his chest and pierced through his body, as well as the scaly hand that reached out from the darkness and pulled that dying sword cultivator back into the darkness. There was already no doubt that an accident had occurred in sword prison. But he just didn't know. Was this accident really an accident? Qin Yu guessed that it was done by someone. But who was the person who did this? Was it Little Meaty? Qin Yu didn't think so. The sword sect's grand examination had nothing to do with them. This was a decision made by the Sword Master Association, and the heaven-splitting sword sect was just passively accepting it. And within the Sword Master Association, the ones pushing this matter with all their strength were the South Sea Sword Sect and the Frigid Frost Sword Sect that was hidden even deeper. These matters weren't secrets that were difficult to reach. As a true wandering cultivator, Hu Jiming knew the inside story like the back of his hand. So, it was likely that the South Sea Sword Sect and the Frigid Frost Sword Sect had joined forces. But what was their goal? Moreover, if it was the Sword Sect's grand examination, the two great sword sects would need to send disciples to attend. Before, outside sword prison, Qin Yu had searched for the teams of the two great sword sects. Although he had only seen them from afar, he was able to determine that they weren't just there to make up the numbers. Whether it was the Tao protectors or the disciples participating in the sword sect's grand examination, they were all in line with the status of a member of the 10 great sword sects. Unless they had similar methods to avoid being attacked by the sword demon in sword prison. Otherwise, if they sent the Tao protectors and disciples in, they would suffer heavy losses. Not hesitating to sacrifice themselves to harm the great sword sects of Swallow Mountain, this reason clearly didn't hold water. If it really was the South Sea Sword Sect and the Frigid Frost Sword Sect that had acted, then there had to be another reason. Or, perhaps someone had taken advantage of the sudden opening of Sword Prison to prepare a pleasant surprise for the great sword sects of Swallow Mountain. As Qin Yu's thoughts raced, he was suddenly interrupted by some movements. He turned to look into the darkness and his complexion changed. Although he was still at a relatively unfamiliar stage when it came to the various great sword sects of Swallow Mountain, he had still done some homework. However, they had still done their homework on a colossus like the 10 Sword Sect. This was all thanks to Hu Jiming's participation. The South Sea Sword Sect's vast sea sword art. Moreover, it was clear that his opponent had cultivated it to an extremely profound degree. When his sword came out, there was actually a faint feeling of the raging sea. Waves billowed out, sweeping out in all directions, their momentum overwhelming the heavens. Within Sword Prison, the only one who cultivated the vast sea sword art and was able to reach such a boundary was Shu Jing. It was clear that he had fallen into a bitter struggle. And, Shu Jing's opponent had a strange and cruel sword aura and an astonishing killing power. These fluctuations, they were sword demons. In Sword Prison, there was actually such a terrifyingly strong sword demon. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He felt as if he had misunderstood something. At the very least, the South Sea Sword Sect definitely wasn't the mastermind behind the changes in Sword Prison. Otherwise, there was no reason for them to fall into such a dangerous situation. Of course, he couldn't be lacking in caution. He had to prevent the scene in front of him from being deliberately planned out and injuring himself. Qin Yu lifted a hand. The small fry squad hurriedly stopped. Can the trump cards that the Great Elder gave you protect yourselves in the depths of sword prison? Zhong Xiaoshan thought for a moment. It should be possible. He quickly added, in truth, this disciple and the others haven't tested it yet. You all stay here. If an accident occurs, you can use your trump cards to protect yourselves. I will go ahead and take a look. As Qin Yu spoke, his figure flashed and he howled forwards. If little Meaty really had done something so that the sword demons of Sword Prison didn't dare approach them. Zhong Xiaoshan and the others had it on them and Qin Yu didn't lack it either. If they left the squad, there was a high chance there wouldn't be any trouble. If he brought them along, there was a chance that they would be implicated in the dangers that the South Sea Sword Sect was currently encountering. Moreover, it wouldn't be beneficial for Qin Yu to secretly observe the situation and determine whether it was true or false. Of course, the most important reason was that the two sides weren't too far apart. If there really was a problem, Qin Yu could quickly rush back. The movements in front became increasingly loud. He could clearly hear the roars of rolling waves. They were about to arrive. Qin Yu restrained his aura. His entire person was like a shadow as he melted into the darkness. He looked forwards with rapt attention. One of the two sides fighting was indeed the South Sea Sword Sect's Xu Jing. With a single glance, he knew that the killing scene in front of him wasn't an act. This was because this elder Xu Jing was in a perilous situation. She was being completely suppressed. If it weren't for the vast sea sword art having a decent defensive effect, she feared she would have already been cut down. Across from Xu Jing was a strange sword demon whose body was covered in black scales. Its eyes were crimson like magma and it wielded a snow-white sword that released an extremely sharp aura of annihilation. Each sword strike gave off a horrifying feeling that all things in the world could be annihilated. Peerless Sword Demon. With just a glance, Qin Yu recalled the name that Hu Jiming had solemnly mentioned. He had said that he didn't know what a peerless sword demon meant. He had only inadvertently learned that such a terrifying sword demon existed in Sword Prison. To sword cultivators, the appearance of such a sword demon often meant disaster. And without accident, the palm that Qin Yu saw before he stepped into the depths of Sword Prison had come from a peerless sword demon. Qin Yu's concealment methods were extremely brilliant, but his existence had still been discovered. It wasn't Xu Jing, but the peerless sword demon whose entire body was covered in scales. Its crimson magma eyes suddenly swept over where Qin Yu was hiding. Although it was only a brief glance, it caused Qin Yu to instantly feel a numbing sensation, as if an electric current was flowing through his body. His thoughts raced and Qin Yu made a decision. He stepped forwards and removed his concealment state. Bang! A sword slashed out. The sword light was dazzling to the extreme, but it didn't give off the slightest feeling of righteousness. Instead, there was only endless darkness and brutality. Xu Jing was sent flying backwards. The vast sea sword breath in front of him shook, causing his chest to violently shake and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Sect Master Qin. Seeing Qin Yu, his complexion changed. Across from him, the peerless sword demon's crimson eyes stubbornly glared at Qin Yu. A deep dread appeared in his eyes. Roar! He gave a deep roar. Scram, scram. Indeed, high-grade sword demons and even more formidable peerless sword demons had already developed their own spiritual wisdom. This was the reason why the heaven-splitting sword sect squad had been so peaceful after entering the depths of Sword Prison. They hadn't even encountered a single sword demon. Qin Yu looked up. Facing the peerless sword demon, he stepped forwards. Roar! With a loud roar, the peerless sword demon turned and fled. With a loud whoosh, it submerged into the darkness and vanished from sight. It had actually fled like this. Xu Jing's eyes widened as he saw this. He revealed a look of disbelief and vigilance. Chapter 17:15. Qin Yu turned and calmly looked at Xu Jing. Although it ran away, I cannot guarantee that it won't call its companions back. So, we should leave here first. Then, he paused. I know that Elder Xu Jing is very confused, but if the changes in Sword Prison were related to me, I would not appear here. Xu Jing thought for a moment and clenched his teeth. My South Sea Sword Sect's disciples are not far from here. I will take them with me. Qin Yu frowned and looked at him. Xu Jing said, as an elder of the South Sea Sword Sect and the Tao protector of Sword Prison, I will not run away alone. Let's talk as we walk. Qin Yu's figure flashed into the darkness. Xu Jing paused for a moment before following him, maintaining a certain distance between the two of them. Elder Xu, you can speak now. I know very little about Sword Prison, Qin Yu said without turning his head. Xu Jing finally understood what he meant when he said to talk as we walk. After several breaths of silence, he said, Sword Prison has gone out of control. Whether what Qin Yu said was true or false, at this point there was no need to hide it anymore. Most importantly, Xu Jing had just witnessed Qin Yu frightening away a peerless sword demon with terrifying strength with her own eyes. And the explanation he gave just now was convincing enough. If the changes in Sword Prison were related to Qin Yu, then it was impossible for him to appear here and expose himself. At this moment, Xu Jing made a decision. He would attach himself to the heaven-splitting sword sect and leave Sword Prison alive. As for the Cold Frost Sword Sect's attitude and the South Sea Sword Sect's stance, he didn't care. With this thought in mind, his attitude changed. Xu Jing took a deep breath and said, Sword Prison going out of control means that the inside of Sword Prison has entered a berserk state for some unknown reason. The entrance to Sword Prison is sealed and the sword demons bred inside will become much stronger. He looked at Qin Yu. But the most terrifying thing is not this. Every time Sword Prison goes out of control, it means that the core layer is opened. That is why a powerful peerless sword demon like the one just appeared. This is the greatest secret of Swallow Mountain. Only the sect master of the 10 Sword Sect and the members of the Sword Master Association have the qualifications to know about this. So this was the origin of peerless sword demons. The core layer of Sword Prison was so ridiculously strong. Qin Yu's thoughts raced and he suddenly asked, what is in the core layer of Sword Prison? Since Elder Xu is being so open and honest, you should be very clear that we can only survive this unforeseen event if we tell each other the truth now. Xu Jing shook her head and spoke quickly, no one knows the secret of the core layer of Sword Prison. Back then, when Sword Prison went out of control for the first time, a peerless sword devil appeared. The sword cultivators of Swallow Ran Mountain suffered heavy casualties. They had indeed tried to explore the core layer of Sword Prison, but all the sword cultivators who entered were buried within. None of them could leave alive. Elder Xu, you seem to be hiding something. Xu Jing, he sucked in a deep breath and clenched his teeth. That's right, I have indeed heard the sect master mention some rumors regarding Swallow Run Mountain. But these are only rumors without any proof. Qin Yu said, I want to know. Xu Jing nodded. It is rumored that deep within Swallow Run Mountain there is a powerful seal, and the sealed object is a peerless divine weapon. It is because of this that the massive Swallow Run Mountain is incomparably suitable for sword cultivators. After many generations of development, it has become the holy land of the sword path. As for Sword Prison, it is a product formed when the seal's strength leaked out. The sword demon is formed when the aura of that sealed object passes through the seal. But this is only a rumor. There are several hundred sword sects in Swallow Run Mountain, but I have never heard of anyone finding any clues about the seal. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He slowly said, perhaps the core layer of Sword Prison that you speak of is that seal. Xu Jing opened her mouth and nodded. There is indeed such a possibility. But, I believe that now is not the time to investigate this matter. What Sect Master Qin should be considering right now is how to lead your disciples away. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, the situation is dangerous. I ask that Sect Master Qin disregard past enmity and help the South Sea Sword Sect. As long as Sect Master extends a helping hand, the South Sea Sword Sect will repay you generously. Moreover, I guarantee that after today, I will no longer be your enemy. They were in a perilous situation. At any moment, a calamity could descend upon them. Xu Jing didn't have time to bargain or think about the pros and cons. He directly expressed his greatest sincerity, hoping that Qin Yu would nod. He had already personally experienced the potent killing strength of a top-grade sword demon. If Qin Yu refused, everyone in the South Sea Sword Sect, including him, would face a great calamity. In this silent silence, Each day seemed like a year. Right at this moment, Xu Jing's lips trembled. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Yu suddenly said, "Elder Shu's words are too serious. There is no conflict between the South Sea Sword Sect and my Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect to begin with, so we are naturally not enemies." Xu Jing let out a long breath. He revealed a look of gratitude and nodded. Sect Master Qin is right. I have misspoken. Please don't blame me. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed. We've arrived. In front of them, the disciples of the South Sea Sword Sect had fallen into a bitter battle. There was a great disparity between the strength of a high-grade sword demon and a top-grade sword demon. But to these disciples, they were still difficult opponents to contend with. In particular, some of their squad members had died, and most of them had been wounded. Even though they had already experienced fighting with a high-grade sword demon before, in addition to their explosive strength in this desperate situation, there were still casualties. Now, the South Sea Sword Sect only had 7 disciples left, and 3 of them would remain here forever. Xu Jing's eyes turned red. He roared and slashed out with his sword. The vast sea sword art slashed out, killing several high-grade sword demons where they stood. Elder Jin Hua and the others were overjoyed before falling into sadness. Qin Yu said, "Elder Shu, we should leave immediately." It was only then that the South Sea Sword Sect disciples saw Qin Yu standing not too far away. They subconsciously widened their eyes. They clearly couldn't understand why they would see the sect master of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect here. Between us, shouldn't we be enraged and draw our swords at each other? What was going on here? Xu Jing said in a low voice, "The reason I was able to rush over to save you is all thanks to Sect Master Qin's help. You are not to be insolent. Hurry and collect the corpses of our companions. We are leaving this place." Soon, the group retreated from Sword Prison. Qin Yu was at the very back of the group. He didn't need to turn his head to feel the icy cold gazes coming from the darkness. The journey was incomparably smooth. The South Sea Sword Sect disciples suspected that they had suddenly switched maps. If it weren't for the incomparably oppressive darkness around them, they really would have suspected that they were still deep within Sword Prison. It was too quiet. So quiet that there was no movement at all. All that could be heard was the sound of their rapid movements colliding with the air. Xu Jing relaxed. He could now confirm that the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect did have some methods that could deter the sword demons in Sword Prison. But he had never heard of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect having such a method before. Otherwise, if they really had such a divine skill, how could the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect have been so easily destroyed in the past? He couldn't figure it out. But that wasn't important. What was important was that the South Sea Sword Sect had to tightly cling onto the thigh of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect. This was their only path of survival. They saw Zhong Xiaoshan and the others. "Sect Master." The fish belly squad came up to them, and they all looked relieved. Just now, although it was still quiet, they felt that the darkness had become even more terrifying. As if a terrifying sword demon could leap out at any moment and tear them to shreds. But as Qin Yu appeared, this terrifying feeling rapidly vanished. Qin Yu relaxed. He nodded towards the underdog squad. "This is the South Sea Sword Sect's elder Xu Jing." Zhong Xiaoshan and the others revealed looks of surprise. It was clear they hadn't regained their composure yet. They stiffened for a moment before bowing. Luckily, Xu Jing's skin was thick enough. In addition to the tense situation, she pretended not to see anything. She nodded towards Zhong Xiaoshan and the others. This time, it was all thanks to Sect Master Qin's help that the South Sea Sword Sect was able to turn the crisis around. Qin Yu guessed Xu Jing's thoughts and explained the situation once more. One reason was to compliment Qin Yu and let him shine in front of his disciples. The second reason was because he was worried that Qin Yu would change his mind, so he used this chance to clarify things so that Qin Yu couldn't change his mind. Needless to say, after Zhong Xiaoshan and the others heard this, their gazes were truly refreshing. Qin Yu coughed. "Elder Shu, let's talk business." Xu Jing cupped her hands together. "From this moment on, the entire South Sea Sword Sect will obey Sect Master Qin's command." This elder Shu seemed solemn and earnest on the surface, as if he wasn't easy to approach. But in truth, he was a wonderful person. Qin Yu waved his hand. As I said before, I don't know much about sword prison. If Elder Shu has any suggestions, please feel free to speak them. Seeing that he didn't seem to be evading, Shu Jing thought for a moment and said, the situation of sword prison going out of control has occurred before. In the end, the sword cultivators that survived were able to retreat to the shallow layers of sword prison and join forces with the outside world to forcefully break through sword prison's blockade. He looked at Qin Yu. So, right now, our best choice is to gather together the various large sword cultivators. We must protect their lives as much as possible. This is because the blockade of sword prison is extremely difficult to break, and attacking from the inside is far better than attacking from the outside. The more sword cultivators that survive, the faster we can break through the blockade. He explained in a serious tone. This was because, in a strict sense, besides the South Sea Sword Sect, the 10 sword sects had an unresolvable grudge with the heaven-splitting sword sect. As the saying went, when a whale falls, all things grow. If this saying could be applied to the heaven-splitting sword sect in the past, it was also true. In the great calamity of the past, the heaven-splitting sword sect was destroyed along with it. It was unknown just how many sword cultivators had eaten their fill and obtained tremendous benefits. Thinking back to how the Heavenly Cycle Sword Sect had been besieged by wandering cultivators and their ancestral hall had been destroyed, one could guess that the various sword sects hadn't played a particularly glorious role in this matter. As the sect master of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect, it was hard to say what Qin Yu's attitude towards the various sword sects of Swallow Mountain was like. Qin Yu guessed Shu Jing's thoughts, but he didn't explain. He shook his head. There is no need to trouble yourself. Shu Jing panicked. Sect Master Qin, now is not the time to be swayed by emotions. Qin Yu raised a hand to interrupt her. He looked at her and lightly said, in the depths of sword prison, besides you and the heaven-splitting sword sect, there aren't many people left alive. Shu Jing stiffened. Qin Yu said, this is a matter of life and death. My sect will not cut off my own path of survival because of some past grudges. Shu Jing let out a long breath. I believe in Sect Master Qin's judgment. His heart was heavy, but it wasn't as heavy as it appeared on the surface. The South Sea Sword Sect was one of the 10 sword sects. In Swallow Mountain, their strength was naturally in the top echelon. Through their own judgment, they were able to estimate that the various sword sects had entered the depths of sword prison at roughly the same time. In just half a day, the casualties had been so disastrous. The consequences of sword prison going out of control this time were far more tragic than he had imagined. This time, just how many peerless grade sword demons had escaped from sword prison's core layer? And most importantly, the great sword sect's sword cultivators had nearly been completely annihilated. If so, could they still forcefully open sword prison like before? Shu Jing didn't have much confidence in this. His eyes subconsciously fell onto Qin Yu. Now, he could only place his hopes on the astonishing performance of the heaven-splitting sword sect. He had clearly seen what happened just now. After Qin Yu left, the heaven-splitting sword sect's sword cultivators had remained where they were, waiting. During this period of time, they hadn't suffered any attacks at all. This meant that the heaven-splitting sword sect really did have a way to deter the sword demons in sword prison, and it wasn't Sect Master Qin Yu's own ability. This was extremely important. If the heaven-splitting sword sect was willing to use this method. Thinking of this, Shu Jing bitterly smiled and decisively dispelled this thought. If their statuses were reversed, would the South Sea Sword sect be willing to share this divine skill they obtained? In their dreams, it was best not to think too optimistically about others. It was already good enough that they could cling onto the thigh of the heaven-splitting sword sect. If they provoked Qin Yu, then the South Sea Sword sect and the others would all be finished. Taking a deep breath, Shu Jing said, if that's the case, then Sect Master Qin, let's hurry back to the shallow layer of sword prison. Perhaps we can save some people along the way. The environment of sword prison made it so that high-grade sword demons rarely entered the shallow layer. This involved the strength and weakness of the sword aura within sword prison. The sword faction of Swallowran Mountain had done some serious research on this. After sword prison went out of control, some of their past experiences weren't useful anymore. But entering the shallow layer of sword prison could greatly reduce the number of attacks from high-grade sword demons. In particular, the most terrifying peerless sword demons. In past records, the sword cultivators that survived sword prison went out of control did so because they were in the shallow layer of sword prison. There were very few peerless sword demons that attacked. Qin Yu looked at Xu Jing and shook his head. We won't go to the shallow layer. Xu Jing's complexion changed. Elder Xu, if you are willing to believe in me, then follow behind the heaven-splitting sword sect. We will continue deeper into sword prison. Otherwise, we will part ways here. You can lead the disciples of the South Sea Sword sect to the shallow layer of sword prison. Xu Jing was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he said bitterly, Sect Master Qin, I have no intention of offending you, but, can you give me an explanation? I am not alone. There are also these disciples. They are the most outstanding disciples of the South Sea Sword sect, the future of the sword sect. I must be careful. I know that this request is too presumptuous. Consider this as me owing Sect Master a favor. In the future, if you have any requests, Xu Jing will not refuse. Qin Yu glanced at him. He lightly said, the prison going out of control this time is different from the past. The shallow layer of sword prison might not be safe.